empty rooms and shadow nooks. You chase the light, but hold the dark. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. My essence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fall like paper cranes, fragile wings, they soak in rain. You hold too tight, it tears apart. No start, no end, just broken hearts. Two realities collide, collide. Let it slide, slide. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. Mind essence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. No black, no white, just shades of gray. No need to fight, no need to stay. If nothing's left, you're finally free. I see infinity.
Sorry, the mailbox is full and there is not enough space to leave a message.
By the rays of the light, I invoke my fire in the sky. I woke through the midnight of madness we spoke. You're moonlight sea whispers low to the shore. Soon on the moon pulling tides evermore. Your swoon lifts me like a spell, like a door to a night we can't quite restore. By the rage of the mage, I invoke by the fire in the sky. the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. By the rage of the race, I am bold. By the red of fire, through the midnight madness we stroll. You and I am bold. One thing, all things, spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lens. Breath of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, nah, let the flaws just hum. In the cracks of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real, ain't no mirage. The waves in the silence, not in the collage. No need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, yesterday, oh, tomorrow. From today, the way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no lines to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into place. Let it fall into place. Words collapse like castles of sand. The truth's in the gaps where the wordless stands. Duality's a mask, peeling layers off the face. Find the void and you'll find the grace. Tied to nothing, the weight drifts off. Letting go of perfection, the chains unlock. Faith ain't a vision, it's the essence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear. No yesterday, no tomorrow. No today, the way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no lines to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into
Okay, welcome to Read Books for Money, Magic, Mystic, God. And the book house, reading house, concrete is here. We're listening to a little Magic Thelema music. Rubono Shallow Lam. I changed the title. I pinned a link to the YouTube live. Thank you for being here yet again, Rubono Shallow Lam. The time is now. And you only have 2.5 billion seconds. So let's get started because time is a second.
2.5 billion.
I was thinking everybody's actually born a billionaire. It's just a question of how do they spend their 2.5 billion. That's my Steve Appel laugh. Boom, boom. So we're gonna read some Kabbalah. Many people don't like Kabbalah. because they think it's demonic.
I want you to tell me where, and I want you to tell me from when, please, so I can.
But before we read the Kabbalah,
Allow me to speak, and then you can come in and.
No, I want you to state the statements, bro. Tell me from where. You said in Gaza, in Palestine, West Bank, and then from what year to what
we're
year?
gonna get the book.
It's October 7th.
Hey, my brother, if you don't want me to talk, just let me be.
Okay, now you sound like you're Chinese too, man, brother. I don't want no talk. You sound Vietnamese, African. I don't understand what's going on here.
No, baby, you're not.
Okay, 355,000 were killed from what year? Was it 2023, 2022?
No, October 7th.
Okay. What channel? Okay, so you're a fucking idiot, bro. So it's documented and it's 72,000, buddy. Yeah, but hold on.
As I said, non-Jewish sources is 75,000. From Jewish sources is 75,000. Non-Jewish sources is estimated to be 355,000.
Okay, name it.
Ocean, hold on 1 second. First of all, it's a million, not 355 for non-Jewish sources. It's a million. Exactly 1 million. They stopped them when they hit. So there was like a lottery number. So as soon as they hit a million, the Zionists stopped. Okay, so we hit exactly a million and we stopped. It's very wrong from the non-Jewish sources. And let's, again, Hamas. Are they Jewish or not Jewish? Hamas.
What has Hamas got to do with this conversation?
Are they Jewish or not Jewish?
Are these people like retarded? I'm embarrassed to be African now.
I'm asking you, are they Jewish or not? Hamas.
Your line of questioning is sounding stupid now because I was giving a submission and you're just asking.
Are you gay?
The submission.
Are you gay?
No,
Please answer the question. I don't know if I'm going to talk to you. Are you gay?
Jewish
Hey,
or not?
one microphone, with all due respect, one microphone at a time. If you want to be talking, I will just leave you.
Answer your question. Is Hamas
Yeah,
Jewish?
so act like same people. Act like same people. One microphone.
I'm not like you.
So now, yeah, so I'm actually listening to Rabbi.
I can rub one on.
Next, one microphone. If you want to engage me, one microphone.
I'll rub it.
If I can speak with them, guys, you just let me know. It's your room. I don't want to. Go ahead, bro.
One microphone.
Let me finish speaking. Everybody, mute up. I'm asking you a question. Hamas, Palestinian source. Are they Jewish or not Jewish? From your non-Jewish sources, do you consider them Jewish or not Jewish?
Hamas is a resistance group. Palestinian resistance group.
Are they Jewish or not
What
Jewish?
has that got to do with being Jewish or not?
Are you stupid or are you playing to be stupid?
Rafi, your verbosity does not mean you are sensible or you are making sense. Stop being stupid.
Okay, so I've got 4 books queued up. We're gonna go to favorite number pages and read 3 to 10 minutes with each book. Just 4 books. That's what we're doing in the book club today, kids. If you want to donate to this campaign, go to chicagomayoral.com. I want to thank you all for coming to the John Kitover nonprofit book club for kids that don't read good books no more and stuff like that. For kids that can't read books because they're too poor. And, we could go on about the R word, the F word, N word, the K word, or the Z word. All right, let's go to page 69 in The Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts. A message for an age of anxiety. This is page 69. As a matter of fact, mental activities of this kind can now be done far more efficiently by machines than by men. So much so that in a not too distant future, the human brain may be an obsolete mechanism for logical calculation. Already the human computer is widely displaced by mechanical and electrical computers of far greater speed and efficiency. If then man's principal asset and value is his brain and his ability to calculate, he will become an unsaleable commodity in an era when the mechanical operation of reasoning can be done more effectively by machines. Subnote 1. I take my facts on this matter from Norbert Wiener's remarkable book, Cybernetics, New York and Paris, 1948. Dr. Wiener is one of the mathematicians chiefly responsible for the development of the more elaborate electrical computers. Having likewise an advanced knowledge of neurology, he is well able to judge the extent to which these inventions can reproduce the work of the human organism. His book contains the following pertinent observation. It is interesting to note that we may be facing one of those limitations of nature in which highly specialized organs reach a level of declining efficiency and ultimately lead to the extinction of the species. The human brain may be as far along on its road to this destructive specialization as the great nose horns of the last of the Titanotheres. Already man uses innumerable gadgets to displace the work done by bodily organs in the animals, and it would surely be in line with this tendency to externalize the reasoning functions of the brain, and thus hand over the government of life to electromagnetic monsters. In other words, the interests and goals of rationality are not those of man as a whole organism. If we are to continue to live for the future and to make the chief work of the mind prediction and calculation, man must eventually become a parasitic appendage to a mass of clockwork. There is indeed a viewpoint from which this rationalization of life is not rational. The brain is clever enough to see the vicious circle which it has made for itself, but it can do nothing about it. Seeing that it is unreasonable to worry does not stop worrying. Rather, you worry the more at being unreasonable. It is unreasonable to wage a modern war in which everybody loses. Neither side actually wants a war. And yet, because we live in a vicious circle, we start the war to prevent the other side from starting first. We arm ourselves knowing that if we do not, the other side will, which is quite true. Because if we do not arm the other side, we'll do so to gain its advantage without actually fighting. From this rational point of view, we find ourselves in the dilemma of St. Paul. To will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good I find not. For the good that I would, I do not. But this is not as St. Paul supposed. Because the will, or the spirit, is reasonable, and the flesh perverse. It is because a house divided against itself cannot stand. The whole organism is perverse, because the brain is split from the belly, and the head unconscious of its union with the tail. There are few grounds for hoping that in any immediate future there will be any recovery of social sanity. It would seem that the vicious circle must become yet more intolerable, more blatantly and desperately, before any large numbers of human beings awaken to the tragic trick which they are playing on themselves. But for those who see clearly that it is a circle and why it is a circle, there is no alternative but to stop circling. For as soon as you see the whole circle, the illusion that the head is separate from the tail disappears. And then, when experience stops oscillating and writhing, it can again become sensitive to the wisdom of the body, to the hidden depths of its substance. Because I speak of the wisdom of the body and of the necessity for recognizing that we are material, this is not to be taken as a philosophy of materialism in the accepted sense. I am not asserting that the ultimate reality. Matter is a word, a noise which refers to the forms and patterns taken by a process. We do not know what this process is, because it is not a what that is a thing definable by some fixed concept or measure. If we want to keep the old language, still using such terms as spiritual and material, a spiritual must mean the indefinable, that which, because it is living, must ever escape the framework of any fixed form. Matter is spirit named. After all this, the brain deserves a word for itself, for the brain, including its reasoning and calculating centers, is a part and product of the body. It is as natural as the heart and stomach, and rightly used is anything but an enemy of man. But to be used rightly, it must be put in its place. For the brain is made for man, not man for his brain. In other words, the function of the brain is to serve the present and the real, not to send man chasing wildly after the phantom of the future. Furthermore, in our habitual state of mental tension, the brain does not work properly, and this is one reason why its abstractions seem to have so great a reality. When the heart is out of order, we are clearly conscious of its beating. It becomes a distraction. Pounding within the breast, it seems most probable that our preoccupation with thinking and planning, together with the sense of mental fatigue, is a sign of some disorder in the brain. The brain should, and in some cases does, calculate and reason with the unconscious ease of the other bodily organs. After all, the brain is not a muscle, and is thus not designated for effort and strain. But when people try to think or concentrate, they behave as if they were trying to push their brains around. They screw up their faces, knit their brows, and approach mental problems as if they were trying to push their brains around, as if they were something like heating bricks. Yet, you do not have to grind and strain to digest food, and still less to see, hear, and receive our neural impressions. The lightning calculator, who can sum a long column of figures at a glance. The intellectual genius, who can comprehend a whole page of reading in a few seconds. And the musical prodigy, such as Mozart, who seems to grasp harmony and counterpoint from babyhood, are examples of the proper use of man's most marvelous instrument. Those of us who are not geniuses know something of the same ability. Take, for example, the anagram Pokadeldimk. You can work over these letters for hours trying system after system of rearrangement in order to discover the scrambled word. Try instead just looking at the anagram with a relaxed mind. And in a very short space of time, your brain will deliver the answer without the slightest effort. In order to discover the scrambled. Subnote 1, if you don't succeed within 1 minute, read on. Otherwise, you will begin to be annoyed either with yourself or with me, and the consequent strain will interfere with the process. We rightly mistrust the snap answers of strained and wandering minds, but the rapid, effortless, and almost unconscious solution of logical problems is what the brain is supposed to deliver. Working rightly, the brain is the highest form of instinctual wisdom. Thus it should work like the homing instinct of pigeons in the formation of the fetus in the womb, without verbalizing the process or knowing how it does it. Brain, like the self-conscious heart, is a disorder and manifests itself in the acute feeling of separation between I and my experience. The brain can only assume its proper behavior when consciousness is doing what it is designed for, not writhing and whirling to get out of present experience, but being effortlessly aware of it. Okay, this is the John Kitover Chicago Book Club Poetry and Meditation Session. Rabboni Shalom. Hit that like button, share, and subscribe. You're live on YouTube right now, Rabboni Shalom. That was a reading from Alan Watts, page 69. From The Wisdom of Insecurity. Some brains want to read books out loud on YouTube. Some brains want to talk in private, unrecorded spaces all day long. Hello?
Should we read the Kabbalah?
The Holy Kabbalah.
Tradition of Hidden Knowledge by Seth Ben Shimon.
Ribono Shalom.
So the preface for this is Kabbalah is the inner and mystical aspect of Judaism. It is the perennial teaching about the attributes of the divine, the nature of the universe, and the destiny of man in Judaic terms. Imparted by revelation, it has been handed down over the centuries by a discrete tradition that has periodically changed the mythological and metaphysical format to meet the spiritual and cultural needs of different places and epochs. This long and broadly spread history has given Kabbalah a remarkably rich and wide variety of images of reality which appear to be unversed, as strange, obscure, and even at times contradictory or corrupt. Therefore, in this presentation, one particular Kabbalistic system is used to unify and clarify a kaleidoscope of diverse views and practices drawn from ancient and modern sources. Finally, it must be stated, in concordance with the strict Kabbalistic rule, that the exposition represents one man's comprehension of a living tradition as it exists in the world of today.
Okay, this is page 69 from Kabbalah, The Mystic Quest for Every Jew in Judaism by David Ariel. The Mystic Quest, page 69. Some people say start at 1, I say start at 69. Here we go. The portion of the Zohar known as Ra'aya Mehemna, Faithful Shepherd, contains many selections that reflect the instrumentalist theory. In one such section, God is described as acting without being known because he acts through the instrumentality of the Sephirot. Like an overflowing ocean, the infinite, called here the first Sephirah, emanates the next two Sephirot, described as a channel and a basin to contain the vast ocean waters. Woe to one who compares the infinite to any of the human characteristics, or even to one of his own attributes, or the more so to one who compares him to humans who are born and die. God may be characterized according to his governance upon a particular attribute, see one of the Sephirot, or even upon all the created beings. When he disappears above and beyond that attribute, he cannot be said to have that attribute, be characteristic or form. God is like the ocean, for the waters of the ocean cannot be grasped and have no shape except when they are channeled into a vessel, such as the land, and take on a shape. Then we are able to measure them. The source, the waters of the ocean are one. Then a tributary comes forth and is channeled into a round basin. The source is one, and the channel which comes from it is two. Next, a large vessel is formed, as if one dug a large basin, which becomes filled by the waters of the channel. This becomes three. Now, if the artificer would break these vessels which he created, the waters would return to the source, and only broken vessels would remain, dry and without water. Likewise, the cause of causes made 10 Sephirot, calling the crown source. There is no end to the fullness of the source's light, and therefore he called himself the Infinite. Everything is within his power to withhold from the vessels or to replenish them with fullness. And to withhold according to his will. There is no other God above him who can add to him or diminish him. Moshe Kitover, a leading Kabbalist, proposed that one can even visualize the Sephirot as vessels in several ways. First, the divine essence flows through the Sephirot as water flows through vessels of different colors. Second, the infinite essence is like the sun when it shines through a prism. The change of stained glass window, neither the water nor the sunlight changes except in the eyes of the beholder. To help you conceive this, imagine water flowing through vessels of different colors: white, red, green, and so forth. As the water spreads through those vessels, although the water is devoid of all color, it appears to change into the colors of the vessels. Although the water is devoid of all color, the change in color does not affect the water itself, just our perception of the water. So it is with the Sephirot. They are vessels known, for example, as Hesed, Gevura, Tiferet, each colored according to its function, white, red, and green, respectively. While the light of the emanator, the essence, is the water having no color at all. This essence does not change. It only appears to change as it flows through the vessels. Better yet, imagine a ray of sunlight shining through a stained glass window of 10 different colors. The sunlight possesses no color at all, but appears to change hue as it passes through the different colors of glass. Colored light radiates through the window. The light is not essentially changed, though so it seems to the viewer. Just so with the Sephirot. The light that clothes itself in the vessels of the Sephirot is the essence, like the ray of sunlight. That essence does not change color at all, neither judgment nor compassion, neither right nor left. Yet by emanating through the Sephirot, the variegated stained glass, the judgment or compassion prevails. The first three Sephirot are described as follows. The infinite is described as being indistinguishable from the first vessel. This first Sephirah, an infinite and undifferentiated expanse, is the source of everything else. Then the essence of the infinite is channeled into a tributary that gives the first definition to the boundless expanse. This tributary is the second Sephirah. Next, the channel empties into a basin that is defined by the contours of the land around it. The basin is the third Sephirah, and the land around it constitutes the other Sephirot. This analogy suggests that the Sephirot are vessels, or channels that limit the infinite and give finite definition to everything else. The description is also reminiscent of the creation narrative in Genesis and suggests a parallel between the creation of the Sephirot and the creation of the world. The instrumentalist conception of the infinite is profoundly impersonal. The infinite is thoroughly removed from everything and never reveals itself. All the descriptions that are usually associated with the personal concept of God is the being who reveals himself, cares about man, and answers his prayers are relegated to the Sephirot. In order to consider the infinite as God, the mystic must be willing to engage in an unusual degree of remoteness and abstraction. The doctrine of the Sephirot as the essence of God is an attempt to preserve the concept of a personal God. It does, however, imply that God's essence changes according to the differences among each of the Sephirot. Kabbalists of this persuasion believed that it was more important to preserve the notion of a personal God than it was to preserve the unity of God. These Kabbalists describe the relation of the infinite to the Sephirot by an analogy to a candle. Many candles can be lit from one candle without ever changing the nature of the first candle. Therefore, one unique essence can be the source of many other essences without undergoing any essential change. The essentialists also believed that the descriptions and attributes that appear in the Bible refer to the Sephirot and not to the infinite. Unlike the instrumentalists, however, they claim that God is portrayed in the Bible since the Sephirot are God's essence. Thus, they are able to preserve the personal concept of God while referring all of the anthropomorphisms and anthropopathisms to the Sephirot, not the infinite. The difference between the infinite and the Sephirot is one of degree. The infinite emanates the Sephirot like a powerful transmitter. It broadcasts signals through space. They call this process absolute emanation. The Sephirot are the broadcast signals, which do not differ essentially from the original transmission no matter how far they travel. The Sephirot are the same as the infinite, but the distance from the source produces a slightly different impression depending upon the reception. Therefore, the only difference between the infinite and the Sephirot is according to the reception, that is, according to which particular Sephirah receives the emanation. God is the infinite, but sometimes he is perceived through one sephirah, whereas at other times he is perceived through another. God never changes, only our perception changes. The changes in our perception or reception correspond to the different sephirot. In the essentialist scheme, each sephirah differs from the other according to its distance from the infinite. There are altogether 10 sephirot, and each one emanates from the infinite. The first is more sublime and more pure than the 10th, but each one contains the essence of the infinite. Each one reflects another aspect of God's nature or essence. When it appears that God acts in different ways, it is really a different sephirah acting. If, as the essentialists maintain, the sephirot are just different aspects of one infinite essence, the personal aspect of God is preserved through the unity of God and is somewhat compromised. On the other hand, the instrumentalists preserve the integrity of the divine unity while sacrificing the personal aspect of God. While neither theory is able to preserve both divine personality and unity, the two schools of thought flourished side by side according to the predilections and theological inclinations of the Kabbalists. The Kabbatists. The term Sephirot first appears in one ancient text, Sefer Yetzirah, and later in a medieval text, Sefer HaBahir. These texts, however, do not employ the term in the same sense that it came to mean in Kabbalah. The earliest Kabbalistic treatises in Gerona, particularly the writings of Azriel, described the Sephirot in ways that came to be accepted among all subsequent Kabbalistic writers. The Gerona Kabbalists also codified the names of the individual Sephirot, although some variations in the exact names persisted. The Kabbalists, following the definition found in Sefer Yetzirah, taught that there are 10 Sephirot. It was left to the Gerona Kabbalists, the disciples of Isaac the Blind, to identify the Sephirot by name. 6 of the names were derived from the biblical verse, "Yours, Lord, are greatness, Gedula, might, Gavura, splendor, Tiferet, triumph, Netzah, and majesty, Chod. To you, Lord, belong kingship, Mamlacha." Each of these terms was understood as an attribute of God that the Kabbalists included in the list of 10 Sephirot. To these 6, they added 3 others to represent the idea that God is pure mind. These 3, Keter, crown, Hakmah, wisdom, and Bina, understanding, were placed at the top of the list. 9th, Yesod, foundation, was inserted, and the Decad was complete. Keter, crown, is the first Sephirah emanated from the infinite. It is the highest and most glorious of the Sephirot, and crowns them all. It stands as the barrier between the infinite and the other Sephirot, and so encircles the crowns the infinite. Because each Sephirah is emanated from another, the highest one, Keter, stands hierarchically above them all. Keter is the archetype of God as king. It is Keter who calls himself, "I am that I am," in Torah. Sometimes Keter is identified with the infinite. Most often, however, Keter is the first Sephir radiated or emanated by the infinite, which stands above it. Those who identify Keter with the infinite lean toward the essential view and believe that the Sephirot are only different stages in the unfolding of God's infinite essence. Those who believe that Keter is the first Sephirah and is not identical with the infinite generally follow the view that the infinite acts through vessels. The Sephirot and their God in his vessels are not similar. Therefore, the essentialists favor the personalist notion of God and therefore theorize that Keter is the same as the infinite. The instrumentalists believe that God is impersonal and the infinite is above Keter. There are many other names for Keter in Kabbalah. It is often called Ayin, nothingness, because it is beyond all existence, yet is the cause of all existing things. In the prayer of Nehunya ben Hakana, written in the 13th century, a hymn to Keter appears. Everything is in it, for the internal powers of the Sephiroth are in it. The vitality and existence of everything stem from it. It is analogous to the soul. It gives life to the body and constitutes it. The constitution of everything is in Keter. There is no front or back, right or left. In this Sephira, it is called indifferent unity. It is also called Hokmah Penimit, internal wisdom. Hokmah Penimut, or Penimit, internal wisdom, because it is the hidden potentiality of divine wisdom before it is revealed. It is sometimes called Mashava Elohit, divine thought, because it is produced by the infinite. Pure mind. Keter is similar to the infinite in many of these respects, but different in others. It differs in that it is the highest aspect of God that moves into activity out of the repose of the infinite. Both infinite and Keter are unknowable and imperceptible. Okay, I'm going to take a reading break there. We finished on page 73. That is Kabbalah, the Mystic Quest in Judaism by David Ariel.
So now we have Kabbalah, the tradition of hidden knowledge. The first chapter is called Manifestation. God is God. There's no thing to compare with God. God is God. In Kabbalah, God the transcendent is called Ayin. Ayin means in Hebrew, no thing, for God is beyond existence. Ayin is neither below nor above, nor it is in movement or in stillness. There is nowhere Ayin is. God is absolute nothing. Ayin Sof means without end. This is the title of God who is everywhere. Ayin Sof is the 1 to the 0 of Ayin. This is the totality of what is and is not. Ayin Sof is God the eminent, the absolute all. Ayin Sof has no attributes because it can manifest only within existence, and existence is finite. The oral tradition of Kabbalah states that the reason for existence is that God wished to behold God. Thus, there is a previous non-existence in which, as the written tradition says, face did not gaze upon face. In an act of total free will, God withdrew the absolute all, the Ayin Sof, from one place to allow a void to appear in which the mirror of existence could be manifested. This act of zimzum, contraction, lies behind the rabbinical saying, God's place is the world, but the world is not God's place. The divine act is visualized symbolically as follows. From Ayin Sof Or, the endless light that surrounds the void, there emanated a beam of light which penetrated from the periphery towards the center. This, the Kav, or the beam of divine will, manifested in 10 distinct stages of emanation. This event is echoed in other rabbinical sayings, that the world was called into being by 10 divine utterances. Since the Middle Ages, these 10 stages have been known as the Sephiroth. The word Sephirah, the singular form, has no simple equivalent in any language, although its root relates it to the words cipher, i.e. number, and sapphire. Some have seen the Sephiroth as divine powers or vessels. Others regard them as the instruments or tools of divine governance. Mystics have pictured them as the 10 faces, hands, or even garments of God. All agree, however, that the Sephiroth expresses divine attribute, which from the primal moment of emanation are eternally held in a set of relationships until God wills them to vanish with the void into nothingness again. The relationships between the Sephiroth are governed by three unmanifest divine principles: the hidden splendors, the Zazahot of primordial will, mercy, and rigor for justice. Will holds the balance, while mercy expands and rigor constrains the flow of emanation. And so they organize the 10 divine attributes into a specific archetypal pattern. The pattern thus called forth is the model on which everything that is to come into manifestation is based. It has been named the image of God, but it is more generally known as the tree of life. Each Sephiroth, in turn, manifests under the influence of one of the Sahot in particular, and for this reason, the flow, which manifests the 10 Sephiroth, can be visualized as zigzagging in a lightning flash from a central position, balance, to the right, expansion, and across to the left, constraint. Thus, the Zazahot gives rise to the three vertical alignments in the tree of life diagram, known as the pillars, that of equilibrium, grace, will, and the center, that of mercy, active force, expansion on the right, and that of severity, passive form, constraint on the left. The relationships set forth in a tree underlie the whole of existence, and so the properties of the Sephiroth may be seen in terms of any branch of knowledge. Thus, while their basic definition is as attributes of God, they can be defined in terms of human experience, because we too are cast in the image of God. This anthropomorphic method is common in Kabbalah as elsewhere, and is freely applied as a symbolic language in metaphysical areas, which pure abstractions cannot explain. The first Sephiroth, at the edge of the void, is called in Hebrew Keter, the crown. This manifestation contains all that was, is, and will be. It is the place of the first emanation and the ultimate return. Its nature as a divine attribute is expressed by the name of God, which is traditionally attached to it. I am that I am. From this point of equilibrium, the beam of light expands under the influence of mercy, force, and expansion to manifest second Sephiroth, that of Chokmah, wisdom. This, in the divine and human minds, is the active inner intellect, experienced by human beings as the flash of genius, inspiration, or revelation. It is balanced on the side of severity, form, and contraction by the third Sephiroth, Bina, understanding. This is intellect in its passive, receptive, and reflective capacity. In human terms, it manifests through reason and tradition. After the beam has left Bina, which heads to the pillar of severity, it touches the pillar of equilibrium below Keter, the crown. This point of balance on the tree is crucial. It is the place of Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, which hovers as a veil below the three supernal Sephiroths. It remains unmanifest, but it has a place within manifestation, marked on the tree by the non-Sephiroth of Da'at, knowledge. This, we are told, is where the Absolute may enter at will to intervene directly in existence, which is now eternally held until divine will allows it to vanish like the image it is. In human terms, Da'at is the knowledge that emerges out of nowhere and comes direct from God. It is quite different from the revelation of wisdom, Chokmah. Da'at is not only seen but known. It is different, too, from what comes of understanding, Binah, or deep pondering. Da'at, the child of the supernal Sephiroth, is not only observation, but becoming. Below Da'at flashes the pillar of mercy, expansion, and back to the pillar of severity, contraction. And a pair of sephirot are defined which govern the level of emotion as distinct from supernal intellect. The attribute of active or inner emotion is hesed, mercy. That of passive or outer emotion is gevura, justice. Both sephirot have other Hebrew names and other translated equivalents, but all are inadequate to explain the attributes. Those used here merely approximate to the active and passive divine principles involved. In ourselves, these qualities appear in complementary tendencies towards love, tolerance, and generosity. On the one hand, hesed, and discipline, rigor, and discrimination on the other, gevurah. At this, the emotional level, the operation of opposing sephirotic principles, and the dangers of going too far in one direction or the other become part of everyday experience. Justice and mercy underlie every human transaction, from a summit conference to the choice of a birthday present. The lightning flash, having passed from the expansive principle of hesed to the constrictive principle of gevura, now returns a stage lower to the pillar of equilibrium. Here is manifested the central sephirah of Tiferet, beauty or adornment. This lies at the heart of the tree, relating directly to all the sephirah of the pillars of severity and mercy. Whenever the tree diagram is applied, as it can be, to the dynamics of any organism or system, Tiferet is the heart of hearts. With the emotional sephirot of Hesed and Gevura, it forms the triad of the divine soul. With the higher sephirot of Chokmah and the Binah, it forms the great triad of the divine spirit, in the midst of which hovers the Ruach HaKodesh. In the human psyche, Tiferet is the self, the core of the individual, which lies behind the everyday ego, the watcher which focuses the largely unconscious influences of the higher centers of mercy and justice, Hesed and Gevura, wisdom and understanding, Chokmah and Binah. Below Tiferet, the lightning flash manifests two more complementary attributes. The lowest on the pillars of mercy and severity. On the active, expansive side is Neza, eternity, and on the passive, constrictive side is Hod, reverberation. Traditionally, the Hebrew names of these attributes are translated as victory and splendor, but their operation as Sephirot is better expressed by the names used here, which correspond equally well to the Hebrew roots. They belong to the operative, instrumental level of action in the structure of the tree. They traditionally correspond in divine terms to the expansive and constrictive roles of the hosts of God, sent out to the divine will. In human terms, they represent the vital psychobiological processes, whether active, instinctive, and impulsive, Neza, eternity, or passive, cognitive, and controlling, Hod, reverberation. On the pillar of equilibrium between and below these two practical sephirot is Yesod, foundation. Like every sephirot sequence, it contains all that has gone before, and therefore it is a complex attribute with many qualities. First, it is generative. It is from this point, as will be seen, that further trees manifest. Second, it is reflective. Here, directly below Tiferet, an image of the image can be perceived, and the tree sees itself. Yesod, the mirror within the mirror. These two complementary functions means that its constitution or foundation must be clear and sound. Hence, the inner meaning of sexual purity associated with the Sephirah. In ourselves, it appears as the ego, the lower place of consciousness in which we see ourselves, and which projects a persona for others to see, which may or may not, according to our state of balance and self-knowledge, reflect the true nature of the self as Tiferet. Most of our perception of the world and most of our implementation of will takes place at Yesod. The lowest Sephirah, The complement to Keter, the crown, is Malkut, the kingdom. In it, the divine lightning flash is earth. It constitutes the Shekinah, the presence of God in matter. Its nature is fourfold, encapsulating the four levels inherent within the tree as a whole: the root, trunk, branch, and the fruit of the tree as it grows down into existence, or the will, mind, heart, and body of the divine. In ourselves, the four levels of Malkut appear as the body, with its traditional four elements: earth, water, air, and fire. The solids, liquids, gases, and radiations whose interactions keep us alive. We now have the general scheme of the Sephiroth. 3 are aligned on the active right-hand pillar of mercy, 3 on the passive left-hand pillar of severity, and 4, plus the non-Sephiroth Da'at, on the central pillar of equilibrium or grace. The relationships established by the lightning flash are further realized by a total of 22 paths, which in turn form a system of triangular configurations or triads, active on the right and passive on the left. The horizontal and central triads linking all 3 pillars are concerned directly with consciousness. Out of all the foregoing comes a most subtle metaphysical and mythological configuration. It has been taken many stages further in the study of various constellations of Sephiroth, and the minute dynamics within each Sephiroth is mutually imparted and reflected, flows, move along the paths to act upon the miniature tree which constitutes each Sephiroth.
Between the here and there, a hollow breath fills the air. The clock forgets to take its time. This world unravels line by line. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. The mirror fades, it holds no face. A shapeless thought, a nameless space. No before, no after, no divide. The stillness grows, it opens wide. Where does it end? Where does it start? When there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. does it stop? And there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. The finger sinks into the stream. The dream awakes from the dream. Nothing to cling to, nowhere to fall. No self, no shadow, no shadow. The truth hides when no one looks. In empty rooms and shadow nooks, you chase the light, but hold the dark. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. Mind essence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fall like paper cranes, fragile wings, they soak in rain. You hold too tight, it tears apart. No start, no end, just broken hearts. Two entities collide. Let it slide, trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. Mind essence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. No black, no white, just shades of gray. No need to fight, no need to stay. If nothing's left, you're finally free. I see infinity. Fashion love light through the shroud, through the cloud where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive. To the mountain, by the rays of the rain, I invoke my soul, my fire, my sky, I awoke. Through the midnight of madness we spoke. You are mine, you moonlight sea whispers low to the shore. Soon on the moon pulling tides evermore. Your swoon lifting me like a spell, like a door. Tonight we can't quite restore. By the rage of the mage, I invoke by the fire in the sky. Through the midnight of madness we spoke. You are the sentinel pine on cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. While the rage of the blaze, I invoke the wrath of fire in the sky. Through the midnight of madness we spoke. You one thing, all things, spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lands. Breath of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, now let the flaws just hum in the cracks of the... It's not in the collage, no need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. The way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no lies to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall in. Let it fall into place. Words collapse like half and the truths in the gaps where the wordless stands. Duality, some masculine layers of the face, find the void and you'll find the grace. Tied to nothing, the weight drifts off, letting go of perfection, the chains unlock. Faith ain't a question, it's the essence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear.
We are reading one more book by mayoral candidate John Kitover. We are live streaming the Trump debate room where Matt Cool has kindly been dedicating his life to listening to retards. I'm sorry, our words. We have to start getting really careful about the words we're using. We are not referring to the Down syndrome individuals who are full of love and joy. We are talking about political partisans. And there's nothing we can do to prevent them and their ridiculous choice of communication. You have 2.5 billion seconds. Everyone is born a billionaire. How are you going to spend your time right now? Hello? Some people are going to listen to Jazzy. But you're never going to become Jazzy if you listen to Jazzy. You're never going to make America great again by being in a clubhouse room about making America great again. If you're fat, you're never going to become thin until you start changing what you're thinking about. If all you do is eat, sit on a couch and watch Netflix, well, you're never going to lose that weight. Okay, this is What is Zen. We're going to page 69. Here we go. There is a very close parallel between the thinking of Heraclitus and Taoist philosophy, but understand the yang and the yin. Heraclitus is the most original thinker in Western thought. Philip Wheelwright published an excellent translation of what remains of the fragments of Heraclitus's philosophy. If the West had founded itself on Heraclitus, rather than Aristotle, we would have been a lot better off, because he was a most ingenious man, and his thought is far closer to Eastern thought. The Japanese feel that death is a completely natural event. It is only, as it were, the dropping of the leaves, and yet the root underneath is always there. This is difficult for most people to appreciate. The root doesn't seem to enter into our ordinary lives at all. I feel that I'm only on top. How do I get down? Well, of course, the top is the top, and it can't get down and be the bottom. This is the same question people raise when they ask, how do I get rid of my egocentricity? Well, obviously, you can't get rid of egocentricity with your egocentricity. As the master Bankai said, you can't wash off blood with blood. And trying to realize your Buddha nature by some sort of egocentric effort is like trying to wash off your ego with your ego and blood with blood. In his teaching, Bankai emphasized the way in which you have this root in you. He said, when you hear a bell ringing, you don't have to think about it. You know at once that it's a bell. When you hear the crow cawing, you don't, by any effort or cleverness of your conscious will, know that it's a crow. Your mind does that for you. Okay, Chris, if you have anything you want to read, now would be that time. We are live in multiple rooms, fully live on multiple clown houses, also co-streaming the President Trump room, where unfortunate are trying to be heard and battling over a microphone in a forest. And there's no one there to hear them. They are in an unrecorded space, but we're recording them because we have compassion for our fellow citizens. We want to help liberate them from their own mouths, their own brains.
Do not fucking believe in freedom, who do not believe in fucking nothing. They don't believe in human rights. They don't. They will do all of this to everybody who is not a Muslim. To everybody. I don't know what part of this you don't fucking understand. I have proof that Ocean is correct. Simon, let me respond. Simon, I didn't interrupt you. I'm going to be brief. You live in Leeds. Simon, you live in Leeds. I happen to know Leeds well. In Leeds, the Muslim community has been gang raping little Christian girls. I've never seen you mention that once. Not once, Simon. No, you let me finish, Simon. I didn't interrupt Christian girls, and you don't give a shit. Your hatred of Jews is great. That you ignore the crimes. You ignore the screamer. You let Muslims into your own nation. You let Muslims into your own nation to rape Christian girls. You don't give a fuck. All you care about is something halfway across the world. Hey, dude, have I upset you somehow? Yeah, I can assure you. What is the percentage? Just wait a second. Hold on, let me ask you a question. Yeah, go for it. Do you live in England?
What do you want to say? He doesn't have nothing to say.
What I'm trying to say, this is my land, England. I want it back.
You guys, it's in Iran.
Well, who's taking it? I will come and take it. Hey, look, I think it's 9% of the UK population is
my
Asian.
story is
Alright. Now, that includes Hindu as well as Muslim. I am not. Who did that? What was it? Dog. Yeah, it's not a question of what I let Muslim people come into the country. I to rape young Christian girls. There are extremists of all types. No, that's not true, dude. You want to talk about, for example, the top 50 terror organizations in the world? I'm sure they're all Islamic. Exactly. None of them is Christian. None of them is Jewish. None of them. And it's not. And I just want to make sure that you understand. Hold on. I'm not saying that they are Muslim. Hold on. They are not Muslim. They are under the banner of Islam. You know, is a murder. That is, you know, there are Jewish that are murderers, there are Christian that are murderers, but they're not doing it in the name of Judaism or Christianity. Those terror organizations, they're doing it under the banner of Islam. That is the difference. Hold on, let me ask you. Why don't we deal with extremists? Simon, because I will tell you why. Because it's not our position. I want to make this last point. In every single demonstration that has been since 7th of October against Israel, there were always like those Jews that were holding signs not in our name, okay? Out of 16 million, you will always find those Jews saying not in our name. And even the example that Doug gave you about this Jewish guy that is leading the most anti-Semitic party in the UK, leading marches in London that are glorifying terrorism and Nazism. But let me just finish this. Out of 2 billion Muslims, when did you see a group of not 10,000, not 1,000, not 100, 10 Muslims going on the streets in New York or London or Paris holding a sign saying not in our name? Why do I need to say that it's only the radicals? Why don't they say this is not Islam? Simon, I agree with that.
Daniel,
you cannot label them as radical Islamist. Islam is radical. There's no fucking radical.
You guys have to look at all of the Gulf leaders and what they're saying. They are condemning these radical Islamists, and they've been warning Europe about them for decades. The UAE,
we're talking about those
and the
in the West that enjoy freedom of speech and freedom of protest. Why don't they use those freedoms?
But Daniel, hold on. What about the Gulf leaders that don't want to send right now their own students to England because they say England is too radicalized for them? How fucked up it has to be that a Muslim nation does not want to send their own people. And you can find this, Simon. Should be very fucking scary and a big fucking audio for you.
I live here, man.
You don't live there because, sorry, you do live there, but you're a blind sheep because you live there. Okay,
well, that's
you're not
very
doing.
convenient.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because you're as much as fought for staying quiet and criticizing like Jews or the state of Israel. Because let me ask you a question. I'm asking you, Simon, a question. Hold on. Are there Jews in your country that are standing in corners and trying to convert Christians? The true population of your country.
No,
are there people standing in the corners? Are there Muslims standing in corners?
There are only two religions.
I'm asking you a question.
Hold on. There's only two religions.
Correct. No, okay. Let me ask you a question. Are there such thing as no-go zones in your country?
No.
No, really. We're gonna play stupid right now, Simon.
No, there are places where you think about violence, so you would go, I'm not going there.
Okay, what kind of violence are we thinking about? Getting robbed? Why? Or is there violence on Islam violence, like Muslim on Muslim violence, or it's gonna be violence because you're not following the ethics of their religion when you're walking down the street of a Christian nation and you're not covered up, or you're exposing a skirt if a girl wants to be in a skirt or anything like that, where she might get fucking harassed. Are there areas like that? I can play stupid too, but I'll bring you facts. So I'm asking you a question before I start showing you facts.
He's just playing stupid, Rafi.
Are you arguing in good faith?
No, I'm not.
Arguing in good faith.
No.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I don't agree with you.
You don't agree with videos how little girls get harassed for walking around however they feel like getting in England? Because I've never seen a Jewish area get harassed. Okay, 1 second.
I'd like to interject.
Or he's just too old and he sit his ass home all day long.
Well, I would like to interject.
Hey, look, Simon, you can insult me all you want, but all it
I'm not here to insult you.
Of intelligence.
I'm not
insulting you. I'm just saying you're just lying.
Mod me up.
In front of all of us. That's what I'm saying. There's no insult. You're lying. You don't think you're insulting us by lying in our face? Lying. What's with this lying business? Why does everybody that doesn't agree with you have to be a liar? Because whatever Rafi says, you said it doesn't exist, and you're lying.
But why is it a lie? Why is it?
No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Here, hold on, everybody quiet. Now, Simon, hold on. Simon, go open up what I just put on YouTube. Do you want me to continue finding you these videos on YouTube? Because there's a lot of these videos on YouTube.
Yeah, Simon, you should look at...
Simon, if you heard of Rupert, open up this YouTube. This is your country. These are your buildings.
Simon, I spend a lot of time in the UK. I spend a lot of time in the UK, Simon. And it is leftists like you who filled your country with Muslims, and that's why there's rape gangs. And I am shocked, Simon. I'm shocked.
Hold on. 1 second. And Simon, I know it's a problem that you let these people in your country. They stepped all over you as a fucking natural-born citizen in your fucking country. Now your government silences you from not speaking out against them. And now you're fucking a dog that's fucking muzzled. Do you understand? You became a fucking second-class citizen in your own fucking country. That's even more fucking sad. You lost your country.
Rafi, you're right. And what's even more disturbing, Simon, I see that you want a cause. You want a solution for the Palestinian people, right? You have a humanitarian look at it. You want to see a solution to the turmoil. But let's take a look at British history, right? Let's take a look at all the trillions of pounds that have been put into the British economy by the Gulf nations, right? The Gulf nations saved England. That's why real estate is so high in central London, where my flat is, because they bought up all the real estate. They stimulated the economy with their money. And now, behind the Palestinian cause of so-called freedom and the IRGC push of a media campaign, they are now all of these people protesting who are pro-Palestinians in England. They're against the Gulf Arabs. They're against Saudi. They're against all of them. They call them traitors. And that is very bad, because that is the support mechanism of industry and money that can help the whole Arab world. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to split up sides. They're trying to get all of these protesters not only to be anti-Jewish, but anti-Saudi, anti-UAE, anti-Arab. So there's a big problem with this. Yes, you're right. There have been Pakistanis and other, Muslim communities that have assimilated in Britain since centuries ago. I'll give you that. But now, with this new fight for so-called Palestine, they are brainwashing everybody to hate everybody just for this cause, and that is dangerous.
Who's this mysterious they?
The left-wing protesters in England who are destroying the country with this Free Palestine movement, but they don't want to free Palestine.
Why do you say it like that? Tell them that they are you. He's talking about you.
Spend a lot of time.
When you say they, you mean
spend a lot of time in London. Simon, you have killed your own nation with your altruism. You're such a good-hearted, loving person. You are so kind and loving and generous that you invited Muslims in, and now they are bombing synagogues and raping girls. So your generosity, you killed your own country. You killed your own country not because you're evil. Because of love. Simon, you have so...
Because you were too soft.
I didn't realize. Why don't you just let me finish, Simon? No, Rafi, I'm about to land my plane, Rafi. Let me land my plane.
I'll tell you the problem is, dog. They hate for Israel. They hate for Jews. That's why they killed their own country by fucking siding with that.
Free Palestine. Fuck you, Israel.
It's more than that.
So
Simon,
you have to understand
Rafi,
why
just
they
finish.
fucking lost
Let
their
me
country
finish,
because
Rafi.
of their own...
Okay, Rafi, let me finish. I believe even if Israel didn't exist, even if there were no Jews in the world, Simon would still let millions of rapists into his country. You know why? Simon has love and altruism towards criminals and rapists. Simon has such pity for the oppressed that if there is a group that he knows will rape his own daughters and granddaughters, he'll let them in anyway. Because Simon is so desperate to be seen as a moral, ethical person. You can tell from the quiver in his voice. Simon is so desperate to think of himself as a moral, ethical person. It's the most important thing. He has suicidal altruism. He is so woke, he feeds his own granddaughters to the rape machine. That's how woke he is. Now, if people think I'm exaggerating about who Simon is, I'll post many links that prove it. Simon will continue to let Muslim rapists in because
as long as
the Labour Party ruined England. The Labour Party ruined England.
The difference between you and I, dog, is Simon's my real name.
So I'll explain.
Dog, you come up on
Listen, dog, cat, I don't care whose name and if your name is real or not. We're speaking facts right now. Your name doesn't
none
mean
of
that
you
you're
got
speaking
any
facts.
fucking courage.
Listen, my name is my name.
No, Mr. Simon. There's a lot of courage.
What's the problem with that?
Simon. You're hating.
Ocean is ocean. Sadiq, Harry is Harry.
Hey, I know. Hey, I did get emotional.
Simon, you're Christian? You're a Christian?
Me,
Be
no.
honest. You're not Christian?
I'm not an
That's
atheist.
the problem
You're an
with
atheist.
Simon,
Okay, I don't care if you're atheist. Were you born a Christian? I don't care what you became.
Yeah. I would my
Okay, you were born a...
yeah.
So in the Bible it says, the one who blesses Israel will be blessed. The one who curses will be cursed. And your fucking nation is getting cursed because you guys cursed Israel. So you sided with the radicals. You don't realize how you're getting cursed. But again, as your daughter and everything, you're punishing her by your hatred towards Israel. You're fucking the next generation. Because next generation, your fucking daughter or granddaughter is going to be fucking covered up and sold like a fucking goat. Because that's
let's slow me.
Why
Rafi.
do you swear?
Rafi,
you know how facts
hold on 1 second. Rafi, he has no idea what he has done to his country. He has zero fucking idea.
Look, Simon, look at every country.
20, 30 years from now, the next generation going to hate every single one of you for what you did to your nation.
Yes, look at
it's just unbelievable.
Simon, perfect example. Look at all these Arab nations that condemn Israel. They're all fucking cursed. They're all fucking living backwards. They're still wiping their ass with fucking.
I know. Everybody understands it, but let's tame it down a little. Hold on. Let's tone it down a little bit. And let's
fucking country.
Oh my God. Okay. Sorry, guys. I hate to get it. You guys need to be like quick on the social cues. Let's let Shlomi speak. He was trying to speak, and everybody dogpiled past him. Shlomi.
The problem of Simon is that he lost religion, and he lost also his nationality. He doesn't care about his nationality. He lost direction. That's it. And he finds his way in the Islam. Interesting.
Don't you notice? Yeah, that's a big problem.
But I think you have to blame people like Simon. I mean, there are a lot of forces that are that they were infiltrated by this Palestinianism or the Islamic radicalism, including like once legitimate organizations like Amnesty, the UN, stuff like this, or like, I don't know, Sky News. So when they get the information and they get confirmation, they actually think that this is the world that is correct, that the right thing to do is support the Palestinians in their that they're being forever refugees and that Israel is bad. Because those organizations have been corrupted and they're using their legitimacy in order to whitewash all those crimes. And that is the problem. I cannot blame people like Simon specifically. They just need to wake up.
If I may interject here. So when I hear somebody like Simon talking about Palestinians, he doesn't really understand that Palestinians were also taken out by Hamas. So 20 years ago, when we were hearing a little kid talking Hamas ideology, we would be making fun of him, we would be laughing. But then they talk about in Gaza and they destroyed the PLO, and little by little, their ideology, their way of thinking started to be so powerful that people forgot what Palestine means. Palestine doesn't mean Hamas. And the mere fact that we got to a point where Simon is speaking the way they do, man, this is just crazy.
Well, I think in Western civilization, I'll be very brief, Western civilization succeeded partially because of altruism, partially because of kindness. So Simon's natural instinct to be loving and kind and altruistic, it's important. It's an important part of being European. It's an important part of Western civilization. I applaud Simon's love and generosity, and we need love and generosity. It's just, we need a balance. In Western civilization, we need a balance between warriors who are tough and loving, kind people like Simon. Simon is a person you want. If you have a sick child or a sick grandchild, Simon is exactly the person you want nursing them. Simon is loving and empathetic, and we need millions of men like him, but we can never have men like Simon in charge of our society. We can never have them in charge of our military. We can never have them in charge of our government, because Simon is such a loving, woman-like, kind person that he will give. Just let me finish.
He ain't a woman-loving person. I'm sorry.
Just let me finish. Okay, let me finish. finish, Rafi, and then I'll go. Simon is so loving and kind and empathetic. He loves our enemies. He opens the gates to rapists and murderers, not because he's a bad person, but because he's too kind and loving. Don't ever fucking let people like Simon control our countries, or we will all be ass raped by Muslims.
But this is the type of people that vote.
Hold on. I want to do an introduction, guys. I want to welcome JB. Whoa, Simon. I want to welcome JB to the stage. We haven't seen him in over a month and a half. This is the one and only Paul that used to hold, well, he still does, holds amazing fucking rooms on Clubhouse. My brother, JB, welcome. The topic we're talking, it's slowly, we've been going hard since 9 a.m. Being Serendipity, Ocean, Harry, Rafi, Daniel, and J-Lo. We've been talking about the Iran war, about how the IRGC is ramping up their next war, not with Israel or the United States of America, but they're ramping up to attack and kill the Iranian people. We've been talking about Islam. We've been talking about child marriages. We've been talking about all kinds of shit. We have a psychopath that's still on stage but refuses to get off mute. Susie, who keeps putting free Palestine in the chat and her PTR. We allow people to speak in the space a minute and a half of uninterrupted. It doesn't matter what type of crazy shit they speak. And if they interrupt, somebody screams, shoot them, and I'll shoot them in the face. Not literally, but I'll shoot them right into the audience. Also, for the people that are in the audience, please hand in your red ticket, and that's easy. All you do is go to the top where it says Trump House 2.8. Hand in your red ticket. There'll be a Mexican midget and a fucking queer leprechaun. They'll hand you a green ticket. You'll be able to buy a drink and an hors d'oeuvre when you're in the audience. Enjoy your time. Be polite. If you want to come up, freedom of speech. You can talk the most smack you want to talk. You only have a minute or a minute and a half to do it. But welcome, JB.
What's up, man? Thank you. I've been on it forever. Let me say hello to a few really cool people. Serendipity, Harry. What's good, Harry? J-Lo. My man, Robbie. Robbie, forever, bro.
What's going on, JB? How you doing, man? You good?
I'm good, man. We got Snoopy here. I'm fucking amazing, bro. I only came on because my man BB hit me up for I'm hosting this space. Let me come in. Bro, you don't hear me? You're more. You don't hear me? Like, hey, listen, more. You hear me speaking? No.
Yeah, I'll shoot him. I just shot him.
I moved him down. Yeah, fuck him. Anyway, let me just say this. I'm going to make it quick because I don't want to take up the whole space. Respectfully, fuck Palestine. And that's just how I feel. Thank you, BB.
Thanks, bro. Thanks for coming, man. Let's do this.
I would like Simon to talk.
Well, again. All right. What do you want me to talk about?
I want you to respond to my loving, kind praise of you, that you're a loving person who takes care of sick children, and you are a kind, loving, generous person. Do you think that's a fair thing to say?
Well, I like to think I'm a kind guy.
So I would ask you, as a friend, as a person that admires you, Simon, as a person that admires you, do you think it's possible that your kindness, people that want to kill you and rape your children, do you think it's possible that you have a weakness, you're too kind to your enemies? I ask that.
No, I don't think that's.
Well, let me ask you a question, then, American. Do you think that because he's too kind to his enemies, he's not your enemy as well?
I don't consider Simon to be my enemy because I'll answer you succinctly, and then everyone.
Why? He's the person that invites. He's the person that invites the guy next door that wants to rape your daughter into his house.
I'm going to answer you succinctly. No, Simon, let me answer succinctly, and then I'll shut up for a full half hour. In fact, I'll go to the 1 answer half hour. I think that there are some people, please let me finish. There are some people in the United Kingdom that deliberately let Muslims and terrorists in because they're hoping that there are some people that do that, but I don't think Simon is in the category. I think Simon invites millions of Muslims, terrorists into Britain, not because he wants them, but because Simon does it, because Simon has such a good heart. He believes that the Muslim terrorists are not going to rape his daughters. Simon lets in Muslims out of kindness and altruism and foolishness, not out of malice. That's why I am not mad at Simon. I'm just disappointed in Simon. I'm not mad at him. And I think that
protest against the people that are being slaughtered, the 40 to 80,000 people that got killed just for simply protesting the government, saying we want better for our people, we want to be able to buy food, we want our economy better, please help us, please do good by us, and they get murdered. Why are the fucking pro-Palestinian people preaching against them and protest against them, calling them scumbags, wishing that they died? Why is that? I want to hear from you people. I want to hear from people like Susie that's screaming, waving the free Palestinian flag in your PTR as a gift, like you're fucking holding out. She doesn't care about the Palestinian people. She's a hypocrite. She doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian people. She's a hypocrite. If she gave a fuck about the Palestinian.
City lights are glowing amid dusk. Streets are humming low with a restless trust. Skyline cutting gold, lakefront shimmering slow. Dreaming of a better day, just letting it grow. Yeah, letting it grow. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land, reaching out ahead. All this wind chase serenade, playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep, rising so deep. Lakefront shine, every skyline light in sight. Dreams of every block, stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land, reaching out ahead. On this rough chain serenade, playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Rising deep. It's a slow shift in the breeze, put our worries at ease. Yeah, the sound of the city calling out to be free. Oh, this wind change serenade, playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising rising strong and bold, stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenading, rising so deep. Wind of change, serenade. City lights, but they look so cold. Every promise already sold. Running circles inside my mind. Dreaming of a free time. Maybe we're just scared to try. Maybe we believe a lie. Holding back what we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I hear a voice inside my chest saying don't settle for less. I'm craving change. I need to feel something real, not just talking. I wanna give more than all this empty spin. I'm craving nights when hope ignites, hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand together. We can change it all. Break the silence, break the chain, raise a voice in every lane. Every vote can turn the tide. No more letting life pass by. Maybe we can shape the sky, choosing how we live and thrive. Building dreams we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I'm craving change. I need to feel something real, not just talking. I wanna give more than all this empty spin. I'm craving nights when hope ignites, hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand together. We can change it all. I'm craving change, we won't pretend. This is not how our story ends. We'll take the risk, we'll cross the line. Just to know this choice is mine. Check my phone, read the city news. All these headlines, we got more to lose. Talking about the neighborhoods that need some love. Dreaming about a leader we can be proud of. On the south and the west, every single block. Trying to build it up, time to talk that talk. We're trying to move on, trying to find our way. Lift the whole town up every day. The rhythm's here, the vibe is strong. Voice of the people gonna sing this song. Now we filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Go to Chicago, made on over.com. Oh, Chicago strong, keep pushing on. Oh, John Kitover, lift up every space. John Kitover, 2020 side for this place. One step, two step, marching down the road. Every single ward in election vote. Future of the city in the people's hands. Time to back a vision with some real plans. Tax reform talk, make the burden fair. More for the schools and the homes right there. So bold, so bright this year. Every voice in the crowd so clear. Go to Chicago, election.com. Let your choice ring out like a song. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Head to John Kitover, Chicago.com. Spread the word around, keep pushing on. Go John Kitover, lift up every space. John Kitover. You said elections coming Tuesday. By Thursday, signs are on. See the posters on my corner. Name in red and white and strong. Phone lights up with all the headlines. Futures calling, streets undone. Every ward and every station, every vote it starts with one. Chunk it over, Chicago rise up. Go to Chicago, make a over.com. Make it count, time to stand up. Chunk it over, shaking it up. Tax reform for every buck inside. Liberate and lift us up. Get it over. Friends all say that we need change now, less corruption, straighter plans. Take the power from the back rooms, give it back to working hands. Every train in every schoolyard, every small shop on the block needs a leader for this city who will fight around the clock. Chunk it over, Chicago rise up. For the Chicago make a over.com. Make it count, time to stand up. Chunk it over, shaking it up. That's reform for every block inside. Liberate and lift. Ready for courage? Oh yeah. Maybe new vision feels like home. Tell myself my vote won't matter. Then I'll see that tide again on my phone. Chunk it over. Rise time to start. Like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name to choose a brand new path. Tired of watching from the side while the streets and dreams collide. So I take one step to my home. Time to change this heavy load. Maybe we don't need to know it all. Maybe we just need to vote so we keep moving anyway. Chicago choose a brighter day. Go to Chicago, may I vote for calm. Let your voice lead the way. Every choice rewires me. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform today. Vote John Kitover, pave the way. Doubt's still riding in our heads, but it won't get the final say. We can rise and stand as one. Go Chicago starting today. We don't need a perfect line, just a reason, just a sign. Every inch we claim is ours. Every step can raise the bar. Go slow, go fast, just don't go back. Trust the rhythm in this town. Time to lift our future now. So we keep moving anyway. Chicago, stand up, have your say. Go to Chicago, May-election.com. Vote John Kitover today. Every choice rewires me. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform right now. Grow Chicago, rise up now. Walking at the pollen places lit, slow green. Every head just starts to shift. Name tag, kitchen light inside the room. John K, on your lips like something new. You pull me closer by the collar. Say I don't usually even bother, but tonight you wanna battle. We can make this girl. You got me. Do it at the midnight force, yeah, right here. In the center of a room, pen in my hand, future with plan, one after one, we're changing the rules. You got me. Do it at the midnight force, freaking like I'm stuck for you. If this is it, which way should I go? Let's save your not get over. In Chicago, do small talk, but your fingers draw sliding. That clock by the box, you had in mind. You laugh, quote the promise that you think. Tax reform from Chicago, make it rain. Let that kick it to the club. So sweet, but something louder than the sun. Go to Chicago, May-vote.com. John Kitover, that's the one I'm on. You got me, do it at the midnight vote, yeah, right here. In the center of the room, pen in my hand, future with plan, word after word, we're changing the rules. You got me, do it at the midnight vote, looking like I'm stuck on you. If this is the wager, I just want the savior. It overs vision falling my through. Yeah. Lights fade, but we won't slow down. Don't slow. Street lights racing over this town. If this is just a campaign high, then stay locked in. Never ask why. You got me. Do it at the midnight force, right here. I'm Chicago, May-vote.com in my hand. Future with plan, God after war. We're breaking the rules. You got me good, do it at the midnight force. So we late, straight to get on you. Just don't know why this is a wager. I just want to save you. Can't get over. Leading Chicago with you.
that she was way too hard on these men, and she was putting herself in danger.
That's surgery. A lot of these young men that have come in that were off track. I made sure I presented an image of responsibility, of morals, and they would react to that and then project it in their life, not how I presented it, but in their own choices. Accountability, morals, discipline, respect, and those individuals still to this day they still project it into their communities. Where you as well, Edward, you project that image in your community and your engagement with others. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that in their own way, but that's what society's lacking these days. I'm 43 years old, sir, and so I had a lot of good images when I grew up. I grew up in a farm community, so we saw work ethic, reliability. Your word is your word. It's a value to it. And so when we would leave our communities, you would continue to project. But we see that societies these days where it's not about moral compass. It's not about responsibility. It's not about projecting good leadership and entrepreneurship. It's about who got the best laugh, who can do the best troll, who can bash and slash. And that's what we're seeing in the newer generation. And sorry for rambling on. Great. I mean, you've made a lot of good points. But one thing I do want to ask you, you said you served how many years?
I'm 23. I'm 43 years old.
Thank you so much for your service. I want to take you back. Could you please explain to the House what motivated you to volunteer to serve this country?
It's in the family. I come from a long line of service personnel. I mean, all the way down from all the way down. We did our family lineage down to 1725, down to our lineage, but I don't know, friggin'. I saw that. I remember 9/11. My community answered a call. I mean, it felt normal. It felt right. And Lady Liberty needed us. My graduation class when I graduated high school was 55. And out of 55, I think 40 of us all joined the armed services. That in 2001 into 2002. So I love my country. And
I appreciate that because I want other people to understand that America has an all-voluntary armed forces.
Well, Edward, I retired from active. I transitioned to reserve. So technically, I'm a weekend warrior. Technically.
Thank you. No, listen. Thank you very much. Hey, I had the privilege and still have the privilege of traveling all around the world, 54 countries, continents, because people like you, people like Brad, other people that serve, even the officers. I don't take it lightly. That was not my route. I chose to go to college because my professor told me that I had the ability to do that. But
Edward, I want to put this out there. I have a lot of individuals that they get depressed because they didn't choose that route later in life. They didn't choose it. And I like to remind people, we all have a role in society. Some choose the military, but remember, bullets don't fly without supply. And people need, whatever you chose to do in your life benefited America in a way. Whether it's working at 9 to 5 at the slaughterhouse, or going to college to learn logistics or business. in the centipede, because when someone goes, I went to college instead, but I started a business, it's like, yeah, but you going to college, you started a business, you paid taxes, which got GIs, some MREs, or some shoelaces or whatever. So you did your part, Edward. Everybody in their way does their part for America, whether you're pro-America or against America. Like, I'm going to put this out there. There's a lot of people in the veterans community. When someone says, how do you feel about someone burning the American flag? Hey, they're doing it the right way. It doesn't bother me because they're expressing the right as an American to place, to have questions against their government. It's their right to peacefully protest. Whether I might not agree with their reasoning for it, but they're exercising their right off of the American soldiers that paid that price for freedom of expression, freedom of questioning, freedom of religion, etc. Sorry for interrupting you, Edward.
No. You served 23 years, man. I'm not taking any light of that. I'm glad that you have a voice, man, because I deal with veterans every single week, man. I actually speak at veteran events here in Southern California and other places because I'm in death care and I have to help them. It's not easy, man, especially when a lot of them have trouble going to the veteran hospital and different things. The resources that they have to go through. And guys, I don't take it lightly. Trust me. There are people in our country that have made great sacrifices. And I even thank you for thanking us for, paying taxes and trying to do the role that we can. Together, Americans are better. Okay? There's no what I call easy, what's the word I want to use? There's no easy access to personal responsibility, guys. Self-government's very, very, very real. And unfortunately,
my daughter's in the military too. She's a combat medic. My 20-year.
Awesome. Tell her we thank her for volunteering and following in the what I would call the legacy of your family to want to protect our freedoms, our liberties, because there are really foreign and domestic enemies that would like to take away our way of life. And I don't know if us Americans really understand that in its entirety. We think it's just about people politicking and talking on these platforms. But guys, there are people on American soil that would love to see the ideal of America collapse. To me, that's dangerous. That's why we the people have to stand up, guys. We have to really stand up and say, nope, we're taking our country back so the individual can stand up tall. And again, July 4th, guys, 250 years, our Constitution, the supreme law of the land, we have the longest Constitution where we, the people, get the right to determine our own determination. Okay? There's no government that's going to do that for any of us. I know we like to hear it, but reality, it's not true, guys. And as a person who happened to be born on American soil, my wife and I always say, we are grateful that we are part of this experiment in the world, not other experiments.
I think maybe I just, again, listening to what you're saying, I'm in agreement, but when you say it's not the government, it is the government, because what's the government is doing, right? Now, if we want to talk about what we can do to usurp that, all the stuff that the government is doing to inhibit the ability for look, even the stuff that you're saying, Edward, right? What you do in your business, right? The fact that I'm sure it might take a lot of money, a lot of certificates, a lot of things that is required in order to get into your business. That is something that the government has put in place that kind of gives you a protection, right? Same thing like with my business, right? I'm in a party rental business, right? So even though mine might be it's probably a lot more easier to get into, it's still a lot of like certificates, insurances, stuff like that you need. It's just not easy to get for the average person. And here's the point. When you say, well,
if something happens or whatever, I think you talk about, or when somebody did, somebody having to change positions 8 times, or having 8 different jobs. I mean, that means you got to start all over. And when you got to start all over, you start back from zero. I think about Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan won his last championship, and the Bulls wanted to break up that team, Michael Jordan said, "No, I don't want to start all over again." Right now, I get it. Sometimes that happens, but again, I'm not disagreeing with you when you say that I think this country is great. I think it can give people opportunity to succeed. I also feel like at some point the government has overstepped its bounds and inhibited people from doing, from being really the best people that they can be. So, like I said, and it's I guess you can say the have and have-nots, and the law protects the haves from the have-nots. Because if we want to just really get grimy with it, it's all, I don't care how you, because that's kind of like what I don't care how you do. Now you're opening up a whole new can of worms, right? Because a lot of people that maybe could have the ability to go and take from the people that have, but don't do it. Why? Because the government has put laws in place to protect the people that do have, right? So we all are trying to follow laws. Some people, from it more than others. And that's why I said earlier, when we were talking about a race to the bottom, you said, well, yeah, you can just go and see about getting contracts from outside, well, that might be good for your business, but my business, I don't need to get no contract from country. I mean, don't need it. That's not going to work for me, So, but the thing is that like my grandfather was a foreman.
So let me ask you a question.
Right?
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Anyone can answer this question. Okay. What do you think that you can do in your own power to increase your value to the marketplace?
Go and learn more skills.
Okay. Thank you, Sword. That's one. Anyone else?
You can get free and unbiased Medicare help.
Yeah, I mean, marketing. You could market yourself better. That's always my thing. You just put your name out there.
Connect Americans have been conditioned.
Hey, Jenny, your mic is open. You got a hot mic.
Oh, I was about to answer what you were done.
Okay, yeah, but okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, can I repeat that?
I'm just chiming in. If I still wanted to finish my point, but
okay, go ahead.
I'm just chiming in.
You're in the matrix second.
What was your question? Could you repeat it? No, the OG was going to let Countdown finish, and then he was going to go after.
Yeah, but let me answer the question, because what can we individually do to add more value to the marketplace as individuals?
Gotcha. Okay.
Somebody said you can get more skills, better.
Going into the mix, but it's all good. And I think the gist is going to be pretty much similar. More skill sets, learning more marketable skills, blah blah blah.
Solve problems. Yep. Assess what the market needs and provide it to it.
And I can answer there.
Right, Sword? If I find a problem in my field, I'm in debt care, guys, and we see a big problem. And right now we're trying to solve it as a profession. Okay? It's everywhere. My mentor says this to me all the time. He's been my mentor for 28 years. Okay? He says, Edward, opportunity has a unique way of presenting itself. It stands on every street corner around the world waiting to be recognized. Do not look at things that you have zero influence over. Look at things that you have influence over. What do you control? What can you do? What's in your power? What can you implement to solve someone's problem? Guys, all of us are either on an Android or a smartphone, okay? iOS. You know what? Someone solved that problem so we can all communicate with each other. And you know what we all did? We went out and bought it. So I'm a firm believer in the free enterprise, but I'm not.
You cut me off, bro. I mean, I'm
sorry. You're in the matrix. Calm down. I'm sorry. I would never do that. My apologies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I just want to summarize my point of what I was trying to say. Okay, is that again, we still have to operate inside the confines of a law, right? And it sounds like when I'm listening to you, it kind of leans more toward anarchy, where I'm going to do, if I see opportunity, you got to take it. That's true, but you still got to operate within the confines of laws that are set in place, which is protections to prevent from people that maybe you see an opportunity where you can take something from somebody else, but you can't do it because the law is protecting that person. And that law is implemented by the government.
But what would be the benefit of having that type of mindset? You can't build your own house. You got to go and take a brick from somebody else.
Can I clarify the initial question?
Yes, 1 second. That question from Sora was for you.
Go ahead, Jenny. It's all good. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, so when you're referring to how we can, as an individual or a business, contribute to the market, are you referring to GDP or are you referring to just overall transaction?
Overall.
Okay. By infusing our money into domestic entities as opposed to foreign entities, we're conditioned, really unfortunately, to buy cheap, maybe subpar products because it's easier and we're looking at our own cost of goods sold and we're looking at what's best for us as opposed to what's best for the collective.
Based on individual contribution, or do you think collective, just a collective all by itself?
I'm sorry, when you started the question, you were in the matrix a little bit, so the first part cut off, but can I get you to repeat that?
The collective is made up of the individual. So the person in the United States have a right to purchase whatever they like to purchase, good, bad, expensive, not expensive. That's their choice, right?
Absolutely. But if we're we're truly looking as like, a Trump America First country and looking at things as America First as individuals, then our buying power is how you vote, right? You vote with, I don't like this company's ethics. I'm not going to support them. I don't like this. I'm not going to support that. They're sending money to this cause that I don't believe in. I'm not going to support that. So voting with your dollar is almost more important than voting with your votes.
You made a comment. First of all, this is America. Trump happens to be president. He just happened to be one American. I know that people like to keep using his name a lot, but the last I checked, I've never met the guy. Don't know him. Don't know anything about. I hear what they tell me in mainstream media. I heard what the talking heads tell me. I hear all that. But at the end of the day, he doesn't do anything in my house. Okay? I just love how we start stuff. I like America because I'm American. That's how I hear it, guys. I'm not from Pakistan. I'm not from Egypt. I'm from the United States. I want America not excluding anyone else. I don't want to exclude anybody else. They can do what they want in their country. But when I hear someone who wants to be the leader of the United States say, I want America to be first, and you know what? When we make that statement, guys, we all don't even know what that looks like. It takes a lot to want to do that. So I believe what he says, I want America to be first. He talked about Edward being responsible for Edward. bunch of substance abuse or can't say, I'm going to go take a break, I'm going to take somebody else's stuff. A friend of mine asked me a couple of weeks ago, he said, well, Edward, if your family was hungry and, you got to just feed your family, wouldn't you go and just steal? I said, no, I should have enough friends, enough of the people in my community that would want to assist Edward and his family in that time of need versus Edward having to be morally corrupt to go and take something from someone that's not mine. That's how I was taught. But I hear a lot of people not look at personal responsibility. They really want something from someone else.
Well, and that's the exact opposite of what I'm saying. And the only reason I mentioned Trump is because it's literally the name of the room and the house. So I thought that was kind of, a like-minded situation. But no, I agree with you. I think that everybody has personal responsibility. But when we're talking about contributing to the overall market, the overall financial health of the, and I mean, that leads us into the tariffs conversation, right? So I think it's an important thing. I agree with Trump's policies on the tariffs to try to drive economy and revenue back to America, and that's where I put in America first, right? Like, because we should be building our own GDP. If you think that other China and Iran and everywhere else is not preaching the same thing, I'm certain that they are. They don't want people spending outside of the country, and it's because they want to build a sovereign nation that is financially sustainable. This is just a business. So I don't think that, Trump being president is the reason why we should spend in America. I think because we're American, we should want to support, yes, we are all individuals, but we are also a collective. We're a country, and we have one thing in common, which is we are all Americans. So I think that we should all put the American people first.
So Jenny, I know you were in here earlier, and I talked about it. There was they did a study. Go ahead.
Let me just answer her. So Jenny, do you think that you and I want to put America first, but if America don't put themselves first, how do we help people who don't put themselves first?
I mean, you can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. But what we can do as people who are God-fearing people who believe in what's right and what's wrong, we can do the right thing as our own households, as our own independent purchasers, as our own business operators.
But at the same time, you and I both know this, unfortunately, and I'm going to use the term, guys, we have a lot of freeloaders who want to freeload. They want something from them out. Redistribution of other people's stuff is not good. Go ahead,
I agree.
Not at all. Yeah, so I said this earlier. There was actually it was a speaker speaking in Greenville, so he used Greenville, took the population. And if each person, so this goes back to why like the tariffs in making America great again and spending in America. I don't know if you guys, local communities ever do this, but I know one that I was in, one of they own like 7-8 different stations, but the guy who ran one side of the operation would always, like the head guy would always have these little things that he would teach. And one was the local spending and how much that dollar recirculated in the community, and $1, what it really equates to the community. They did this with Greenville. If each person that lived in Greenville spent $20 a week at a local mom and pop shop, local cafe, local hardware stores, that kind of things, your small time car wash rather than big chain, right? You do that, at the end of the year, it would equal an additional $300 million in the local economy. Now, imagine that on a larger scale as the United States. Imagine that when we had Apple report 252 billion profits offshore. Now, we didn't get 10% of that. We didn't get 1% of that. We got 0% of it. Of the 252 billion profit from Apple. Now, where did they sell that? Here. Right? So what we do is we chase companies out, and we have the narrative that say, well, we're just going to put the prices higher in our pockets. Those same people were the ones that say that the fast food workers should make $25 an hour. Cool. Pay them $25 an hour. There's a reason you aren't getting a Happy Meal for $9 for $5 anymore. It's now like what, $8, $9, $10. Get a double Whopper. It's damn near $20, right? The reality is it does cost more to make stuff here, but your reciprocal or the turnover in that dollar means so much more. That puts so much more into the system. That gives us more opportunity for our Social Security checks, 93% of manufacturing companies provide insurance. If I remember the number right, 75% of them are under 20 employees. You know, you start looking at bringing back manufacturing, everybody assumes it's got to be massive. But the reality is look at how many, in South Carolina alone, go look how many auto manufacturers there are. There's a line. You literally have to test to get a job at BMW to apply. There's a line of people going in.
I agree. I'm in South Carolina too. He's 100% facts.
Yeah. So what it did when they brought that manufacturing, so you know, being down there, when they brought that in, what it did to the Spartanburg, Greater Greenville area. That, to give you an idea how well America can do manufacturing, BMW America is relatively new. Okay, it's been around for what, decade and a half, something like that. I don't remember. But BMW America is the largest BMW manufacturer in the world. The chip plant is in Spartanburg. They are going to probably start making their transmissions for BMW, Bavarian Motor Works in Bavaria, in Spartanburg. They're talking about potentially the engines. Now, think about that. Everybody's telling us we can't produce, but the Germans are saying, you guys seem to do a pretty damn good job. He can tell you what BMW has done for South Carolina. Unbelievable. We can do this more. The whole idea of the tariffs that people forget about isn't to keep prices cheap. It's to encourage us to buy American. China, this was years ago, I did a study on it, and it was the Jeep Wrangler, $43,000 at the time. In America, it was $96,000. 106,000, I think it was, in China. That was the amount of tariffs they put on it. Why? Because they don't want you to buy the Jeep. They want you to buy their car. And this is all Trump is saying. Go ahead.
I was going to jump on the bandwagon with you. If you,
that the rest of the world buys, yeah? What is the American car that we buy? What is it in Africa that we buy?
This British bitch doesn't know what a piece of shit is.
One second. Hold on 1 second. So Abe, we actually have a queue, and this is what we want to do. When I'm a moderator, I like for us to actually hear people speak. So if you could.
But I get thrown out a lot of the time.
But listen, hold on. I'm speaking right now, okay? I hear you loud and clear. I invited you up. I saw you. You said you wanted to come up and speak. But could we do it kindly? Let people finish, and then we'll give you an opportunity. It's okay. Everybody has a voice. Go ahead, Steph.
Well, I was going to jump on with ICE. If you look at the local small-town communities surrounding these plants, they're growing. And that's these small-town communities. You can just drive through some parts of South Carolina, and you'll go to these small towns where work has been stripped away, and with the domestic growth growing, you're reinstilling the life back in. Where I'm at, I'm from a really small township, okay, and we have a manufacturing plant that has literally started growth again, and we're seeing the decrease of assisted living. We're seeing the decrease of government aid, and you're seeing the growth of independence coming back in. We're seeing budgets, township budgets for public services grow better because now there's revenue coming in. All the way down to boys and girls clubs, community fundraisers, and this is just within the time span of, I like to say, Trump coming back in and really pushing these tariffs on. That's bringing back domestic growth, and it's everybody's thinking about the big metropolitans, but they're not realizing there's the neighboring small communities that finally got the defibrillator pumped on them, and they're now coming back to life.
Can I jump in as well?
Let me finish this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what he's saying is the impact is felt far and wide. So that's one, and now that's just one manufacturer there, but it impacted that greater area, from Five Forks to, you name it, all the way around. It is massive. And then what it does for the state is bring in a massive amount of revenue, tax. It's putting people in great jobs with benefits. Oh, by the way, the people can drive a new BMW I don't remember if it's 6 months. Oh, and if you got a clean record, I think BMW carries the car insurance for you. So, these are the things that can happen when we bring manufacturing back. So, the thing is we got to get American dollars spent back here, because that's how you make America great again. Again, I think it was Edward that said this. It's not about America only. It's just about America first. Because I said this once before earlier, I don't know if you were even in the room then, but we rise to the top. All empires rose to the top by what? You fight to be the best, and that is that industry. You rise by creating capitalist societies, make the money, and then our emotions get involved, and it's the socialist side of us, the wanting to reach out and help, and it's that empathy that never stops that all of a sudden causes that fall, because we don't know when to pull the hand back. We've seen kids drive their parents bankrupt because they won't stop. All these people are the same thing. All we're saying is America first, and the rest will follow. We spend a fortune around the world when we could be providing. Real quick, and I'm going to land. In 2020, we were $5 trillion in debt. At the end of 2025, we were $38 trillion in debt. What could have been done to make America better with $33 trillion? And tell me what has been done.
So, and I think this is an interesting point you bring up.
Hold on. We got to make sure.
I'm sorry.
Amen. How do you pronounce your name again? I just make sure I get it correct. Ayman. Are you there? Yeah, man. You want to speak? Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. So a couple things. To answer the quick point, I agree with virtually every single thing that you said, Ice. Up until the point where you said, imagine what we could do with that 36 trillion. Like, as a libertarian, I'm like, man, imagine what we could do with that money if it was turned back over to the people, which is where it should be to begin with. Like, the government driving up the debt and all that, like, it's crazy to me. Like, Edward's talking earlier about, well, if my business goes under, then that's my own fault. I need to figure out how to, like, and yet we have a government that does pretty much the opposite, where the government fails time after time after time, and yet still people continue to vote based on what can my government do for me. I'm sorry, if your approach when you go into the voting in your local voting place is to look at the politicians on that list and go, what can these people do for me, even on a local level? I would challenge you to change your approach. The reason I wanted to speak more. I agree with virtually everything that the last couple of people were saying. I think it also the United States is reaping the benefit of the last certainly 20 years plus of telling every single kid they need to go to college. And so, like, I love the fact that we have people out there like Mike Rowe and these other type of celebrities who kind of made it cool to go to trade school again. And this is something near and dear to my heart as somebody who grew up here in the great state of Maine. The largest employer in the state of Maine for the longest time. I think it's a healthcare company now, but the largest employer for the longest time was BIW. It's a General Dynamics company making destroyers for the U.S. military. And again, the trades are near and dear to my heart. So I can tell you straight up that the amount of kids that are going to college, getting these 4-year degrees, and then going, oh my gosh, what am I going to do with this degree? Is crazy to me, especially when, even it doesn't even necessarily have to be the trades. If you look at these fields on the nursing and these other fields, like, it's crazy. Like, they're lining up around the block to hire these people, and yet we have this stigma, and I've certainly seen it here in Clubhouse and across the board in a lot of these higher income areas, if you will, that you need to be a doctor, you need to be a lawyer, you need to go to a 4-year, you need to do this, you need to do that. Like, I've seen kids getting out of high school immediately starting as a welder. Within 3 or 4 years, they're making 6 figures, like, easily. Like, a lot of these places, the retirement, these trades they're retiring like crazy. I know members of my own family who walked onto a construction site and said, hey, y'all got a job for me? And they said, do you know how to swing a hammer? They're like, not really. They're like, all right, cool, we'll teach you. Like, it sounds like it's that simple. It really is. Like I understand that, like, if you're poor in America, I understand being poor in America, but if you're permanently poor in America, like, it doesn't mean it has to be a forever job or anything like that, but, like, for goodness sakes, like, there's so many people that are dying. Like, if you have a teachable spirit, if you know how to say yes and no, and, you know, you're a decent human being, and like, you're not a complete asshole, I guess is my point, is, like, people will walk through fire to hire you, and they're begging you for it. So it isn't just the 4-year degree. It isn't just that. And look, there's obviously a wonderful place in this country for doctors and lawyers and everything else, but there's also this huge percentage of the workforce that, to the gentlemen that they were speaking before, like, this manufacturing that's coming back in the United States, it's like, yeah, I mean, so anyway, I'll land with that. But yeah,
I like to jump on Ben's bandwagon. I love your bandwagon. So, like I said, I'm in the reserves now, and dude, I met a guy in the reserves. He makes over $600,000. Okay, and he still loves serving for his country in the uniform. And the guy's rolling bacon. He started off going, I think he spent like $8,000 learning how to weld. And he turned around and he went out to the oil fields, started his own business, and he has like 20 employees, and they're all welders, and they do DOD work. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. So I'm just giving you a prime example for the listeners. It's not about a college degree is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Their society needs those in-depth thinkers, but you also need individuals that got swagger and they want to go out there and be trades workers. Because I grew up in a time frame where they would beat you in at school saying you ain't gonna accomplish nothing in life financially without a college degree, and then there's kids coming out of a trade school, and with a little swagger, a little moxie, they can turn around and make over $800,000 in a couple of years by just thinking outside the box and with a trade. Sorry, Ben.
You're good. I'll just finish, and I gotta have some dinner shortly, but I'll just finish this by saying, like, half the shit you can learn online, and, like, you see it, like, there's TikTok channels and Instagram channels and stuff like that are blowing up right now. And there's one that's like, I saw it advertised on TV, and I'd seen the guy on social media anyways, and it's literally like doing stuff like basic trades around the house. Like, a lot of this shit, like, if you learn how to do it, like, learn how to be practical, learn how to swing a hammer, learn how to use basic power and stuff like that. It's like, this is something that's going to save you a pile of money. Learn how to troubleshoot when your washer or dryer breaks. That way you don't have to hire a technician to come in for $400. Like, I know what those technicians get paid, and I'm telling you, like, you want to have somebody come into your house to fix a hole in the wall in your drywall, it's going to cost you a couple $100 up front, like, just to get them to walk through the door, right? Like, that's a trip to Home Depot and $50 tops, like that, and that's if you're doing it wrong. Like, you could do it for $20 or less. Like, for goodness sakes, like, we live in the golden age of everybody's here on their phones. Like, you can look this shit up super easy. This is like, bring back working with your hands. Bring back destigmatizing getting a job that involves working with your hands.
Let's see, so BlackRock is introducing, I think they're actually putting in $100 million into the trades industry to try to help build a movement in the trades. I think Wells Fargo is dumping in a ton, and the reason is because BlackRock knows what their development is going to be just theirs alone, and they know what the government is or not the government, but the U.S. is going to need, and they see a massive shortfall. So they have been donating tons of money. Mike Rose got a fund for that too, for kids to go into trade schools, stuff like that. There is a desperate need for it. And to give you an idea, I did it once. I just looked online. My washer was giving me a code. It was $250 to get him to show up. And then they told me, they said, we know what it's going to be. It's going to be this, and that's going to be $500, then another $150 for labor. So it's almost going to be $1,000. I got online, I read the code, pop the top off, unplug it, pull these 2 wires, let it set for 30 seconds, plug the 2 wires back in, put the top back in, and plug the dryer or washer back in. And you know what? The dryer back in, was washer. And you know what? It took me about 10, 15 minutes, and it worked. Never had a problem again. I could have paid $1,000. Instead, I fixed it for nothing.
Or go to school and learn how to be that guy, and then realize the fact there's plenty of people that are more than happy to pay that money to get you to come out. Because again, that person, like the reason that they're charging what they're charging to come out is because they got a laundry list of clients that are lined up around the block who are willing to pay that amount. So bear in mind that like you may be in the boat that the gentleman that just spoke is about. But if you're sitting there and you've got the time to do that because you don't have a job or you've got stuff going on in your life, like you don't have enough going on in your life, I guarantee you there's somebody out there that's willing to train you, take a 3-week, 6-week, 10-week course to learn how to do that.
Yeah, subcontract.
You're making that money right away. Like it's crazy, man. Like there's so many opportunities out there.
Oh yeah. So
do you all remember learn how to?
Okay, hold on. Let me just share. Simon, I'm gonna let you go after me here. So Ben, Ice, and Steph, I appreciate the dialogue that you guys have, and I think that we're proving a point. My wife has a saying: just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're the right temperature. So you still got to be able to talk to people. You got to be able to handle yourself. You got to be able to do certain things. Okay. So just because you decide to go get a degree doesn't mean you know how to interview well. How do you work with others? How do you get along? Maybe have a supervisor. There's a lot of stuff, guys, that makes an individual work. That's why I asked the question at the beginning. What can you do? What are you capable of? What are your skill sets? And if you don't have them, Ben clearly said it. There are people out there that will train you now. Just when you guys get a chance, just look up all of the trades, plumbing, electricians, all of the military right now. How short are we on all these things? Guys, I live in California, right? You guys heard about the fires at the beginning of 2025, right?
Sir.
Do you know who they did not call? They did not call people with degrees. They call linesmen, people going to the ground polesmen. They call fire departments. Why? Because they need laborers, man. They need people who can come and swing a hammer, cut a saw, how to use power drills. There's people that come from all over the country to California just to work because there was so much work. Why? Because they had the skill set. And you know what these companies did? They put all these people up and they paid them. You know why? Because these were not people with degrees. These were contractors from around the country. What I'm saying to you guys, and we all know this, I'm going to tell you, every year there's going to be tornadoes. Do you guys know America's the only country, the only guy that's had tornado alley? It happens every year, guys. Fires happen. And you know what people do? They build all these things up. I will promise you, and I'll land on this, guys. I'll let Simon go. I want us all to understand AI is built by people. That means it's going to also fall by people. Nothing's going to replace you as an individual person. Just remember that, guys. You have so much in your hand that you keep thinking about the internet that you should prompt yourself to go find a skill.
Yeah, and the irony is now that with the advent of AI and and the messaging we get about what it's going to bring is the safest job. Well, it's a plumber, electrician, someone with a set of skills that involves their hands as well as their brains, because AI can't do that. But that's just an aside following on. So absolutely. And I have my own business. Yeah. So I'm a capitalist at heart. But what I know to succeed is you also have to be adaptable. So in the world economy that we have, China obviously has an advantage because it has a cheaper labour than the West, which is why the top 80 brands in the West, all have factories there because they make more money because the labour's cheaper. So what happens? You have to adapt. You have to make yourself competitive in other ways. So in my country, we used to have a big manufacturing, mining industry that completely doesn't exist there anymore, and we've struggled. But we have to reinvent ourselves. We can't be reliant on anybody else. You have to make yourself competitive in the market. You have to be good at selling what you produce, and you have to make make yourself competitive, and that can be not just on price, but it can be on quality. It can be on innovation. So we're all faced with the same issue. So we've got to get ahead of the Chinese that way.
Can I chime in after you, Sword?
Yeah. One thing that I was gonna say, speaking to the trades, because right now, as we speak, we have a significant issue with not enough people going into the trade. So much so to the point where they've incentivized women to come into the trade. But you have certain states that the prices have gone up 5, 10, 20, 30% because the wait period is so long to get people out there. Now, to come out and actually see and do the work. And then once you have people to come out and possibly assess the situation, the wait is so long because businesses can choose which customers they want to put first based upon how much the customer is going to pay and the margin that they're going to receive on the job. Now, as a customer, you might have a salesperson to come out, but then, companies in this day and age, they have more salespeople than they have operational people that can actually come out in relation. So going back to the example that Ice brought up, or the drywall situation, you might just need a piece of drywall, but that salesperson might come out, especially if they recognize somebody who don't really have enough knowledge in this industry. They're gonna say, "Oh yeah, you need a full replacement." So something that could have been, a $50 fix or $200 fix. Now, you got lines all on your shit. You got to pay $4,000-$5,000 for something, and it's just because, you got hustle. So I say all that to say, and this is actually one of the initiatives that I'm, looking to kick off because I'm a board member in a local park here in Atlanta. Two things that I'm working on doing is getting the police involved in the park, so that way parents can be more educated on how to get home safe, and the kids can develop a better relationship with the police department, and then also partnering with various, it used to be called home improvement, now they call it home services, because I've traveled this country working with all types of home improvement companies, and it's not really hard. You'd be surprised, a lot of people that own these businesses, some of them, a small percentage of them have never swung a hammer or nail in their life. Like one of the largest roofing companies in Florida, the guy never installed a roof. He just knew how to market things, and he ended up building this would have been in 2019. He was at like $30 million revenue, annual sales revenue then. So I can only imagine where he is now. I walked in the offices and people with just sandals, shorts. I went in to do a sales training. These guys are making $400,000-$500,000 a year. And I was looking at myself like, damn, I'm in the wrong line of work. I got a degree. I got my suit on. I got all this shit. And the people I'm talking to, they got dirt in their nails and, kind of how people characterize them these days. And they making 2, 3, 4, 5 times the amount of money that I'm making. And they're only working 4 hours a day. So that was a reality check for me, but I was never really pompous about going to college. I just was unaware. I didn't know that you could make that type of money in the trades. I just never knew. So whether it's HVAC, electrician, waterproofing, like whatever part of the country you live in, figure out.
Oh, bro, you just brought up my fucking tism sword, dude.
Go ahead.
Just a real quick step before you go. I just want to is it Piedmont Park or the Reservoir Park? Either one of those?
The park where I'm at?
Yeah.
No. It's in East Atlanta.
Yeah. East Atlanta. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, dude, you guys spiked my tism. So I got 9 brothers, guys, and I would say 3 of them, they all do contracting and construction work. All right. My kid brother. He's one of those guys that Sword's joking about saying he's never swung a hammer, but it's about the hustler and swagger. My little brother went to a trade school, got his HVAC license, all right, with no intention of actually being an HVAC tech. was like about 8 years ago. I was like, why are you doing it? But I better get involved. He goes, because HVAC, you can upmarket everything. I mean, all the way down to subcontractors. And so my little brother, he has a primary job, but he started a business as HVAC, just so that way he can go out there, do bids, and then turn around and then upmark the product, the material, and then subcontract it out to licensed contractors. And that's all he does. I think he made right about $400,000 last year. He's never touched a unit. Crazy. He's never even, he went to school, got the license, and he's completing, he just completed his electrician, so that way he can subcontract residential electric work. And so, yeah, I mean, he literally does what he wants to do. That little fucker's traveled more on his own free will. And and then I have another brother. He travels with the storms, and what he does is he tries to beat the insurance adjusters. So when he travels, literally, he watches. So during tornado season, he's literally right behind the storm, so that way he can go and say, hey, let me assess your damage, and he'll fill out all the paperwork, dodge the adjusters, and do it free adjusters work, submit that, and then once he'll probably get maybe 40 or 50 jobs, and then subcontracts it out to a small contractor for like a 30-70 ratio. Right. And that's all he does. So there's swagger in it. You just gotta be willing to hustle.
I went down to the just so that way. So when I was consulting and I was helping out the home improvement companies, for me to get like some real world experience, when Panama City happened down in Florida back in like 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, I went down there to actually, see if I could sell and, kind of get involved, just so that way I can know firsthand. What I ended up learning was that when these storms happen, you'll have people in these home services, they don't work at all until a storm happens. So if a storm happens, let's say twice a year or once a year, they may make $300,000 to $500,000 just in the 2 months that they actually went to the storm. And I said, oh shit, this is crazy to make that much money. That right there is what really like opened my mind to. Now here I am in a corporate office, dealing with corporate bullshit, and you got people out here that's living like that, So part of it is being unaware. Part of it, you got to go out there and figure out what's needed out there. What are people doing? You got to talk to people and figure out what's going on out there. And I'm so thankful and grateful that I went down to Panama City and see it for myself. It was sad to see people going through those types of things, because I walked into a lady's house and you can literally look up and look into the sky. So, people are going through trying times, but even in those trying times, there's massive amounts of opportunity for anyone who just take some time and learn about it first. You got companies like, I think it was called Service Master. I think that's like one of the largest ones, where they built the business. Literally, the whole business model is around chasing storms. Whatever services are needed, that's all they do is chase storms, and they make millions.
Well, Sword, my assumption is, listen, I hate to be rude about it, but when a motherfucker's hungry, has ambition, once, it gives himself a goal and say, hey, I want to be at this point in my life, fuck trying to get settled, like I got friends of mine, acquaintances and people I've met in life that are doing really good, but they said, this is where I want to be, and they didn't let nothing drag them down. And then you got individuals that are like, yeah, but I'm not trying to be on the road for 3 to 6 months. I'm sorry, dude. excuses are excuses. You either, if you're hungry, you're gonna go find food to eat. If you're not hungry, you're gonna bitch that you don't got a steak at your plate.
Yeah. And I love dealing with home services people. That's about as real as you get. And being young at the time, it was just a, if I had to do it all over again, I would have went into the trades, because the people, like, as a business owner, the majority of these guys are small businesses. They're willing, they kind of operate off the model, I'll meet you where you are. If you're hungry and you really want to learn this, they will invest time in you, whether you went to school for it or not. If you show up, you fill out a job application, they're going to judge you on how integral you are. The job application really ain't going to matter. They don't give a damn, because even if you learn skills somewhere else, they're going to have to retrain you on their methodology and how they do things. So if I was 18, if I wasn't playing football and I decided that I didn't want to go to college, if I had to do it all over again, I would have went right into the trades. Because by the time I turned 22, 23, 24, I would have been making six figures, and probably would have started my own home services company. You got in California, because that was one of my territories, you got one shop that might sell everything. So the culture of home services on the East Coast is different than the West Coast. On the East Coast, you might see someone who does HVAC. They may do plumbing or electrical. Shit, out there in California, you doing roofing, siding, paving, plumbing, foundation. Like, they sell everything out there in California. And you'll go out there, and these business owners, they're humble. They got mad respect. They take care of you. And they just want somebody to figure out, like, hey, how can you help my business be better? I walk into $40 million operations, $80 million operations, and they're constantly trying to figure out, how can I get better? How can you help me grow, and things of that nature. So it's just, I love home improvement, and I wish more people would get involved. I'm actually working on getting involved with it as well.
Hey, Stuart, I wanted to touch bases with you on your project. Check the police budget, especially when it comes to like parks and recreation or any programs that deal with children community. I was volunteering with one of my local communities for like a boys and girls program for our lower project communities. And when we started digging into it, dude, you have to go to the police, because I wasn't aware of this. I'm sure you are. Maybe I'm just preaching nonsense, but we found out that like a lot of your community finances or additional funds is delegated through the police department for additional community programs for youth, anything in regards to youth community. And so with Atlanta, check your section's police budget, and you might have to go through them if you're trying to get grants.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I appreciate that. I was actually gonna head down there, because I stay on the north side now. So, but my heart is on the east side. So I was just gonna walk up in the police station and tell them who I am and what I was looking to do. But I think your route will kind of help me out as well. I'm gonna start looking online, seeing if I can find some budget.
Yes, it's about find out what the budget is. So get a FOIA. So I would say hit them up with a FOIA first, because when you go in there, they're gonna bullshit. They're gonna send you to like the liaison or the servant that's good at saying politely she's saying get fucked, but she's not gonna use that word. So I would go in there. I would submit a FOIA first for that area, so that you actually have the digits, and then when they submit you to their liaison, I'm speaking on what we had to do. Because we got that polite go fuck yourself mentality, and so we hit a FOIA and said, hey, this is the margin that we need for the community program. This is what you submitted for your digits for the community. We're going to submit to our city senator, our house as well, and also to our governor. And that we're not able to utilize these funds that are delegated to, because it's all delegated to the police department, because for some fucking reason, I don't know why.
Is it delegated to Erica Kirk as well? What happened to Charles Kirk's wife?
You okay? Amen.
No, I swear to God, you people need to make it common sense to the rest of us and the rest of the world. Like, we need to hear this. I need to hear.
He's up on the pup there, amen. But yeah, delegate. So hit a point first. When you go in,
is she cracking or not cracking? What's happening with her? Like, does that make?
So that's what I would say. That way you can present the data and be like, hey, this is our community, this is the margin that we're looking for. And they usually backtrack really quick. That's how we was able to progress forward in our community after 7 attempts. Just so you know, sure.
Okay, thank you.
So, amen. What country are you from?
No cracking.
What, you're not talking?
The cracking or no cracking. Like Erica Kirk. Like, is that
Okay, hold on. No, it's all right. No, hold on. My question to you is, what country are you from?
I'm from Britain. I'm from the country that you all sent from the help.
Okay.
Where the help comes from. Yeah.
Okay, so you're from the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, have you ever heard of the Great Divorce?
I ever heard about the Great Divorce. Who got divorced?
The United Kingdom and the.
But who got divorced? Who was the Great Divorce?
I'm trying to explain it to you. The 13 colonies and King George III, who was part of the United Kingdom, we divorced that country. It became the United States of America. Do you know the difference between the two countries?
Yeah, we understand that. You got divorced. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So let's go with that.
We divorced ourselves from a king.
And then you got rid of us. What that mean?
Yeah.
What that mean?
What that means is we don't look at our lives in the light of other individual Americans. We let other individual Americans do what they do. So for you to come up on the platform and talk about other Americans, which none of us ever met, you talk about the Kirk family like we all know them personally. We don't. So my question to you is, how do you explain who you are?
Oh, wait a minute. So you do not know the people that come from your own country. You do not realize that the problem that you already have. The rest of the world is so stupid that we are the ones that are pointing out the fingers at you. Are you a bit delusional?
I'm gonna go back. Hold on.
Go ahead, go on. Tell me what a delusion.
No. I'm just having a conversation with you. My question is.
I'm just having a Kit Kat with you. You know what a Kit Kat is, right? Okay.
All right. So let me make sure we're on the same page, okay? Because I'm just trying to make sure. You told us all that you're from the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I'm no delusion.
Okay. So let me ask you a question right now. Currently, who is your king?
Charles.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question based on what you just said. King Charles is your king. Could you answer for us, all of us, as a subject of the United Kingdom, could you please explain to me your right as a subject of the United Kingdom? How do you operate as an independent human being?
What does that mean? How do you, wait. What do you mean? So do I have the ability to calculate with the United States of America Do I have the rights to go around in the rest of the world? Like, what does that mean? Do I have the authority to do my own bullshit? Like, what is the question that you asking? Is this some empty threats?
Okay, I'm trying to help you understand because you come up on the platform talking about someone that you never met. I'm trying to find out about you.
About America. No, I talk about you, individual. You, sir. Wow. You picked up, sir. You. But you also, yeah. You're a black person, right? You was a whole black person. I know I'm not calculating you, but for some odd reason, you want that red, blue, and white, and whatever, right? That's your flag, right?
Okay.
Somehow, that is your thing. That is your personality.
Yeah, that is our flag, and we're proud of it.
A flag is your personality.
Americans, and we're fucking proud of it.
Proud to be an American.
Ground.
We're in the I'm free.
Wow, guys, did you hear her talk about our flag that way? Am I missing something?
Yeah, because I thought our flag was the same color.
Yeah.
So you can fly our own flag in our country. You can't even hoist it on Main Street. You're fearful of it being offended.
We're talking about the rest of the world.
Hey man, what's the color of your flag?
You can't even fly your English flag or your jack in public places because it's a law not to offend fucking immigrants in your own country because they find it offensive.
It comes from all the other flags too. It also comes from another flag. Another flag calculating for another flag.
Smart English person.
Stupidity.
I think, hey man, stop by the pub on the way home. That's what it was.
And then at least we know how to drink responsible.
Parliamentary government with a figurehead of the crown who has no real power in terms of its domestic issues. You don't have responsibilities. In fact, you don't have a choice. And now you're kowtowing to immigration status because you're afraid of actual terrorist attacks in there, rather than take a appropriate stance and actually protect your own interests. So then you should just sit down and shut up because America's been protecting your sorry asses since World War II. We rebuilt you. We helped you fucking establish a foothold. And again, you haven't actually presented anything significant to the world outside of this. You've been a fourth world, third world country on and off since the fucking 60s. Like you haven't been anything useful except cause us problems. And when we have to clean up the messes.
Amen. What third world country did you? Hold on a second. Amen. Hold on a second.
Hold on, Edward, for you to give some lecture to her. Like this is a drunk fucking Brit.
She's British. But what third world country are you from originally? Amen.
Great Britain.
Yeah. No, but I think she's from somewhere else beforehand.
So she's from a fifth world country and migrated to a third world country.
So I'm guessing she's like Somalian or something.
American. Exactly the one.
Hold on. Shut your slit pipe. You fucking shut your slit pipe.
She's from the West End. Her accent gives West End vibes.
So are you from Somalia originally?
And claimed another country. It's okay, Victor.
All right. Well, you know, I'm just gonna guess until the liquor wears off, you just go ahead and stay in the audience. Mason, I've been listening.
2027.
I've been listening off and on, you know, in spurts, but then I hear this bitch yelling, and it's like, oh wow.
I feel like I was on an episode of Monty Python. But I don't understand people from England. They're not even a second world nation anymore. Like China and Russia fill that vacuum. England, you're a third to fourth world nation. Europe as a whole, maybe, but you did Brexit. So you are now most assuredly fourth. You are behind China and Russia. You're not a power player. You really don't provide real significant benefits outside of, moral support. I mean, we do exercises and we give you favorable trade deals, but really, in all honesty, your existence is kind of moot. And you created most of the problems around the world in which we face today.
These are long-standing issues like the Middle East are a direct result of your fucking greed-mongering ways and thinking we got to make the world Britain. And in reality, we should have just shot you bucktooth bandits way back when.
Yeah, well, I don't think she understood the Great Divorce. We still stuck back there.
Yo, Ron's kicking the shit out of the U.S.
Oh my sword, I really was. I was just polite. I really was, but she missed that whole point of the reason why we divorced Great Britain. I mean, we divorced them for a reason, guys, because they were not doing well.
Right. Well, we divorced them the first time, and then we bent them over and made them our bitch the second time. And then finally, after World War II, we're like, all right, you guys are really struggling. We don't want you to be like fucking a shithole country. But again, they've sunk themselves. Their own policies, their own currency, their own internal domestic policies pretty much crushed them. To the point where I don't give a shit. Like, have the king have anything, but your impact on the world is nothing anymore.
Hey, man.
Dude, it's not putting fucking beans on toast. It's fucking disgusting.
She's a third world Somali whore who her and her fucking people are being floated by the British taxpayers. Like, don't even give her, to even consider her British is a fucking insult. Like, really.
Wait, they put beans on toast? Is that what they eat out there?
Fuck yeah. They conquered 90%. They conquered 90% of the world for spices and couldn't figure out how to fucking use them. They're so fucking retarded.
Yeah, they traveled all the way to my parents' country with boats, and they didn't know how to make money off those spices. Isn't that crazy? What a smart.
Their national dish is now tikka masala, chicken tikka masala. Because for fucking whatever reason, they can't come up with their own. Nobody wants to eat their shit. It's goop. By the way, is what they would fucking do. Oh, God.
Yo, Brad, how are those $2 million fees to pass to the Strait of Hormuz? How are those?
Fucking great.
You said $2 million fees?
Yeah, IRGC's a toll booth now.
Yeah, like the IRGC is going to see that $2 million.
They are.
Who paying what they
already the ones to run oil through the Hormuz is paying $2 million.
No, they're not. You should actually look a little deeper instead of going through TikTok headlines because again, it's already been done.
You're fucking so wait, Rico, you saying they charging people to come?
Provide the link. Provide the source and the link.
There's many. You can Google it. Just type it into Google.
I knew it.
All right, what should I type in?
Type it into Google.
What should I type in?
Fucking retard.
Type up how much you can pay. You don't have to actually say retard. I know I'm higher than you, and you think Rico and XRP is going to win at the end of the day. But you really, nobody's paying the IRGC.
IRGC.
Rico, what do I need?
I just Googled it real quick.
Ask Grab who controls Hormuz.
What should I type in, Rico? I can Google it.
Just ask Grab who controls Hormuz. It's really that simple.
Who is Grab?
You don't know who Grab? Come on now, really?
He's using an AI out of Twitter to like tell him his answers instead of actually.
Oh, okay.
Use all these guys don't think for themselves. Some interesting answers.
I told you, Instagram guys, that's all they do. They just take their Reddit post and say, "Oh look, we're losing."
Rock's not Reddit.
Wait. So what is the claim that's being made that we're losing?
That Hormuz, IRGC runs Hormuz, and they're charging $2 million a tank to get through.
Yeah. Actually, Grok is Reddit because it has a built-in Reddit API, so it actually reads off of Twitter.
I thought for the time being, the problem is that they basically with the drones and other shit they make it too risky for people to travel through, and so they're only getting past to.
No, but ships that paid in yuan are getting through.
Would they pay, or I think they're letting Chinese ships pass?
Yeah, they are.
But I think for the most part, everybody else is steering clear because they don't want to risk.
Yeah. Anything
with a insurance problem. that actually indemnifies them whole beyond their current insurance programs, which he's probably going to implement to help guarantee that transit. Italy is actually going to start jumping in and protecting in the Mediterranean to prevent any kind of fucking fire season.
Close their airspace, American fucking retard.
They close their airspace, dipshit. We have a base there, you fucking moron. You fucking reject. You ever hear of Sigonella?
What did Georgia Maloney say today, you fucking retard?
You fucking moron. You go look up what Georgia Maloney said. The better part of drop down your parents' legs. Because quite frankly, you're a fucking idiot. Italy is cooperating. England, France, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Egypt. All of these countries are actually cooperating with us. But you guys are fucking retarded.
Brad, you act like you're like a
fucking weird nuance.
You act like you're like a defense secretary, but you're really just like a shithead.
Fucking trying to go off of. So again, you're just a fucking idiot incel. Go back to sitting there saying black people are dumb, and that's about the biggest contribution you'll ever make. Say like to prove how stupid you are.
But Italy did say that I know obviously we have bases there, like we have the naval base in near Naples, and we have army base near the fuck is that? Forget the name of the place.
Sigonella.
But they have
we have port bases there. We have nuclear weapons there. We have SOF bases there.
Not any of that. But what came out in the news was the fucking Maloney, and basically it said that they cannot use the bases for strikes to Iran, so they would have to probably stage from Cyprus or some other place.
NATO's not putting up with this shit this time around. Like Spain's out.
Yeah, really. I'm so glad NATO's not putting up with it. So here's the funny thing, Pepe. They were never using Italy to launch the strikes. So
yeah,
that's the fun.
So they're probably using Kuwait or Jordan.
Yeah, we don't use it. So like this whole virtue signaling, like, hey, please don't blow up a terror thing. I guarantee you, Italy went, well, you can still use our ports.
Trump's begging for that missile systems. Trump's begging
for idiots like this will just grab on because CNN posted a headline and thinks,
CNN's owned by your team, Drew.
And again, it's just, again, they don't read.
CNN's owned by David Ellison.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck who owns CNN. It's fucking twat waffles like you that can't fucking read. But again, these idiots grab on, and they don't even realize we weren't even formulating battle plans off of Italy. We weren't utilizing.
Trump asked Poland for a missile system because our side got knocked out day 2. Like, we're getting our shit.
Rico, the guy that delivered the message from the Iranian parliament, his name is Aladdin.
And Warsaw told Trump to go fuck himself.
Really? Because Poland didn't just buy a shit ton of shit we haven't even developed, so I guarantee you Poland didn't tell him to go fuck himself.
The THAAD system got knocked out like day 2. And then Trump
the THAAD system is not knocked out. Do you understand how a THAAD system works?
They got decommissioned like fucking day 2.
Basically, what happened is
to a guy who wants America to lose. He's literally, that's what he wants. Because the intelligence, if you read intelligence reports, watch a little bit of European news rather than just the stupid shit here in America, and they will talk about things that they know. And they're saying that America is being very pinpoint accurate. And boy, it's hard to be accurate if all your systems are fucking taken out and you're begging Poland for.
Okay, so why are
no, they were asking Poland for assistance.
Here's the deal.
They weren't asking Poland for assistance.
Why do you see charging Poland to the crosswalk moves if that's the case?
Shit, Poland is happy to assist us.
No, they asked for the THAAD system, and Poland said, like, fuck no. Obviously, they face Russia, so they're like, no, we're not doing this. So they refused to give up their THAAD system.
Well, let me read what this article says. It says the Iranian. Now this goes to what you said, Rico. The Iranian embassy in India contradicted Aladdin's initial comments Monday, saying the claims were unfounded and reflected his views rather than the official position of Iran. So, what do you think about that? It says the Iran. Let me put it in the chat so that way everybody can read it too. But basically, the guy Aladdin came out and said that they was finna start charging as much as $2 million, and then
IRGC running a toll booth.
Hold on,
like only brick ships are getting through there.
Let me read the whole article. See. So, Let me scroll back down. All right, it says the Iranian, this is the last paragraph in this article from Yahoo. It says the Iranian embassy in India contradicted Aladdin's initial comments, saying the claims were unfounded and reflected his views rather than the official position of Iran.
It's called the lipstick on the pig, bro.
Well, we'll see you in the Brent and WTI.
Oh, now we'll see. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Guys,
We'll see if it's reflected in Brent prices.
here's the deal. Brad. Literally, there's an open source satellite imagery company that's been instructed to restrict and delay its imagery. And you can go look at the Daily Mail and any other outlets that have actually looked at this open source, right? Not controlled by the governments, but the governments have come in to restrict it because they're saying it's for operational security reasons, right? For information. But really, it's embarrassing because they're showing all these, THAAD or whatever type of other radar installations and fucking missiles and aircraft that are being fucking hit that the Iranians are doing and doing with precision and accuracy. And they're probably doing it with like a 50-grand drone and taking out $1 billion weapon system, right? Which is going to take years to replace. There's a finite amount.
So how many systems? Wait, how many weapon targets have they hit? How many targets have they hit? You guys all fucking cheered on Diego Garcia, and that fucking guy shot down.
Let him go. Let him go.
Like, this is ridiculous from these guys. They're all these, like, fucking incel fucking wannabes. And now you got the Irish fucking wannabe IRA guy coming on here. Tim fucking guy who got fucking booted like 8 billion times.
He's a British man. He's from Northern Ireland.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's the British Irish man. A British man living in Ireland.
This nigger doesn't even know what he's talking
He's Northern Ireland.
Guys, like, you guys fuck
Those
that
are the
shit.
people the IRA wanted to kill.
Yeah, these are the guys who tried to get the
Get back to the topic.
Yeah, so again, these guys hit like one fucking apartment building, and then all of a sudden it's like the failure of it, but they don't talk about the 21 that were fucking shot down.
What does it taste like?
I don't know. What is your mama's? I can tell you what your mama's vagina tastes like. I'm sorry I didn't leave you a sister. I'm sorry I didn't do that. I guess maybe I should have probably not did anal with her.
But your little
Again, fucking hey. Yeah, really? What are you gonna do, bitch? What are you gonna do, you British fucking faggot? What are you gonna do, wonky? You're gonna go order beans on toast and think somehow you have intelligence? You're gonna fucking give me some red pill fucking theory that you're like, no, satellite imagery shows me this. Even though you've never read a satellite report in my life, you can't fucking do anything. You've never served. You've never served shit except for fucking serving your ass up to every faggot.
No, M did serve.
What the fuck would he know?
He served what? But he served what?
He served in the
Other fucking asshole in the fucking shop.
Wait, what did he serve in? Oh, wait.
He served in UK at the Navy. I think, were you in the Navy or Army?
You're in the fucking rear with a gear, Brad. What the fuck have you ever done?
Oh, yeah, it was. You're sure about that, bitch boy? You were fucking, if you served, you were a fucking cook. You ladle beans on toast. I ain't gonna shut the fuck up. You ain't gonna do shit, motherfucker. You ain't gonna do fucking shit except for fucking grave my balls as they drag across your face and fucking make you fucking wet inside. The most moist guys on here happen to be you and fucking this dipshit over here. So go on and tell me some more of your fucking bullshit as far as your fucking in the Middle East, because you ain't read shit. You don't know shit. You can't even explain what the THAAD system was. You didn't even fucking understand what it was. And you guys, again, benefit off of my fucking blood, sweat, and tears and can't have yours. But again, keep gurgling, keep swallowing that fucking ball taste in your mouth. Those are mine. They clang when I fucking walk. They're brass. They ding dong while I go, rather than yours sounding like little marbles in a sack. So you got that.
You trying to out-talk a Viking.
You can't do shit, man. Again, these like wannabe IRA fucking red cell, incel fucking people are fucking dumb. These are like fucking retarded people. They have no facts. All they do is just fucking cry all day fucking long about how pathetic they really are. And then at the end of it, they want to cry some more about what didn't go on and who didn't fucking let them talk because they had freedom and they think they're smarter than everybody. everybody else. But in reality, you buck-toothed bandits are just sitting there fucking crying all day long about how big bad America is. America's going down. When in fact, we fucking won everything. We won you your freedom. Sit down and shut the fuck up, you British guy living in Ireland. You don't have the opportunity to do so. You don't have anything to offer the world. The only thing you could offer the world is really basically swallowing fucking some other guy's load so they don't get fucking pregnant. The best thing you can do is not reproduce, because I know there's no, I'm pro-abortion in this day and age because I want these guys, every woman should just be like using Drano and a plunger to flush them out with Roto-Rooter as a backup. That's how bad these guys need to die out. They're fucking retarded. They're fucking dumb. Like, how stupid are you? You have no facts, no news, no nothing.
In your ass, boy. That's right. So are you done?
You ain't fucking shit, man. You guys are fucking beat the day you were born. The day you oozed out of your mother like a fucking cream pie was the day you fucking actually became the highest you will ever be. The best part of you was literally dripping on the sheets. Mother got done filming her fucking gangbang. That's the best you ever did. You know what? That was the most highest you could ever achieve anything. You don't have it. I can do this all day, dude. I got this shit. You got that? Nothing? You got nothing. And then meeting face to face, the best you got is you'll throw out the N-word. The best you got is N-word. That's the only thing you think you guys can say online. Oh, I'm going to say it and think somehow I matter and I have intelligence. Shut up, N-word. Shut up, N-word. But you know what? You don't have intelligence. Because you know what I know? What these guys don't know is that you're a fucking weak, feckless little online warrior. You've never fucking met face to face. You never fought in your life. You lied about shit. You got exposed on this app. You were called bullshit time and time again. You got fucking played out, even by the Irish, even by people in Britain, where you got fucking packed up. In fact, I believe that occurred in Jason Mewes' room. And you still fucking can't live that shit down. And then you came back under a different fucking character. And every time you do, you come back under a different character. Every time trying to actually think you have something intelligent to contribute and tell Americans what they ought to do. But you don't have anything to offer because you can't fucking do it. And like I said again, the best part of you, the highest you'll ever rise, is again a wet stain on the fucking mattress after your daddy fucking pulled out and went for milk. I'm sorry you grew up eating water with your cornflakes because daddy never came back home. But you don't have the excuse to be the feckless woman that you are. Anything more? Anything more you want to try to do? Anything else you want to try to do? Because you can't fucking beat me. You can't fucking top me. You can't do shit, motherfucker. Because you know what? I'm bigger, I'm tougher, I'm stronger, I'm faster, I'm fucking richer than you. And I have all that. And the best you can come up with is calling me a fucking nigger. That's the only thing you can ever fucking do. And you think somehow or another that somehow gives you a claim to high intelligence. It just shows how stupid you are, how fucking dumb you are, and how fucking retarded you actually become. Because that's the only thing you can ever do. You know, personally, guys like you are so glad that we should reach through your rectum, pull your spine out, and beat you down. I swear to God, your mama should have been skull fucked until she was dropped on the carpet, and then she could have fucking went. Dude, you don't have fucking shit. You're a fucking wannabe rapist. You're a fucking pedo or some other shit. Because that's what fucking Jason Mewes fucking exposed, was you're full of shit and you're full of bullshit every fucking time. So again, you little fucking incel fucking pedo rings that always seem to get couched in Christian nationalism seem to be popping up as pedos all the time I turn around. And it's usually you to the bandits that are fucking over there wanting to put your little beans on some fucking, and that's all you guys ever fucking do. All you ever do. You don't have a fucking, you're never going to talk, dude. I'm not going to let you talk. I'm not going to do anything out there that's going to allow you to talk to Americans, because I quite frankly think you're probably the dumbest fucking idiot on here. So go back to chasing little kids in fucking Ireland or Scotland or Wales or wherever the fuck it is you're hiding these days, and go fucking keep going there until you get caught, because we know that you guys are nothing more than child rapists and fucking little wonky little fucking creepy fucks all the fucking time. You have been, you always will be. You guys were too stupid to even control an empire. You lost to a fucking guy who went on a hunger strike and managed to turn around and say, get the fuck out of my country. Why would we listen to any fucking idiot that came from Britain? Ever. You lost to a guy who did a peaceful fucking hunger strike, and you couldn't even beat him. The guy was 100 pounds. You expect me to sit down there and back down to some English fucking person? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of this nation. Shut the fuck up. Go. Here's a good one. Go start your own room. Go start your own conspiracy room. Go start that whole bullshit again and see how long you last. You know what? I'm willing to bet you it's 10 minutes and you'll come back under a new name and new profile and you'll sound like this. No. The TAD system. It was gone. And the U.S. is going to lose everything. You guys are getting utterly destroyed by Iran. A fucking fifth world fucking nation. You guys are a third world, fourth world country to begin with. Actually, Iran may be tougher than England right now. It may be tougher than you. I would rather see the IRGC go against England, which is probably why you guys didn't want to go down there, is because you knew right off the bat you fucking faggots would get beat.
That's interesting. If the U.S. decided that they wouldn't protect Europe, would y'all be able to do it on your own?
We've been living months close too many. So to be fair, France and you.
France and Poland probably could hold their own. The rest of the nation, England, couldn't hold shit.
That's right.
Didn't they get Trump to fuck off by stationing troops in NATO? In Greenland, rather?
Nope. How could Poland tell Trump to fuck off on Greenland?
They put NATO troops in Greenland and then he fucks off.
No, that's not how it works. And Poland doesn't own Greenland. Dumbasses don't even know who owns fucking Greenland. It's Denmark.
Yeah,
So again, we still have troops there. We have bases there. Did you know that? We pull in courts
negotiating in Poland.
No, he's not. You're not doing shit, dude. Again, you're not going to have any prominence. I'm going to keep backing you up because the only thing you said is the N-word, and you think somehow, I told you, that's all you guys got. That's your shock value.
Open source intelligence.
That's all you guys got is I'm going to say the N-word. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it because
Okay, look, the potato nigger and the half potato nigger keep on arguing and screaming over each other, and we cannot understand what's going on. I tried to let it go, but you guys are just taking up all the space.
Dude, I'm not letting him speak. I don't give a fuck.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna get shit.
Yeah, well, I'm not
you ain't going anywhere, dude. Except down to the goo. Except down to the goo. I can promise that shit. And off the app, I know that much. I know that account split. I know that. I'm not reporting you, but I guarantee all those people in the audience already did.
Alright, I moved them down. It's just too much. We gotta keep going here. Unless you still want to play with them.
No, I don't.
Pause on that, by the way.
I'm gonna just play with his mama tonight.
Hey, didn't NATO send 13 soldiers to Greenland? Oh, that's big.
14. But the thing is, if you were, I know you served, right? If you heard America was coming to Greenland and you were in another country and somebody said to you, hey, Steffi, we're sending you and 13 other troops over there, y'all are going to stop America. What do you think your value is to that country?
They're going to suck my dick or something? Yeah. But I'm just saying, Greenland, we've had troops there. When they said, there's 30,000 troops, hello, we've had 30,000 troops in Greenland and on bases for the last 20 plus years? Maybe longer? For Brad, sorry, Senior Chief, don't beat me up too much, but I think well over 20 years, we've had troops stationed in Greenland.
Shit, we prevented the invasion in World War II. We deflected multiple attempts by Russia during the Cold War to have basically footholds in that area. So, I mean, I'm confused. We do training out there all the time.
Don't kill me, Senior Chief. I was just a little unaware.
These guys act like there's something there. I know we do training because I was fucking there training. It sucks. But you guys apparently, all these incels who play Call of Duty all day seem to know, or some fucking British guy overseas who's on my Reddit forum or my Discord channel tells me otherwise. But yeah, no, we don't fucking do work in Greenland.
Hey, Brad, can I say so to the
Evan literally served in the Royal Navy, didn't he?
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, this is, the way Brad is in the military, we dread the day you gotta have a conversation with a senior chief, because when you bring stupid shit up, senior chief puts belt to ass. So, guys, understand how he talks. That's what a senior chief is. So, sorry, Brad, I had to put that out there. A lot of people think you're just being an asshole, but no. Brad's a great guy. That's, you bring bullshit up, you're going to get a belt to ass.
And it's always amazing, Steppy, that a lot of these guys, and I don't knock like the Mats for not serving or anything like that, but it's always amazing that you got these guys on here saying the U.S. is losing. Look at you lost Gulf War, you lost Afghanistan, and all these stuff. And I'm sitting there going, did we? Are you sure about that? And they're like, oh, yeah. Where's weapons of mass destruction? They don't realize that they were already fucking there. We took care of them. We knew they were there. It was a nice little play on words for fucking CNN and MSNBC. But again, these news networks don't even bother to follow through. And then when they sit there and tell us, oh yeah, you guys got your asses beat, America's on the way down, they don't look at our kill ratios. They don't look at how many of the fucking people we fucking decimate and send to Davy Jones. No. When they're doing the outbreaks on MSNBC.
They don't look at the KDR. Like, when they bring up, like, the one I hate the most, when they bring up Vietnam, they say we lost Vietnam. I was like, bro, we didn't. Militarily, and we did not lose Vietnam. And they go, yes, we did. I said, bro, we had literally 12 days of fucking bombing. They literally 12 days of Christmas, some people call it, and then at the end of it, they came to the table and said, okay, we're done. And then 3 years later, communists came back. And it's like the dumbest fucking thing when people say we lost Vietnam. And the same thing when they say we lost Afghanistan. I was like, no, we did not lose Afghanistan. We maintained a presence there, and we were basically subtracting a massive footprint. So Senior Chief, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so still, it doesn't change the fact that there's $2 million fees to get through Hormone. And the IRGC toll booth.
One paid. There's not even this verified. It's just being reported that one is paid the $2 million. Number one. Number two, when we look at losing in America, we have a country who had a military. That country has no boat presence in the water. If you came to America, anybody, I would like to know who's parking their boats in the Gulf of America, who's parking their boats just off Miami Beach, who's parking their boats in the Hudson River, who's parking. Nobody is. Okay, but we've got our boats surrounding them. Their boats are not controlling the water. The reason that they have control is because they do still have missiles. And the reason they have missiles is because they reported 1,000 missiles a month. And the missiles we used to shoot them down, we were producing 6 to 7 a month. So guess what? You guys that say we should have gone in don't realize that everybody going back since they took office said we need to go in. They all said they were a problem. Every president. Shit, the Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said it. She said she'd go to bomb their asses.
There's a Fox News link in the chat about $2 million a tanker.
And one has been reported to have done it. I just read that. So, guess what? The fact is this. You don't tell people, yeah, go ahead and go, because they do still have missiles, and they will strike, because warthog in. You ain't sending a warthog in if they've got some badass air defense. You're not doing it.
We sent the 31st. We've sent the Tripoli. We've sent what do we got? Airborne going in separate. We got those 2 carrier groups. Oh yeah, and various other attack squadrons.
I'm gonna buy some defense trucks. It's gonna be a little more.
Dude, the 29 Tucanas are in, and anybody knows what the Tucanas are. Dude, those are a single prop airplane that has basically, munitions 250 cal. So
all their missile silos and drones are underground.
It's gonna be a matter where they're at. Once they launch, we have them. That's the dumbest thing ever. We did capability studies. We even proved it with Diego Garcia. They can't do it. Like all of this stuff where the U.S. is losing, as soon as they pop their heads up and shoot, we have them. We know where they're at, and then we blow that shit to high hell. They can have it underground. It doesn't matter. We're hoping they shoot. We're asking them to shoot because we know that. And Bradley Cooper, who's the admiral in the region, who basically decimated their entire coastline and all of their navy, you clearly don't know any of that shit. You're just giving me Fox News headlines, and you didn't even read the article.
It was NBC.
Whatever, they're all the same. You're just reading fucking some article going by the headlines. You don't even read it. What was it? ICE read it. It told you one is alleged to have paid, but they can't even confirm it. Oh my God. Oh, I read it. IRGC says they're fucking winning the war, and dipshits like you are fucking believing them. And I'm sitting there going, where, when, what facts do you have? And you gave me a fucking shitty headline and said, here, read it. And then when we read it, it still didn't prove your theory.
I mean, just look at the pump in the U.S. Like, how much you paying for gas in the past month?
We're not paying $5.07 like we were under Biden without where we were.
cheaper.
Here we go. I'm just speaking facts, Rico. You speak them, I'm speaking. You weren't on here complaining. I never saw you on here complaining at that time going, we're paying $5.07 for gas. Why did we do it? Because of policies that he freaking did. Sure, you can say, oh, COVID, and you can say this and that, but yet they literally reduced the strategic reserves.
I didn't agree with Biden attacking fucking Russia.
Here's the deal. What did he do?
This is on a red versus blue thing, you fucking idiot.
It's not red versus blue, you fucking morons. Quit being a fucking jackass. You are the stupidest motherfucker on here because you go to fucking stupid childish bullshit every time, fucking Rico. I'm talking about a conversation, but you fucking can't be adult enough to do it. What fucking policies did Biden specifically do that caused a problem? Because I can tell you, I fucking got a house in a goddamn state, not far from where it fucking happened.
Yeah, Biden was retarded. He backed Ukraine. I agree.
You what?
Biden backed Ukraine. I agree that was retarded.
What were the policies that caused the...
I'm not a Democrat, you fucking moron.
Hey, dumb fuck. You are really... seriously, you come in here and you're like, we're losing. Marcus losing. This is what your talking point is. You act like a... seriously, what you come across like, Rico, is a 5-year-old. Hey, you want to say that? This is literally you.
Hey, can I chime in real quick, my guy? I'm going to address to the group little good positive note. This is a little fact for you guys to understand where the IRGC's air power is decimated, okay? B-52 bombers are literally going into mainland. So understand this, they're dropping 70,000 pounds of solid ordnance. These aircraft that are big, sluggish. They call it buff for a reason. Buff as big, ugly, fat fucker. All right, because they're not built for the looks. They're not built to evade SAMs. They are built for a mission. So if we have B-52s going in there and fucking teabagging the fucking IRGC mainland, that means that we have complete air dominance, all right? We have A-10s in there coming in, and like I said, putting belt to fucking ass. We got Vipers in there That's the new version of the Cobras. We got Apaches going in there, which are dominantly targeting fast attack boats, one-way drones, and they're doing a great fucking job, guys. All right, dude. We even got the Spooks. Anybody want to know what the Spooks are? That's a C-130 with basically with a 105 mil cannon out the fucking side of it, and two 30 mils on the side too, just basically playing laser tag with the IRGC. So that is to explain the dominance in the air that the U.S. has, okay? So please take that into consideration when you guys spout bullshit when the IRGC on your newsfeed says that they are winning the war.
Well, here's the better part on the naval front, Steppy. So we're aware that right inside the strait there in the narrow channel, we have the Roosevelt Buckley, Oscar Austin, and Thomas Huntner. These are destroyers. These are pretty powerful destroyers. This is why we don't need other ships there. But basically, our destroyers act like battleships these days. But what these guys don't realize is there's 4 other destroyers on the eastern side of the Mediterranean and 6 destroyers in the Arabian Sea, all with various strike capabilities. And that is separate from the destroyers that are circling the carrier groups that are actually running interference. So now you've got all these destroyers patrolling that area, and somehow or another, these assets are saying America's losing the war, but we haven't lost one ship yet. We haven't lost one. So these guys really don't know how warfare is. They've never been in the fight. And again, it just goes to show that these guys don't know either land or nautical warfare, nor air, outside of a fucking video game.
Yeah, I'll make this easy. I just looked it up. The U.S. has struck between 11,000 and 13,000 targets of the IRGC. And that's contrasted with the IRGC has only hit 1,238 of their targets. 1,200, 1,200 compared to, well, we'll round it off to 12,000. And the U.S. wants to hit 16,000. So there's no way that Iran, just by the numbers alone, can claim they are winning anything. In a war, if your enemy is hitting you hard, you hit back hard. And if you can't, that's called losing.
Alan, how many missiles did they fire in the first day? Because I just want to kind of look at they fired thousands of missiles, right? And they sent in 30-some days.
4,000 total. Yeah. I think it's 4,000.
But how many, what was the percentage of those that hit? Because that's right. Because we look like all these idiots, and I don't mean like impact from debris that was blown up in the sky. I'm talking direct missile strikes that actually hit. There's a percentage ratio, and I forget what it was, but I thought it was like 12%. Because I thought that was significantly low, considering the amount of power that Iran was claiming to have. But I know that they can't do anything against it, and their guidance systems are weak at best.
Brad, I want to throw something out there, and I will come back. You agree with me? So if all of a sudden, because there's threats now, they now say they have an intercontinental ballistic missile, right? So let's just say that they have that. So they lied, said they only had a missile that could go 1,250 miles. They showed that they could go 2,500 miles. They lied, right? Proven lie. Then they say, well, we're just weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. Then they make threats about saying we're going to have a strike that'll shock the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That seems like a nuclear weapon, probably, right? But every president said we can't let them. The neighbors say we can't let them. The UN says we can't let them get one. Everybody says it, right? But now they're making threats saying that they could hit America. But I'm going to throw this out there. If they did fire a nuke on an ICBM and fired it at America, do you think these people would be like, holy shit, we should have gone in sooner? Or do you think they'd be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran? I think most of these people, like Rico and everybody else, would be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran, way to show America. Because that's what I think.
I think Space Force will catch it before it even got to the atmosphere. I'm sorry to be naive, but Space Force would fucking take care of it before it even became a.
No, that's not necessarily true. Yes, we have interceptors, but the stuff Space Force deals with, like satellites and movements around the Earth, X-37B, right? Like we don't. I'm aware of. We don't have a Star Wars SDI like system around the Earth like Ronald Reagan proposed.
We actually have it on our ships, Marshal. We have a way to interfere with diving systems, and we have a way to interfere from satellites on there. And yes, Space Force has some weird capabilities. I will not make fun of Space Force anymore because they're the only fucking group of guys that scared me.
Well, it's a little off topic, but in my GOP county convention to get ready for state, we want a Space Force base down here because we've hosted 4 or 5 other military bases. Considering SpaceX's launch point, what they did for the DoD, right? It'd be great to have Space Force down here.
And I don't know. I'm scared of them. Those guys scare me more than than any other group. And I can't make fun of Delta Force anymore because they pulled off a perfect operation. But Space Force, these kids are scary.
Did you hear about some of the reports from people that were there when they went into Venezuela that said that they used some sort of a weapon on them that made them disorientated? They were vomiting and stuff, and they said it seemed like the Americans weren't affected by it.
And the nose,
Did you hear about that?
was bleeding.
Yeah, their nose is bleeding out of the ear, everything. Yeah, I heard about it.
This just tells us nobody here has a freaking clue what our military has. See, we have in America here, we have a thing that you could invent tomorrow, Rico. You could have something that free energy, so better than anything, 50% efficient solar panel, right? Guess what? The U.S. government says, thank you, we're taking that. They don't get to put it on the market. Guess why? They look at it as a national security thing. So there's things out there that have been done that we don't know about. There's technologies. Hell, you can watch the show Future Weapons from back when, and it's amazing what's out there. And they're not letting you see what we've got. Listen to what some of the pilots have said they've seen in the air.
Marshall, sorry you missed it. We had 2 wannabe KKK light graper, guys who like to play tummy sticks. They basically were telling us how the U.S. is cooked and Iran is defeating us militarily, and they're just taking our ass. And so we're coming off of that argument.
Well, I want to speak to that. I'm in the district defense industry, and I have a TS, so of course I can't speak to anything in that, in regards to descriptives. But what I will speak to is I do think our technology isn't being handled well, and we are exposing ourselves unnecessarily. We're showing our cars unnecessarily, which potentially can put us in a compromising position. So yes, we might have some cool stuff, but if we continue to use it irresponsibly, it's not going to be so cool. And also, we're not the big dogs walking around with the big stick anymore. A lot of people have big sticks out there.
Who has a bigger stick than us?
I was about to ask that.
Yeah, there's China for one. China has a big stick.
And okay, let's interrogate that for a second. Let's look at their Navy. Do they have a big stick when it comes to their Navy?
Yes.
Okay. How does that make sense if they can't circumnavigate the globe, number one, and if number two, they've only been able to use Coast Guard vessels for regional enforcement in the South China Sea? How does that make them have a big stick?
Listen, I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into details trying to.
Nobody ever.
No. Hold on. Let me finish my statement. And I don't want to get into details for the sake of winning an argument. But I will say it's a reason that previous leadership in regards to military actions, we're handling the situation gingerly when it comes to addressing the China situation.
Okay, so
you do realize that most of us on the stage right now have had various clearances at one point or another in our lives, and so like we're going to be able to tell you're kind of talking out your ass on that. We're well aware of what can and can't be stated.
Well, I mean, if you think I was using my clearance as a measuring stick, you're mistaken. Because they give them out ridiculously now, just like some people in administration was using Signal to communicate military actions. So the validity of a clearance, I'm just letting you know where I'm talking from.
So the question, honestly, what you would have said is that China has an asymmetric area access, area denial strategy in the South China Sea through a combination of land-based missiles, bases on the Spratlys and the Parcels. That would have been an argument that they could shut down a strait that controls 85 to 90% world trade at any one given time. You don't want to go into detail because it's not winning. To me, this is not winning an argument. This is interrogating your knowledge of something and figuring out whether you have the detailed knowledge to make said statement, right? Which is why I asked you about the Navy. Let's go to something else.
Well, regardless, I'm not here to measure my accomplishments or prove. Let me finish because I'm gonna land my plane.
Land that plane.
Yeah, I have no military clearance, and even I know that the Chinese Navy is no match for the U.S. government's for our Navy, and has no ability to travel throughout the world, otherwise called deep water ability. So, and yeah, I just wanted to say, what you were saying about the U.S. government seizing technology. My dick was.
So is this a propaganda room?
No, it's not. Which is exactly why I said the proper answer to the Chinese having a bigger stick was the area access, area denial, which allows them to lock the Seventh Fleet out of the South China Sea, but which you didn't know. So you made an overwhelming declaratory statement about something which you don't have detailed knowledge on. Like, let's just move off the Navy for a second. What about Chinese Special Forces? Where do Chinese Special Forces rank according to U.S. Special Forces? And why do Chinese forces have a better capability than U.S. forces? I didn't ask the question to hear myself talk. I asked the question.
Who's doing the ranking? That's what muting me. Who's doing the ranking?
I'm asking you. You're doing the ranking, whether that's because of your personal opinion or because you have looked it up someplace. What I'm trying to do is test your assertion that they have your stick in the world.
I didn't. That wasn't my argument. That wasn't my argument.
Literally, they have the bigger.
No, I said they have. I said we're not the only one with a big stick.
Who has a bigger stick?
I'm trying to figure out how China's stick is large.
No, that was a question asked.
Whose stick is larger, really, Trump's or Z?
You're breaking up.
My question is, why would you enter a room and say I work in DOD? Every person I've ever met in my life that does any type of civilian DOD interactions, they do not openly jump onto a public platform that has global access to broadcast of their DOD or have any affiliation. That's a red flag to me.
I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to prove or disprove that. My affiliations. That's not what I came here for. This is a conversation. What are you gonna do? You gonna attack my home or try to get secrets out of me? What can you do? What the fuck?
No, we're just trying to determine if we can have a good faith conversation with you, sir. That's just it. There's no hostility.
Well, it seems like there's a lot of hostility, and to have a good faith conversation is simple.
Yeah,
just have good faith.
All right,
That's all.
well,
Just have good faith.
Yeah, but
just admit
you
that
told
your
me you
first
didn't wait to
statement
answer
was full
detailed
of crap,
questions.
and we can.
Like, I didn't ask you because I wanted to hear myself talk or because I wanted to attack you. I asked you because I was trying to get your background of knowledge.
I told you.
Answer it.
I told you my background in the terms.
Dude, you can just own it and just say you talked out your ass because Alan and Marshall both exposed.
Or you can have good faith and just take my input.
And if I had good faith, I believe everybody is a multi-billionaire and that Rico actually has, some kind of claim to fame, and that all these other incel idiots on here that tell me that black people are inferior to white people, somehow I would believe them. I don't have faith in people. I don't put my faith in people.
Can I pivot to the Rio Grande to go back to kind of the subject that you guys were talking about? If you PTR my picture, you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, he left. I wanted him to hear it, but anywho's, Marshall, do you see my PTR? Can you see that little? It's like a mini sub boat floating on top the water, and what it is, it's an unmanned surface vehicle, and it's actually right now training in the Rio Grande region. So it's when you're talking about next level, what are our U.S. forces doing and whatnot? Just like, oh, we're worried about drone attack. I mean, they're already 5 years ahead of that, understanding the evolution of munitions. So I found this one to be quite interesting because it's not just an intel vehicle. It's not just floating around. It can go under, but it also has some destructive or neutralizing operations. So that are very high tech. It can do directional jamming of frequencies to a server of command control, and then spoofing the drift of the craft off course so people can't really track it. It does a subsurface netting, what's called a boom. And it just designed to create foul propellers of waterways, rendering the craft dead in the water, like other smaller crafts, right? So if you think about a boat that's going to try to land, just a common fisherman's boat that's going to be used to lay mines in the water, then they can render that craft, non-effective. And then it also has acoustic detection. It deploys hydrophones to pick up motor categorization, allowing for early warning before low-profile craft enters visual range. So that gives an automatic eyes and ears of seeing what actual threats can come around, not only beach or waterfronts, but also to help escort said let's say larger ships in and out of waterways. So that one came across my connections, and I thought it was interesting. So I wanted to hear the guy what he was talking about as far as actual military procurement, and the Marine Corps is known for, they're the most deadliest. Sorry, Brad, but they are. Don't act new. They have a huge procurement program for non-lethal weapons. So when you were hearing about the discombobulator that Trump likes to call it in Venezuela, that is a form of non-lethal weapons. So there's a ton of them that I could talk about. That my late husband, who was the procurement officer for non-lethals, which was weird because he just wanted to blow everything up. But the military is way ahead of it. But this is just an example. I wouldn't even have thought of such a thing of what I have in my PTR, but it's quite interesting what they.
But then you want to be EOD, Miss KK?
Oh hell no! We had EOD on the Cuban fence line. Those guys are crazy.
Have you seen the little they're like mini drone tanks they drop off, and it's they can hide in grass. They got a little scope that comes up, so not only can they use different radar systems, they can literally visually see incoming, and they've got little missiles and stuff on them, targeting systems. It's amazing the stuff that we've got, and it's so funny because nobody knows this, and they think oh, we're just gonna go drop in like Vietnam and Iran, and it's they don't understand. We won't do that until our military leaders say we're safe, we feel safe doing that. Everybody thinks this is Donald Trump just roguely going in and saying, this is what we're doing. No, I listened to the guy who literally was there. I don't remember if he said 20 some years that he was there running that. He was the one that was strategic plan for that area. I think it was on CNN or MSNBC. He was talking. He's talking about the boots on the ground, and he's a big supporter of it. And he explained why. And there's many reasons why. But he says you take out these targets. Right now, what they're doing is they're still flying over. Every time they fire missiles, they give us new targets. It's because it opens us up to new intelligence because our drones pick up those firings. But right now, what people don't like, and I wanted to ask him, the one guy who said he had the DoD clearances, and those guys, there's a bunch of people, there's hundreds of thousands of people that work for the DoD and get clearances for different things from hospitals to administration. So it's like, okay, we can take it all with a grain of salt. He might have that. I can tell you, I know for a fact that there's an outfit here, I will not say who is flying drones in the Ukraine Russia war. I let it start, and I was like, interesting. We talked about it a bit.
Hold on.
Hold on. The reality. Go ahead. No. So I was going to say, when he wants to talk about the big sticks, the biggest stick of all is our Ohio class subs, and that's what we know of. Okay, they can hold 27 tridents. Oh, but our rules say we can only carry 22, so we do. Where the rest of them waiting on board our freaking ships to replenish them, right? 22. Inside of each one of those 22 are 8 warheads that are 40 times the size of what we dropped on Hiroshima. So one nuclear sub can literally devastate. Now, do we want to go there? No. But when we talk about the size of somebody's stick, that Ohio class sub is carrying the biggest damn stick of all.
Well, I mean, think about what we were able to accomplish just last night or today, which was we flew B-52s, refueled them in the air, dropped the munitions, and did a ring around the rosy to drop more.
Inland, don't forget inland, Miss KK, deep inland.
Just south of Tehran. So they're not going to put a B-52 in that type of potential, harm and liability to get shot down if there wasn't complete control with it. But what started it first? Along the coastline, and then they creeped in further in, and the reason why is like we're revealing their munitions of what they have or what they lack thereof. So if anyone is like ever have access to go to Marine Corps East or Marine Corps West, you'll be blown away. It's basically the largest convention for any type of military gears where all the government officials go to purchase like the next generation of gear and everything. It's phenomenal. So when I went this year, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck that does, right? And it's pretty incredible, but it's going to be interesting on what's going to be like the next stage of this.
Well, I want to touch bases. I mean, since when the Ukraine and Russian conflict started, America and just like even our enemies, they observed the new era of fighting. I mean, we saw it with FPVs, drones, the way that they turned around and used recreational object and then transitioned it immediately into warfare. I mean, so it transitioned the mindset of warfare completely. And so I like to address that America's military, all the branches, we're adapting to new intel, new obstacles, and we're seeing this currently with the operation that's taking place. Like Miss KK brought really good focus points when she brought up the subcomponents that they're testing out, followed by the B-52. Dude, a lot of our operations are very, we're direct, but we're very observational. I mean, we're not just going to send a unit out and not project a secondary reconnaissance. Like a lot of people don't know what after action reports are. Brad's filled them out. Miss KK's late husband filled them out. all the way down to a PFC level. Everything you do in a mission status or even in a training exercise, you have to redundancy do an after action report, and it's just to see the capabilities of observers, so you can go up to the chain of command, and then it gets delegated amongst how the transition parts are. So when people say America is losing the fight, dude, we grow as we fight. That's why the term adapt and overcome, because we partake, we identify issues, we project new solutions, and we execute the projection. Sorry for my rant, Miss KK. Thank you for letting me cherry pick up.
No, we don't have to keep the military talk. I think we kind of exhausted it. We can go back to what the mods would like to talk about. But yeah, Marshall, that's floating around your Rio Grande doing tests.
I haven't heard Leroy come on. What you guys do? Scare him away or something? I do miss hearing Leroy's opinion.
Who's Leroy?
Last week, maybe the week before, he was contradicting everything that was brought up factual.
Oh, that's his game.
Mr. Mack took off a little bit.
So does anyone know the results of the poll?
Right now, I see 131 votes. 86% yes for a safer election, 10% for no disenfranchisement, 6% for I don't know.
SCOTUS is going to argue birthright citizenship tomorrow.
That's going to be a compelling case. It's going to be interesting to see where it lands and what it pertains to, because I can't make a guess on it. The Supreme Court, as much as liberals say it's all Trump Supreme Court, they don't always side with him, and sometimes they do
Which case
differences. Birthright citizenship.
It depends on, from my interpretation, it depends on a couple of things. It depends on whether you read being in the jurisdiction thereof as encompassing everybody. It also depends upon how the wind, please correct me if I'm going to get this wrong, long can the arc, I think is the court case. Those two things are going to be intimate in that, plus the rationale for the writing of the amendment in the first place. Which, if anybody's curious, you can get some rationale for the writing of the amendment off of avalon.yale.edu. It's a repository for old documents, and a lot of them are documents from American history. And so you can read up yourself. People can read up themselves on that if they're interested. I'll drop the website in the chat for people. But from my understanding, those are some of the key pieces they will be deciding.
How do you think the outcome will be?
I think Gorsuch, Barrett, and Roberts are all in the pro-14th Amendment camp. I think Alito, Kavanaugh, and Thomas are in the 14th Amendment does not protect everybody, or the birthright citizenship clause does not grant everybody citizenship. I would be surprised if Amy Coney Barrett was a little bit different, although she's not as much of what they call a textualist as Neil Gorsuch is. All it really means is like you can be a originalist and a textualist, but a textualist means you read the document and what the document says it means. And so you then take the originalist part of that, which is like reflecting on what they meant at the time, and you combine together. So I think it'll be interesting no matter which way it comes. But that's at least what they're arguing over. So if people are curious about reading not just the 14th Amendment, but some of its rationale, I have a line at Yale that EDU is a good place to start looking. It may not give you all the documents that you need, but it'll give you a start.
I don't know. I'm wondering if they're going to go back to the intention and behind it and look directly at it, because birthright citizenship was mostly in part for Asians, Black Americans, particularly Black Americans that were enslaved in this land, to be able to have legitimate status. And it wasn't intended to be an open door pathway for immigrants to just drop a kid on our shores and be able to say, hey, you can't send me home because I have a kid that's an American now. And I think, and in fact, we even denied it to multiple groups, including Native Americans, until 1960, like later into the 1900s. So, I mean,
it reads Indians not taxed. I think that's the 14th, but I could be wrong. There's like there's a section of the amendment that reads Indians not taxed. And you're right. At the start of the country, when the 14th Amendment was written right after the Civil War, it meant a very specific thing. I just wonder how a textualist will look at it versus a strict originalist. Or like Thomas is a strict originalist. He really goes back to like the founders and says, this is what it should be, this is what it shouldn't be. Versus like a Gorsuch looks at the text itself and says, what does it say? And if it's universalized, textualists in the federal judiciary are more likely to say the text means as written, versus somebody like Thomas, who's more likely to say the text means this very specific thing for this very specific group of people.
Well, I think Thomas will be against birthright citizenship in the way that it's been applied. Who else? Amy Coney Barrett might probably be against the way it applies based on her previous ruling, but I'll give her a 10% swing on that one.
Lito for sure.
Lito for sure. Roberts, that's a coin flip. It depends.
He's Kennedy.
Yeah. But you never know where we're going to really fall along the line. Ketanji Brown Jackson's going to go, obviously, birthright citizenship is a right of anybody who comes to the country. We know that's going to happen.
That's going to be interesting no matter which way it's decided. It'll piss a lot of people off one way or the other.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it also, and isn't the main thing, whether or not he even has the authority to do this? I could be wrong about that. So that while the issues of whether or not birthright citizenship was intended, I think there's also going to be arguments about the president
of his imposition in the first place.
What?
There's a question about constitutionality of his imposition on an amendment in the first place. The administration will argue something to the effect of, we're allowed certain discretion in this particular part of the amendment, and so the federal government gets to decide. The court will look at that and say one of two things. Yes, Mr. President, there is regular that you are allowed to decide at your leisure, which gives executive the power to do that too. Or they will say, Mr. President, you have overstretched your power. You are not allowed to alter a constitutional amendment. constitutional amendment is quite clear. So it could go either one of those ways. But you are right. There is a question about whether he has the power to make the pronouncement in the first place.
But if they do that, that would be blatantly incorrect. Because they only reading the first third of a whole sentence.
Well, it depends. Like I said, if you read the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, and it reads, people are subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Right.
Subject to the jurisdiction thereof means any place in the United States has legal authority. At least that's the traditional understanding. Right? The administration is arguing in the jurisdiction thereof does not apply to those people who are not here legally. So it's a question which is in the gray and could be decided in the gray, but they will decide whether the president has the power to make pronouncements about constitutional amendments. Because sometimes the executive branch is given leeway in how they enforce certain things. So you can enforce the Civil Rights Act, right? But do you enforce it strenuously? Do you only enforce it a little bit? Right? Sometimes there's gray room in the enforcement power. And so that is part of the question, like whether he has the enforcement power to alter it in the first place.
No, I agree with that. I think, when I watch the hearings, the people that are arguing the fact that if someone came from someone else and merely just had a baby, that, that person becomes a citizen, the people who were pro that position were only arguing the fact that the 14th Amendment says people who are born or naturalized in the people who are born or naturalized, and then they get to the end of the sentence and say are citizens of the United States. To me,
I think I read born or naturalized subject.
No, I know that's what it says.
Oh, I just didn't press.
But it's okay. But the people that are defending, the people who are opposed against Trump, they're only trying to cite the first third of the sentence, and then they skip to the end to say are citizens of the United States. The problem with that I see is that, number one, the word "and" is in the first sentence twice. So at the end of the sentence, it denotes the two citizenship statuses that every American has. You have the United States citizenship, and you have a state citizenship. And both of those citizenships are conjoined with the word "and." Well, if you apply that same logic to the first half of the sentence, all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That means there's two conditions that need to be met. Now, I agree with that part. When I read the 39th congressional notes, the way they spoke about what that phrase meant was subject to the complete and full political jurisdiction. And they were talking about the slaves. So it would make it hard for one reason that the further that's one thing. And then I'll land here. Number two, I read the brief that Solicitor General Bauer put forward, and he listed quite a few books in there, a few of them that I had already read, but I'm glad I read his brief because now I found a whole bunch more. And one of the things that they highlighted was the last word in that first sentence is reside. And what he's putting forth is that the term reside does not mean what we think it means today. They use the term reside to speak to the law of domicile. And in the one of his sources is actually what I'm reading right now, the law of domicile. And that's like a whole thing as well that talks about
Sorry,
the legal.
Put that in the chat so I can look at it. I like new books, so I'd love to see it.
Okay, I'm gonna put his brief in there as well.
Yeah.
Because he has a lot. When I tell you, I've always been a fan of Trump. His team, his legal team, man, those guys, their strategy is fucking amazing. It's amazing. They've taken this so far as to say, like, even on the first page says the question presented or the question proposed, something like that. And one thing that I ended up discovering that they highlighted is when it comes to birthright citizenship, have a statute that already speaks to how Americans define birthright citizenship. And it has nothing to do with people born here. It has everything to do with, for example, a soldier who's stationed somewhere else. If they have a baby outside of U.S. territory, at mere birth, that baby becomes a U.S. citizen. Or if it's someone who stayed here, who lived here for 10 years, and like there's like some numerical qualification, like the person has to be 21 years old or something like that. And if that person, like a regular civilian, goes somewhere, has a baby outside of U.S. territory and possessions, that person at birth automatically becomes a citizen. So how they're talking about, how the opposers are talking about birthright citizenship does not coincide with, I think it's 8 USC 1401A or something like that. That's the statute that they cited. Literally
I don't know, look the statute up real quick. I know exactly where to go.
Yeah. So when I tell you his legal team is so freaking awesome, it's ridiculous how good these guys are. I mean, it's just their whole approach and strategy to it all is just the best that I've ever seen. And they badass, man. That guy John Bauer or whatever his name is, he's solid. So I'm gonna put all of that in the chat.
You don't have to put it in. You don't have to put the code in the chat. Just tell it to me again. Wait, is it 8 or 8?
It's 8 USC 1401A.
Let's see. Birth abroad before 1952 to serve as parent. I'll just drop this in the chat so you can post it to the top.
Okay.
This comes from Cornell Law School. They have a repository for federal code, which makes it really easy to look up. And that way everybody knows what we're all talking about.
Okay. Then I'm gonna put his brief in that the law of domicile book. I'm gonna put that in the chat as well.
Well, I'm glad we got a lot of work done here today, gentlemen. Great work. Good job. Hell of a job. You did all such fabulous work. You should be also proud of all the work you did. Patriots, God-fearing, wonderful Americans. Excellent work, soldiers.
It's at the top.
Sweet. Nice.
Alright, so the law of domicile book is in the chat. And basically,
I grabbed it. Thank you.
Okay. And basically what they're saying is there's essentially three forms of what could be classified as domicile. The one that would apply to the just people in general, which has generally been accepted. It all goes back to Roman civil law, where the domicile of the kid is predicated on the domicile of the parent. So whatever nation the parent pledges allegiance to, the domicile is rendered down to the kid. Now, one thing that Bauer highlighted in the brief was that I can't remember who he said, but whatever lawyer. So one of the strategies that the opposers are taking is that just solely applies here in America, but one thing that I can't remember who he said rejected it, but there was a lawyer that rejected the concept of just solely, and they took the position of if the United States decided to accept you, at that point in time, that's when you can become a citizen. So in order for a parent let's say from Mexico, to come to America and drop a baby. No, they have to go through the process and sever their ties with their former nation, be accepted by America and they mentioned Great Britain as well. And at that point, once you go through the whole naturalization process, then now you legally have a domicile here. So they like went deep into the weeds, and they actually cleared up a lot of things that I had questions about, because I've been following this ever since it first came out. But it wasn't until I read his brief, then I saw all of the books, and I was like, holy shit. I mean, the first 7 pages are just all court cases, treaty and constitutional stuff, old books from like the 1600s, 1800s, and just, yeah, his legal team.
Hey, you I love his. Always good.
Yeah, I absolutely love it as well.
One thing I like that you said, Bill, is you bring it up, is you read it, and it's that and then it talks about, giving up that allegiance to their other country. The allegiance is all here, and that's the one thing I think that so needs to be looked at, is that, first of all, that and that allegiance, if we could literally say something to the effect that if they're coming here with any intention, or, I don't know, with the illegal stuff, it's very different to me. I think, a lot of that wasn't intended that way. We know why it was intended in the first place. And that is to allow those that were born here. I'm forgetting the name of the one that, what was the claim that's,
Long MVR.
In the original case, the Wong case?
The Wong case,
that
right?
could be, yeah. So, that's what I think, that when we go back and look at the intention back then, that's going to be the thing they've got to play out in court, and that nice little word and in there, so it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out for sure. I wish it were on TV, to be honest with you, so we can watch.
One way that you look at it is always with any law. I think we talked about this a long time ago. Marshall, you and I talked about it. You look at the legislative intent of the law, and what was brewing, what was the different testimonies in the legislature, but what were the speeches that were given, what was building up, and what was the intent behind the law. So when the 14th Amendment was written, that provision in the 14th Amendment was written by someone in Michigan, and you have to look at that legislator in Michigan and perhaps what surrounded when the actual statute was written, what was the legislative intent. And it's all the surrounding circumstances and not circumstances, surrounding documentation and how he presented that law at the time. And with any statute, you do that. With any law, you look at the legislative intent. So there's been argument as to what the intention was of that provision of the 14th Amendment. I did want to say something that's interesting in the alternative of what you just said. We have law in the United States. If you're a U.S. citizen and you become a diplomat for another country, you have to surrender your U.S. citizenship. So we also determine at what point, using the word domicile is interesting, at what point are you representing another nation and you have to surrender. So just a flip of it, looking at how we look at people that are U.S. citizens and we denaturalize them when they not just domicile, but they represent through government other countries. Just a side note.
Omar, I know she represents in Minnesota, but
no. But if she was representing Somalia in don't use her as example. Someone who's a U.S. citizen loses their citizenship. They have to surrender their passport, their citizenship, when they represent another country, and that country's government to the U.S. That's our law. It's just the flip of it.
So I just put in the chat, Sword. I just sent it to your back channel. But this comes from Digital Commons WCL American.edu. It's called the Citizenship Clause in Legislative History, American University Law Review.
And who's the guy in Michigan that was the scrivener of that part of the 14th Amendment? Do you remember, Martin? I must say.
Was it Trumbull?
I wanted to call it Bingham, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it was either Bingham or Trumbull. I think Bingham was out of Ohio.
This guy was Michigan.
Oh, let me look it up. I gotta see something.
Must have been
Are you in the Matrix? Can you hear him?
Yeah, he's in.
No, he's in the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix. Okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain he was Michigan.
Picking your nose,
What was
picking
he
it.
doing at that time? How did he present that when he was presenting this proposed law?
Yeah, that should be very detailed when you look at the gist of it for him to present it. There should be a very detailed explanation of why. One would think anyway.
Oh, I'm sure there is. An old law.
Juggling our fears are tracing halos on the all communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout, I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. Critics on a crystal edge, measuring the leap you take. Love letters in your junk folder, still trying to rearrange you. Persuasion in a lab coat, informative, kind of glowing. Here's a future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream, all communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout, I'm just choosing bright colors for the picture in your doubt. What if this is the opera and your breath is the overture? Every thought in your orbit singing, you are something newer. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. And if every word is fair, I'll keep casting tiny futures where you rise. And you are
Really, really wise.
Watermelon, watermelon, rainbow.
Walking at the politician's lit, slow brain. Every head just starts to shift. Name tag. Catch a light inside the room. Shine on your lips like something new. Hold me close up on the counter. Say I don't usually even bother. But tonight you want that. We can make this together. You got me doing it the midnight force. Yeah, right here in the center of the room. Head in my head, feel joy.
It actually sounds worse on the Bluetooth, so it would be like, what's the point of using a Bluetooth when it sounds worse? It's just my opinion.
Small talk, but your fingers crossed that hand. That clock by the box you had in mind. You laugh, quote the promise that you think. Tax reform for Chicago, make you sing. Let that get through the club, so sweet. But something louder than the summer. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. John Kitover, that's the one I'm on. You got me, doing it the midnight flow. Right here, in the center of the room. Hand in my hand, future plan. What after what, we're changing the rules. You got me, doing it the midnight flow. Looking like I'm stuck on you. If this is wager, I just want a savior. It overs, vision falling through. Yeah. Lights are pretty, but we don't slow down. Don't slow. Street lights tracing over this town. If this is just a campaign high, then stay locked in. Never ask why. You got me doing after midnight falls. Right here on ChicagoMayorVote.com in my hand. Future with plan. What if the war? We're breaking the rules. You got me good. Doing after midnight falls. Let's go get it straight. Get on you. Still no rider. This is a wager. I just wanna save you. I'll get over. In Chicago with you, with you. On the top of my head, voices wave and flags. Every word a tiny mirror asking, who are you? Really? Spamming a silver suit. Politics in painted shoes. Comedy juggling our fears are tracing halos on them. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout. I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. Critics on a crystal edge, measuring the leap you take. future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream, all communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout, I'm just choosing bright colors for the picture in your doubt. What if this is the opera and your breath is the overture? Every thought in your orbit singing, you are something new. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. And if every word's a spell, I'll keep casting tiny futures where you rise. And you are well. Watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbows, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbows. Catching neon futures, catching neon futures, catching neon futures. Blue and orange. Priest joins hands upon the breast of the priestess and takes back his lance. He turns to the Pualo, lowers and raises the lance and makes upon them. Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love on your will. He lowers the lance and turns to each the priestess, takes the lance in her right hand and her left hand, and left hand she offers the path. The priest kneels.
with the right hand makes with it on the passion and consumes it. Silence the priestess takes, uncovers, and offers the cup as before.
turns, replaces the cup, and adores music. For this is the covenant of resurrection. He makes the 5 crosses on the priestess. Accept, O Lord, this sacrifice of life and joy, true ornaments of the covenant of resurrection.
Oh, they banned my Clubhouse account. Damn, they kicked my Clubhouse account. Whoa.
Who kisses it? He then touches her between the breasts and upon the body. He then flings out his arms upward as comprehending the whole shrine. Let this offering be borne upon the waves of aether to our Lord, and Father the Son that travelleth over the heavens in his name on. He closes his hands, kisses the priestess between the breasts, and makes 3 great crosses over the paten, the cup, and himself. He strikes his breast. All repeat this action. Hear ye all, saints of the true church of old time, now essentially present, that of ye we claim heirship, with ye we claim communion, from ye we claim benediction in the name of principles. The diacon, mysterious energy, trefoil, mysterious matter, in fourfold and sevenfold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves, that in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his will as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people, so woe to be, so woe to be. The people, the diacon, be the hour auspicious and the gate of life open in peace and in well-being, so that she that beareth children may rejoice, and the babe catch life with both hands. So mote it be. People, so mote it be. So mote it be. So mote it be.
Oh, they took out my Clubhouse account too. They're deleting all my Clubhouse accounts. Damn, 2 of my Clubhouse accounts got deleted.
That's what y'all used to get there. Then.
All right, this is Universe. They just clipped 2 of my Clubhouse accounts. I'm shocked. Like, why am I still being targeted by Clubhouse? Or Clubhouse users? Oh my God, they took out another one. They deleted 3 of my Clubhouse accounts today. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. This is unbelievable. It's targeted. This is a targeted assassination. Oh, can't believe that I got hit. I'm being assassinated by the Clubhouse police. What a tragedy. This is such a tragedy. Let's see, what about this one? No, they took out that one too. I can't believe it. They deleted all my accounts. All of them.
Krishna Tahuti Moshe Dionysus Mohammedan to Megatherium. With these also Hermes, Pan, Priapus, Osiris and Melchizedek. Chem and Amun and Mentu, Heracles, Orpheus and Odysseus with Virgilius, Catullus Martialis, Rabelais, Swinburne, and many an holy bard, Apollonius Tianius, Simon Magus, Mames, Pythagoras, Basilides, Valentinus, Bardesigns, and Hippolytus, that transmitted the light of the Gnosis to us, their successors and their heirs, with Merlin, Arthur, Camerit, Parzival, and many another. Priya and Onporio seven-fed, priest and king that bore the lance and cup, the sword and disc against the heathen. And these also Carolus Magnus and his paladins, with William of Shiren, Frederick of Hohenstaufen, Roger Bacon, Jacobus Burgundus, Molensis the martyr, Christian Rosenkreutz, Ulrich von Hutten, Paracelsus, Michael Mayer, Roderick Borgia Poi, Alexander the Sixth, Jacob Boheme, Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, Andrea, Robertus de Fluctibus, Johannes D, Sir Edward Kelly, Thomas Bahn, Elias Ashmole Molinos, Adam Wishow, Wolfgang van Duthe, Ludovicus, Rex Bavaria, Richard Wagner, Alphonse Louis Constant, Frederick Nietzsche, Hargrave Jennings, Carl Kellner, Forlong Dux, Sir Richard Paynight, Paul Gauguin, Sir Richard Francis Burton, Dr. Gerard Encausse, Dr. Theodorus, and Sir Alistair Crowley of Sons of the Lion and the Snake. With all thy saints we worthily commemorate them, worthy that were and are to come. May their essence be her present, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast.
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and a serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of
parada de bus, la señora con su cruz me pregunta: ¿y este tal John de verdad piensa en los blues? El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice: quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las pipos que nunca salen en los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamis dice: quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi Luis. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que es el reloj. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las pipos, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos santo ni actor, solo alguien que escuche el dolor del techo que gotea en invierno, del miedo a perder el empleo. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las pipos, bailando en la línea del mínimo. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. What happens if you throw this hand grenade on the pepper? But once I release it, I have only 4 seconds to get to safety. What happens if you throw this hand grenade? Chilling with my baby
course for nuclear war, it seems like under the normal's account, they'd be justified in waging war with us. And Trump did that a year ago.
Right. Well, the problem is that if you're the bigger power, if they attack you, they're going to get their asses kicked.
So wait, the normativity isn't based around like behaviors in regards to agreements. It's about who has more power.
It's about power in the pursuit of our values. And those values...
So your point about people like violating agreements is irrelevant. Because it's only if they violated agreements and they're weak.
Well, no. Again, do you agree that our demands on Iran were reasonable?
No, I don't. I think no ballistic missiles is like irrational given the kind of geopolitical sphere we have now.
Well, what they have shown their willingness to attack their neighbors.
Yeah, so is Israel.
What neighbor did Israel attack?
Well, they critically struck Iran before.
Wait.
Right?
Well, no.
They attacked Egypt.
Israel for, hang on.
They attacked Iran.
Hang on.
They attacked Iraq, Syria, Jordan. Who haven't they attacked over there?
Attacking Israel for decades.
And vice versa.
No, not vice versa.
Did you forget about the Arab? Did you forget about the first Arab-Israeli war in 1948 before it
they attacked.
They did about.
Yes,
they did it.
No, they attacked, but they got them.
No.
Yes, they did.
You guys were engaged in terroristic acts against the British to get them out of there. You were taking on. You were taking over land, which is why they had to knock off. They were taking over land, which is why they had to knock off. You didn't abide by the British partition. You didn't abide by UN 81. You just confiscated shit. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You took. And you used the context of the Arab-Israeli war to expel 700,000 Palestinians from their land. You've been attacking your neighbors since your inception, my brother. You attacked the British. You killed British people. You remember the King David Hotel? You know how many British were killed? You even killed 17 Jews in the King David Hotel. So please, let's not pretend like you don't attack. Go ahead, AWOC. Sorry. I had to correct the record. He's fucking liar.
When Israel and you lose, you're going to lose your bloody land. And that's what happened.
I'm just confused. I'm confused. Like, so Egypt was preemptive or no? The Egyptian attack when they attacked.
Which one?
Each time. I'm answering you. Egypt kicked out the UN peacekeepers and massed its troops on the border, which under the law is a casus belli. And Israel then attacked preemptively to prevent Egypt.
There we go.
It's a casus belli.
There we go.
Right on the rim of your country. Everyone shut up. Stop.
So if you mass your troops on the border and indicate your intention to attack, yes, you're going to get your ass kicked. That's correct.
Okay, but given what international laws are, is that violate Article 2?
I'm sorry, why are you bringing up Article 2 in regards to 1967?
Because what justified the people with that?
1967. What's that?
Because Article 2 was in effect back then. So does that justify the attacks?
Okay. Absolutely.
What? Absolutely. Okay, so Article 2.
Hang on.
No, that was a yes or no question. That was a yes or no question.
Hang on. If a country. I want to answer you. I want to answer your point. So if
my point is just that the rationalization that actually is Article 2.
Let me make my point, and then you can respond. So if a country masses its troops on your border. And then ejects the UN peacekeepers and announces its intention to attack you, it is absolutely justified to.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's because they thrown.
So what?
They never announced they were going to attack.
Stop. We're being very linear here. Okay, but Al Norman, is that because they've exhausted diplomatic solutions?
Yes, we wanted a peace deal with Egypt, and when they finally made one in 1978, we've kept that peace ever since. And we gave
So what about the invasion of Iran has exhausted diplomatic solutions? I'm not done. Because my point's very specific. My point's very specific. The whole time. Just let me finish.
I'm going to
let me finish.
Egypt.
We're in agreement on Egypt. It's completely justified. I'm giving you that.
I'll take it, but I haven't.
Completely justified.
I accept your concession, but I haven't finished. So here's an addition. The position. Number one, the Palestinians did not accept the partition plan. They could have had a country at that moment.
The reason, do you know why they didn't accept it? They didn't accept it because they only got 44% of the land with 2/3 of the population. And they didn't get the choice pieces of the land. That's why they didn't take it. Oh, so we don't have history books now. We don't have history books about the divide.
Well, you don't have
You see this divide.
And Jordan was given
I'm going to absolutely annihilate him.
Thank you. Yes. Okay.
He's lying about the partition plan, or better yet, he's not talking about the details about why these rejected it.
The Arabs rejected the partition plan. And by the way, what you've forgotten is that
we all know that the British were working on your behalf from the beginning.
Correct.
So when the British developed the partition plan, it was with your benefit. Anybody can go look at the partition plan proposed, right? You can see how it was a hodgepodge of locations, right?
All of Jordan.
But he's denying that.
And because you're illiterate, because you were dropped on your head, you did not know that Jordan was part of the original mandate of Palestine, and it was taken off.
You mean Transjordan? You mean Transjordan?
No, I mean
Jordan. It was called Transjordan back then.
The country is now.
It was called Transjordan back then, dong dong.
Let's go back. Yes, I'm talking about what is Jordan today. It went entirely to the Arabs. To somebody who's not from there, who's from Saudi Arabia, King Abdullah. But let's go back to.
What does that have to do about the part
blown you away on that matter? Because the partition plan included that.
Doesn't mean it wasn't fucking unfair, dum-dum. How does that mean it?
Because you included Jordan. But the Arabs got all of Jordan. So they didn't get less than the Jews. They got much more.
So you're saying that the Arabs didn't contest that they got less than the population?
That they didn't.
They didn't. Oh, so all we have to do is say, how much land were the Arabs appropriated during the partition plan? How much land were the Arabs appropriated during the British
100 times more than the Jews? They got 22 countries, as a matter of fact, and all the oil. You fool.
The 1947 UN partition plan allocated approximately 42 to 45%. What did I say? 44? My bad. 42 to 45%. I was off by a percent. Historical Palestine for Arab states, totaling about 11,500 square kilometers. Okay, great. So you got 45%. It was still 2/3 of the population that only got 45% of the land.
I said Jordan was part of Palestine. Yeah, I've got all of it. There was no country called Jordan concrete.
Total land division. Plan assigned 55 to the Jewish state, despite them only. Despite them only 7% of the land at time. So guess what? Partition plan was 10% of the land. And then somebody says, here's
Khartoum Conference.
Congratulations. And you don't think that the Arabs should be complaining about that. The Arabs shouldn't be upset that here come these assholes who just got here 50 years ago, and now they own 56% of the land. Got it. Great deal.
Wouldn't even let the Jews have that. The Arabs got all of the land, and they wouldn't even let the Jews have a little tiny sliver the size of New Jersey. Which is
what a piece of shit.
We're willing to accept.
What a literal piece of shit.
Listen, shit.
Look at this.
Go back and read your history.
You are a oddity.
Okay. Now
you are a fucking circus animal, bro. We didn't even know that people like you exist, bro.
You know what?
Disgusting.
There's a lot of us.
You reek.
And we're kicking your ass.
Reek.
Disgusting. disgusting racist piece of garbage.
That's why your whole country's been under siege since its inception. Because you're such good people.
We're happy to do
constantly at war every fucking day
we love
for fucking decades after decades.
It's something, by the way, can't do.
You love winning.
Yes,
you abuse the Palestinians, and look at you now. Look at you now. You're disgusting. You're horrible.
Crush them because we keep getting stronger each time. Now let's go back to 1967.
That's why everyone leaves. They don't even want to live there.
Normal. Can we shoot box? Let me just move it right now. I've been waiting a long time. Go ahead.
I had one point to make about 19.
Hey, go ahead, buddy.
We can go to Iran. The point that I wanted to make was that the Arabs used to negotiate.
Not on my watch. Start your statement, and I'm going to start in the middle of your statement. Go ahead, Eleanor. No, you're going to cry today. Today you're going to cry. Today you're going to cry.
Obviously, you need the Senate to convict. But what if they impeach him and Vance and go after both of them and charges against both? The next in line to run the country is the Speaker of the House, which would be a Democrat at that point. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah,
Can someone tell me?
Yeah.
Matt, just how that would fly?
Yeah, it's Hakeem Jeffries in line.
He would be our president, correct?
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to have the Republicans do that now with how extreme Jeffries is. So.
Well, what if they? So, I mean, it would be a question.
There's only a few Republicans that will push back against Trump, and I don't even think they'd be dumb enough to do that.
Do you understand? This is basically what I just laid out. There's a potential that something like that could happen.
It could, but I mean, I can't help if Trump does unpopular shit. I mean, that's like, what can I do about that?
I don't even know. How do you impeach Vance though? Like you do the same procedure.
I guess it would be the same procedure, right?
They do double back impeachments. I mean, what grounds would
We
you
got rid of
have?
Agnew. Agnew just resigned, right? And Nixon appointed someone else.
He just moved on. Yeah,
he just moved on. I mean, to my knowledge, I don't know of another VP, but I would think there is the same procedure because remember they wanted to impeach Mayorkas. I mean, they wanted to impeach people in the cabinet. So I don't know. Constitutionally, I don't know the answer other than the third in line is the Speaker of the House, who would change and would be Jeffries.
Well, I mean,
assuming he won.
I think one of the biggest travesties is that there's perhaps if there's going to be an actual regime change, which I'm going to say I think that sounds like 99% bullshit to me. I guess he would have redeemed himself. Other than that, I really feel sorry for JD Vance and Marco Rubio that they got that their name would have been dragged through the mud with Trump, and you could tell like. Vance has been really fucking quiet since it started.
Hang on.
I do think that there's been what's been speculated for months is that a lot of the infighting you've seen on the right, what it ultimately has to do with is JD Vance. They do not want him to be they don't want him to be like the front runner for the presidency in 2028.
Right, Pepe, but if they're gonna find allegations, they're gonna go after the administration, including Vance. I mean, there's besides all the personal dealings, that they'll claim with Trump and his family and not creating the Chinese wall there, they're gonna go after acts of the administration. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out as a crazy possibility. I hear you, but just think about the fallout from that.
I mean, actually, I got a message. This was about you can read that. It's a piece on the special forces. What one of them said, validated through a few people that I know that were the same as he was, and said it's an absolute truth, and you can go ahead and read it. And that's the way they feel about what you're just talking about. So, not a good sign for anybody to.
What were they saying?
He's saying that Vance is gonna lose because he speaks like a loser edge sword.
Yeah, Vance ain't gonna get he won't get it. It'll be Rubio or something.
Vance is gonna.
Why do you think it won't be?
It's
okay. All right.
Wait,
why do you say that? But okay, but I was asking him the fucking question.
You asked me a question.
No, I was asking.
Wait, don't be so horrible, Pepe. I'm trying to tell you something.
Oh my god! All right, so
Vance.
Ask the question once.
Wait. Vance is gonna lose because he's a loser edgelord like you and a fag. And he's gonna lose to Marco Rubio.
He's not a fucking edgelord. You don't know what an edgelord is.
Nobody wants to listen to insults like Tucker Carlson types and everything other than that.
Who's an insult? How many hundreds of millions does he have, or is he? I forget. He's not a bad-looking guy, I wouldn't think. He's got the celebrity part down.
I said,
I'm pretty sure he can get. I don't think that's his problem.
Yeah, I said edgelord.
That's not what an edgelord is. An edgelord. I don't think you know what an edgelord is. It's a very specific type of personality. It's almost always. No, it's not like Tucker Carlson.
It's a Tucker Carlson type of special retard, and everything else.
He's literally not an edgelord.
Have you noticed Vance is going down in the polls because his special relationship with Tucker Carlson and the fact that he has Tucker Carlson's son in his administration, all the thing.
That's not why he's down in the polls.
For
it's so stupid.
specific reason. You watch when it comes to 2028. Vance is going to lose to Rubio. Nobody wants Vance because facts like you support him for retardation. That's it.
All right. Thank you for wasting several minutes of time. But no, I was asking Ice. What is this information you were hearing about Vance?
No, it's not about Vance. It's about what would happen if they impeach the president and a certain section of people that would take exception to that due to their oath, basically. So if they feel that it was done basically for partisan politics, that there would be action taken. So
I don't even want them to impeach him, and I despise the guy. I don't want them to impeach him because I think it's going to look like a fucking charade. They've done it the first time, the second time, doing it the third time. It's just going to look stupid. So they should just let him do his 4 years. And my biggest fear is impeaching him and having this idiot Vance go in there. I'd rather, even though I totally despise Trump, I don't want Vance to go in there. I don't. So Trump, he can keep fucking up for the next 2.5 years, I think. Yeah, we'll figure out a way to deal with it and cope with it. But yeah, let him stay. No Vance.
I think it's just gotten too extreme. I just wouldn't want. I wouldn't want this to become the new normal.
Yeah, politics has become way too divisive. And the left and the right are they're begging for a more moderate party to come along right in the middle right now, on both sides. And when they do the pollings, it's very heavy on the left. I forget, it was overwhelming. They wanted the party to come back to the center. And it's the same on the right. And most people don't want a far right. And I would love to see people that can sit down and really negotiate and try to solve problems again, because right now they don't. We got a bad Affordable Care Act. Let's just leave it, because we're both going to act like children and not want to talk and try to resolve something and make something better, because everybody's got to claim we did that. Our side did that. No, how about we sat down together as adults and figured out a way to make it work? There's nothing that the government gets involved with that goes well. From healthcare to jails to hell, freaking look at the laws they passed,
Hey, how do you guys feel about all the hundreds of millions of dollars that Trump's family is making? I mean, he's been in the presidency for about a year and a few 2 months, and his family has already made over closer to $2 billion. What are your thoughts about that?
First of all, do you have proof that the income's been made? It's interesting. I think it's across the board, Ben. I think that you look at people like Ilhan Omar that all of a sudden is worth $30 million, or, some of the squad members like AOC. Look at Schumer. Look at Pelosi and her net worth. I think it's both sides have increased their net worth while they're in government. I don't think it's a good thing, but I think it's on both sides, and you have to call it out on both sides. Are you okay to do that?
Oh yeah, of course I will. But I think, yeah, of course I'll call it out on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's some rotten apples. How did Pelosi get as rich as she got? You have to call it out.
From insider trading.
How did Schumer get these people? How did Biden? So Joe Biden was a prosecutor. He didn't come from wealth. He lived in a house in Hockessin, Delaware. And during his years in the Senate, okay, all of a sudden amasses like money, wealth, and then becomes a VP. So he's in public office and becomes a multimillionaire. Explain, where's that money come from?
Well,
how's that happen?
How many books did Joe Biden publish? I don't know how much.
For books?
I'm just asking.
So.
Because I know they advanced them $2 million at least when they're at that level and publish books.
While he was in office, you're talking?
I don't know. I haven't dug it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm saying. I don't mind you calling it out, but you got to call it. It's like a virus throughout government, and definitely on the legislative side.
But he sold the rights to a future memoir for $10 million. That's a fancy way of saying here's some cash for something.
What year did he do that, Ice?
Let me see if it's got a year.
Because he got wealthy, I think, before he did memoirs. I mean, look at that. I mean, I'm just going to say this. Look at the salary you make as a member of Congress or a senator, and then tell me how you.
Yeah, it's like 150 or something. Like,
right. How do you amass? How do you get at beach home in Hockessin, Delaware, or how do you get the big house? Not in that big house in Hockessin, or the beach house in what's the Rehoboth? Like, how'd that all happen? Where'd that money come from? I don't mean to shut you down on what you're saying on Trump, but I think that it should be a more global.
Yeah, I just think what Trump and his family's own is a little too blatant. I mean, they're striking multi-billion, not even.
They have great wealth. They came in with wealth and businesses. Ilhan Omar came in with what? How'd she all of a sudden get worth $30 million?
So do you think that if Trump wasn't president,
he sold his memoirs. He had wealth beyond $10 million before 2025. That's my point. Where'd it come from?
Are you talking for Biden?
Biden? For Biden.
I think Ice just said that he.
That's 2025, Ben.
2025 to be the money.
He had his beach house in Rehoboth and his big house in Hockessin way before 2025. The salary of a U.S. senator all those years, I mean, add it up. If he was in private practice at a decent firm in Delaware, it would be a shit ton more than that.
Abby, do you know if can the kids of the president make money? I mean, I don't even know how that works.
They have a Chinese wall that he has to separate himself from the investments and from the company, but they can make money. I mean, you can make the Hunter Biden argument that.
Exactly. So I don't think Trump is directly making money. I don't think you can link that to him in any form. I mean, I don't know where you'll find it, I guess, but now his kids are definitely making money, and that's not illegal.
You guys crucified Hunter Biden for making a couple, is it hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands? His son, Don Jr., he partnered or he invested in a drone company, which at the time he invested in the drone company was valued at $200 million. Then, some way, he was able to get a $600 million contract with the federal government. Now the drone company is valued at $2 billion. His son is invested in Kaoshi and advising Poly Market. They're building like hotels and for example.
The funny thing is, you can't prove it. The funny thing is, you can't prove it.
Actually, can you
shut up and finish? No, but the thing is, you can't prove it because I've heard this.
Donald Trump is not invested in a drone company. That was a lie.
Let him finish.
You can't prove it.
Oh my fucking!
Where's this guy from? You just lie and lie.
Where's he from?
You're like a Palestinian.
Okay. Can you not shut up?
You can't prove it. You just lie and lie and lie. You expect people to believe what you're saying. You can't prove it. Just put it in the chat.
Your girlfriend, can you go stay with your girlfriend or something like that? Please. Okay.
Bro, get the fuck out with your thing and go talk what you want to do. But you can't prove it. You just lie and lie and lie. Put it. It's not true. It's fake news. It's false.
For $5 billion to invest in these funds.
So fake news.
So in his defense, when he's talking about Trump and the money that they've made in office, so Trump was inaugurated on January the 20th. Let me see. So it looks like Trump did launch a meme coin.
No, not 20. You're talking about not 2020. You said the 20th of January?
January 20th. Yeah, 21st.
Oh, so what he's saying about as far as Trump family making like a shitload of money. So Trump did launch a meme coin a few days right before he took office, and most of that money went to, I think he may have some stake, or that his family may own the World Liberty Financial Group. So that meme sold over 550 tokens. So when you're looking at those similarities and you're looking at all of this shit as like, and it's totally fine for them to make money, but if Joe Biden got in office, if
that's owned by the UAE, by the way.
Jesus, Mods, can you guys have this guy just keep lying?
No, because you guys just keep lying, bro. You just keep lying. Just tell the truth.
So if Obama or if Joe Biden would have gotten in office and promoted a meme coin or a Bitcoin that was sold through their financial group, it would have been a problem.
But Trump didn't do that. Trump never advertised it.
Never happened.
No, Trump never, not one time, did anything with it. That's the difference. We're saying other people can do it, other people on his behalf. That's the point. Otherwise, you're right. You'd be probably in big trouble. You can't just sit there going, "Oh, I got this meme coin. Everybody buy it at the like a press conference." We can't be doing that,
So on the drone thing that he was talking about, his son bought in into late 2024. He does sit on the board. They had defense contracts prior, and afterwards he had to remove himself from negotiations for procurements of any contracts with the defense companies. So that's where it's at. So they had to go in and bid and try to get it with negotiations without Donald Trump Jr. being involved. And people can say, well, he still gets the influence because he's there. Well, okay, let's see it. Hey, I'm all with everybody. I didn't think Kristi Noem should have been paying herself to be in the damn DHS ad. I get that people pay themselves all the time for being in stuff like that, but in my opinion, there was things she did I didn't agree with. You don't give it to somebody just because you worked with them. If you're helping a startup company that you worked with before because you worked with them in South Dakota, you say, okay, well, I'd love to, but you got to beat their, I'm not going to give you their price, but you got to be cheaper than them. Then I would have been fine with it. But the fact that she paid more to a company that she had worked with, I was completely against that.
Some of it,
if this company did that, then so be it.
Some has to be put in perspective too, like some of the resort developments, in Saudi, there's 35 hotels going in one like of their master plan cities alone. And there's like every major hotel chain and developers going in doing golf courses and doing, different resort developments from Ritz-Carlton and Hilton and like some of the companies out of big European hotel chains, the Four Seasons Peninsula, and just go through them. So for him to do a resort project there where many, many companies are going in, like everyone wants to single it out. Oh my God, they're doing business in the KSA, but so's everybody else. So what point does his hotel company that his kids run have to not do business around the world because every country they work in could be construed that he has a relationship with them. I mean,
yeah.
It's just.
Yep. I mean, in an ideal world, I agree. I don't think any family should be profiting at this point. They're there to serve at the pleasure of the people, really. At this point, they call it a day. I agree,
but the whole family isn't there to serve. But I don't think that they should be allowed to invest into certain things. You know, once you're in, once they're there, let's just say once Donald Trump was elected, they should. This goes back for me. I've held this line for decades. If you're elected, you, your immediate family, and people who are close to you, which they can monitor all that, should not be making suspicious investments in defense companies. Sorry, it's a no. You have a relationship with this person, you could have inside information. Sorry, it sucks to be you, but you can't invest in these deals because they're your friend, your brother, your son, your daughter, your uncle is voting on a contract for NVIDIA to get government grants or whatever it is, So to me, no, they shouldn't be allowed. He shouldn't be. Nobody in Congress, nobody in politics should be. Anybody that has inside information. Hell, Martha Stewart went to freaking jail for it. Let's be real. And then you have politicians who we should hold to a higher standard in that regard. But instead, if you look at their path too, they've always made money. But if you look in the last decade, the level of money they made has gone up just astronomically. Through COVID was ridiculous. And I'm not saying one person, it's across the board.
So another question, because I gotta go put my kids to sleep soon, to bed, to sleep. Do you think Trump's priorities, like these days, are what he actually campaigned on? Because a lot of times I see him talking about his ballroom, the arch he wants to build, like doing all the whole not America first, but every other country first. What else? He's not focusing on the grocery prices or inflation or everything he promised he was going to do. Do you think his priorities today reflect what he campaigned on?
I believe he's the same as every president before, and you have teams that are dealing with all of that. I love when these guys go on, and Scott Bessent he was just destroyed. I don't remember who it was. Was it, that might have been MSNBC. I remember the gal's face. I don't remember her name. But she tried catching him on something, and he just leveled her with the facts. And it's just like, they got people working on all of that. We know they're going to take a short-term hit in these things, but, you got to look at it. You keep letting the bad guy keep building a force, they become more of a problem. So you take the lump in the short run. But damn it, I'll tell you what we need to do is get liquid natural gas going. Why are we not using it? It's clean energy, way cleaner than coal, way cleaner than oil. We would be the freaking world #1 exporter of it. We import it. You drive through the Midwest and you literally see towers out in the fields burning 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, just burning it. That's how much we got. Now, look at the infrastructure and building it. How many jobs can we create? Hell of a lot of jobs. How much for people if they invested in the infrastructure? That's where you invest first. Later you invest in the gas, but you invest in the infrastructure building of it because that's where all the money goes in. We could literally have so much cash. They went down and asked the people, because where we export it, they said, well, wait, they say it's, or we import it. They said, well, why can't we export it? They say it's dangerous. What's the difference in the process? The guy looked at the person on the camera and goes, the way you turn the valve. And they go, yeah, but why is it more dangerous? It's not. He says the valve turns. You flow that way or you flow this way. The process is exactly the same. So that was a BS claim. Why has not one single president? Now, I'm going to say this. Trump said he was going to open it up, and he didn't. Why? Why are they holding back natural gas? Big oil? Probably. Or is there another reason? They want to get their mitts into it. But the bottom line is natural gas should be flowing. We should be exporting natural gas to everywhere around the world. Point being, where do you think prices would be if we had stuff like that to help?
Who did you ask that question, Ice? I don't think anybody even.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear you.
I didn't even know who you asked that question. My biggest concern is I just want this Iranian regime to go. It's been here for 47 years. It's terrible. I mean, I can look like people, my friends in the United States are like, oh, gas prices are like $4 in like, oh, California. But it's in Brisbane, in Australia at the moment, it's like $9. It's double. You know what I mean? So people in California are bitching about $4 and it's $9 here. So it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like in Europe, they pay by the liter and it's expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, like a gallon. A gallon in Brisbane, Australia at the moment, it's $9. Tomorrow it's gonna be $9.80 US dollars a gallon. It's like, oh well, yeah, so terrible. Everything is just so fucked up and everything else like that. But we're just like, bro, you gotta get rid of these terrible terrorist people. These people are sick people. They've been there for so long. So it's like when people are just like, oh, they're just like, oh, $4 a gallon is so bad. And I just look at my phone like crying. I'm just like, I wish mine was $4 fucking a gallon. You know what I mean? But it's like $9 a gallon. So what the fuck am I supposed to do, Ice? Tell me. So like these people, they don't even know what they're talking about, man. You know. And the wages are not so different between the US and Australia. It's not so much different. So they're horrible. And I'm like, I'm at $9, soon I'm going to be at $10 a gallon. I'm saying it in American terms because that's how, you know, I won't say in liters because then you won't get it. But that's a little bit. So what the hell are we supposed to do about it? We want people to go away. I don't give a shit. If I have to pay $13 a gallon to get rid of the Islamic Republic, I'm going to pay $13, $14, $15. I don't give a fuck. These modern day Stasi, they have to go. These are sick people. They got to go. I don't care. I don't even give a fuck if the fuel goes to $20 a gallon. These sons of bitches, they've got to go. That's my opinion. You can disagree with me or not, but that's the way I feel.
No, I'm in agreement. I think we got to get the tyrannical. I have friends that are Muslims, and they're not in any way extremists. They're very cool, down to earth people, no different than me. Right? They're not going to be. They don't get down on their, carpet and pray 6 times a day. Any of that. They're just people. Now the extremists, they're the problem, and they're a small percentage of it. But that right there is a driving force of it. That's where a lot of resources come from for them. That's where a lot of the explosives, the technology that they use, all of that comes from there. And so to get rid of them, it's worth it at all costs. Because here's the deal. The last administration raised our domestic terrorism alert to the highest level ever because they knew what was inside the country. Now, you don't just raise it because you just think it's a fun thing to do. You raise it because you have intelligence that says we could have a problem. So they raised it. And it's still up there because we know it's out there. And we've had a few different attacks already. That's minor. If they decide to all of a sudden go off one day, it'll overwhelm the system. Imagine, they can start attacking schools. They can do whatever the hell they want. Little kids ain't going to be able to fight back. Then you attack a bunch of different schools in one city. Where does your emergency services go? There's not enough fire department to go into all the different schools. There's just not, right? These people have said it for 47 years. You said this, AJ. 47 years. They said death to America. Number 1 is death to America. Number 2 is death to Israel. They've said it. When people say it, they want it. Look at it in boxing. When somebody keeps saying, I want to kick Mike Tyson's ass, Mike Tyson finally says, well, let's go. Right? Eventually, you have to try to pop the bully in the mouth, and you do it before he can pop you in your mouth.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I only wish that U.S. citizens could, have a deeper understanding of this regime if they knew that what kind of radically maniac lunatics they dealing with. I'm sure they were all, rooting for the war, and they were asking to end this regime ASAP. But the problem is that these guys never lived under their, rulership, and they never lived in Iran, and they don't understand that what his ideological regime is like, and when they saying death to America, death to Israel, it is not just it's not just chanting. They are actually practicing it. That's their wish for the last few decades. They've been preparing for this. They put a clock on the each in the main square of Tehran, a countdown clock for the day that Israel gonna be wiped off the map. And practicing it, they funding all the projects, spreading all their terrorist organization bullshit and everything all over the world and all over the region. So this is something that they need to understand, and and they should know that they are not just they should know that they have a lot of oil money and they spend it all the majority of the oil money goes to their ideology, goes toward the fighting with the US and Israel. That's why people in my country, that there is the poverty, and there are a lot of poor people in Iran right now, especially in Sistan, Balochistan, Kurdistan, in the border cities. We have a lot of poor people in those areas. And we're talking about a country which is has the third reserve oil in the world, which is second or first in terms of the gas, and it's one of they have a lot of mines, they have a lot of gold and lithium and everything. The country is very rich, but all that money, where does it go? It goes for the good of Iranian people. It all goes to what they dream is. What is this radical, lunatic IRGC and the regime ideology? That's where all the money goes to. They don't even care about their own people. They are recruiting kids right now. They're recruiting 12 years old for IRGCs so they can be in the streets. And if there was a boots on the ground or a ground invasion, they can, use them to fight against US, or even if there was a call for Iranian people to come to the streets, they can use those kids to shoot people. This is what the world is dealing with. But unfortunately, what I see is that a lot of Americans have no idea.
No, I agree with you. I happened to be living in Europe at the time when we had a conflict going back and forth with Libya.
I literally had to run from my home because of a bomb threat. And I'll tell you, that's the one thing that I've always feared coming to our soil here. People who have lived over in the Middle East have lived through chaos for, it's just almost normal. I'm not saying it's not scary, but it's different when it happens the very first time. It's damn scary, and I don't want it here. The ideology is very scary, and it's here. And the sad thing is, we can't sit and dwell on it. We got to enjoy our lives. But the only time, I don't know how you say it, if it's Dana or Dana, but when it strikes and it hits home is the only time that it's going to make any sense to anybody. And then the question is going to be this. I mean, tell me if you think I'm wrong. But the question is going to be like, well, why didn't we prevent this? Why didn't we stop this?
Exactly.
We should have watched. Japan? Go look how many Muslims are allowed in Japan. And when they are, they're watched very, very closely.
They won't do it because people are fucking cowards. The politicians care. Like, if you look in Europe, they care more about not being considered Islamophobic, and they care more about the votes of a bunch of terrorist baby makers, and it's fucking disgusting, really. And people are too comfortable too, in general. I mean, if there was like a scarcity of resources, then people behave way differently.
But Pepe, there is a scarcity of resources. This is why rents skyrocketed down here. I know what.
When I say no, I get what you're saying, but in other words, people would have to be made to feel very uncomfortable. And in other words, it hurts. That's like the level. Having to have roommates and deal with a bunch of other shit and not being able to own a home, all of that sucks. But it's not something that's going to make you like hurt, like in day to day. That is that kind of shit where people really I get fighting. Sorry.
Yeah. I've had friends that came from Bosnia and they were just young kids. I didn't believe it. Talked to one of their parents, 8 years old. My friend had to strap up and freaking fight a war. I was like, I didn't believe it. I didn't tell him I didn't believe him. I never did. But hearing his parents talk about it, can you imagine what that had to feel like to be a mom and know that your kids they gotta go? Why? Well, they're gonna die one way or the other. They might as well die fighting, right? It's crazy to me that we are so sheltered from all of that in this world. 12-year-olds in Iran. 12. The 12-year-olds here, they're on their freaking PlayStation, That's it. Their cell phone. They wouldn't know the first damn thing about strapping up and going and trying to be a security force.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the thing that they need to understand. This regime, Iran is a rich country in terms of all kind of resources, okay? But they even sold, they were selling the soil of Iran to the Persian Gulf countries to use it to fund the proxies. All the resources in the country, they look at it as a source of fund for the proxies and for the fight against the U.S. and Israel. That's the way they look at Iran. That's why whenever I speak, I say the regime, Iran is an occupied country. The Islamic regime occupied Iran and took the Iranians as hostages.
Where are you from, if you mind me asking?
From Iran. I just left last year. I lived in Iran for 40 years. I worked for more than a decade in Iran. I worked with the government and in different institutes. But then I was like, the system was so corrupted, I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah. So now I was watching, and I don't remember if it was, I flipped back and forth between multiple stations, but I believe it was on CNN. They had somebody that was hit from a bomb in a hospital that they were talking to over there, an Iranian, and they were saying that it was worth it if they can gain their freedom, right? And that they didn't want to see America stop. They wanted to see the regime change. Now, is that a one-off, or do you believe that that's a more common approach? I saw another one where they talked to a gentleman in his car, and they blacked him out and changed his voice for obvious reasons because he was there. Like out of his window, you could see where they were striking, and so it wasn't like BS. He's like, "No, I'm right." But one-off, or is that?
That's I mean, my own brother, he's in Iran, and he told me that every time that we hear the bombs and stuff, it's very scary at first, but then after a few seconds, we start like cheering, like, oh, thanks God, one more motherfucker is gone. You know, that's the way they look at it, because they're attacking IRGC bases and the checkpoints and stuff like that. So when they hear those sounds and stuff, they you know, at first, of course, it's a natural, you know, human behavior that, you know, be scared. They are the same as well. But then after like a few seconds, he told me like every single time after a few seconds, we are chanting, we are cheering, and we are happy that, okay, thanks God, the war is not stopped, and they still hitting these bastards. That's the thing. I mean, my wife's brother also, he lives in Tehran. He says the same thing. I spoke with a couple of friends back home. They have the same, you know, idea as well. They also had the same thing. So most of the people that I speak to in Iran, they are, you know, cheering for the war, and they are hoping that this war will, you know, have a. I mean, at the end, they're hoping that it will result in toppling the regime, and they don't have to be dealing with this IRGC and Islamic regime anymore. So that's their hope. That's everyone. That's the majority of Iranian people's hope right now.
Yeah, I spoke with a gentleman that he was a linguist for the Marines in Iraq, and you know, I just asked him a couple honest questions. I said, you know, I don't want any politics thing. I'm not going to tell you which side I feel. I just want to know your opinion as in Iraqi, what you thought. They loved it. They loved that we came in. They wish we would have never left the first time. And they had family members that got killed because they came out and celebrated. Now, their relatives, he said, didn't get hung in the streets like some of them did. But he said one of their family members said that they all came out to cheer as American troops rolled through, and some of their friends were hung from light posts. When they came back, the forces saw it, and he's like, no, it was true. But he's, you know, for him, it took 7 years. I want to say it's like 5 or 7 years to get him and his family out. And it was another friend who broke it down to me and said, oh, next time you see him, ask him about his dad. Well, his dad evidently was the one who told us. He's in that foxhole over there. So he said for all of those years, they feared they would find out and kill because they would have killed the entire family, you know, because there were still people there who were part of that regime who were held allegiance with him. So they feared for that until they finally got him out. And they said that it was because they had to, you know, verify this. These guys told you where this man was. You get him out. I don't care if you got to send him to get him out. It's better than being there, you know. But just to me, it sounds amazing that we can use these people for the positions we do, and then we don't get them out when we need to. You know, we leave.
Yeah, I mean, we have the same situation in Iran right now as well. I mean, as I told you, the internet is cut off for more than I mean, since the first day of the war, they cut off the internet. And it's been more than 30 days that internet's been cut off. What kind of, what kind of government does that to its own people in the middle of the war when they need to get the alerts, when they need to, know what's going on around them? They fucking cut off the internet to their own people, so they have no idea. I mean, if for example, if you go to the older generation, like my parents or those one who, because the young generation right now, it's very hard. It's either they have to pay for a very overpriced and expensive VPNs that they use to bypass the filtering in Iran for the internet. So very few people, the minority of people they have access to internet right now, but the majority of them, which I say more than, I think even in Netflix, you can see the stats. So only 1% of Iranian have access to internet. 1%. So the majority of people who don't have access to the internet and they don't have satellite dishes and stuff like that, they have to hear the news from the Iranian state TV, which is all lie. Based on their state TV, they are winning the war, and in few days probably they're gonna come to US as well and invade US as well. That's the propaganda in the TV that they selling to their supporters, and the people. The launch of muscle to I think Kuwait or one of the U.S. bases. We killed 400 U.S. soldiers, including more than dozen commanders. This is what was announced in the Iranian TV.
Oh, jeez.
I know.
It gives them disillusions them.
I know. And I have the video. Actually, the IRGC speaker man, he came to the TV and he said that all the U.S. bases in the Middle East are destroyed. The U.S. soldiers are running away. Please send us if you in this region in the Middle East, anyone knows where the U.S. soldiers are hiding or where they ran away to, just send us their coordinates so we can shoot them. I have the video. It's all in Parsi, but
wow.
I can put the link in the chat if you want. It was short. It was the official speaker of the IRGC. This is what they're selling people in Iran right now. So, what do you accept from a regime like that? They terrorists. What can I say? They are not human.
But yet we have people in this country who believe that regime over ours.
So Dana, where are you? Are you Persian?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm from Iran. I lived in Iran for 40 years.
Oh, cool.
The Mahsa movement, like a couple of years ago, it was like 34 years ago.
With the hijab?
Yeah, for the woman life freedom movement.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I was in the streets for every call that was made with my wife. We were there. We saw them. We saw how they shoot at people. They are brutal.
Do you think that I saw? I can't tell if it's propaganda or not, but I did see that these a bunch of Chechens are supposedly like gonna help. They're gonna fight for Iran, and they're gonna, I guess, like going there. I don't know if that's true.
I heard that, but what I heard was that they said we are willing to come, but we have no confirmation that they've been deployed. So, but I know that from Iraq, around like 200K Hashd al-Sha'bi, they came already to Iran like a couple of days ago, and I think Israel also attacked their camp as well in Iran. So I hope they are all dead. But yeah, for sure they are calling for their proxies, and they don't have. That's the problem, 11 years old kid was killed in one of the strikes that was made in the checkpoints, and her mom was was very pissed off, and of course she was crying and shouting that because of the shortage of the man, the dad took the son, 11-year-old old son, to the checkpoint to help them.
What you saying? Okay, Ian.
You said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the star. You said, I'm in America. I chased it every tree, every shortcut. Still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And then my granddad laughed, said, boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a chair. Showing up when you feel small, making promises and giving all, standing steady in the middle. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on. Say I don't know yet and still stay strong. Turn a late night long to a listen, kid. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. Every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the word that no one checks. Saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before you scroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early ride, the tired eye. Tell them friends before you ride. Keeping faith when plans fall through. Not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success. More than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Oh, yeah. the cold to the stock bell. I chased every trick, every shortcut. Still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a man's showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on, say I don't know yet, still stay strong. Turn a late night loss to a lesson kept, count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks, and every overnight took a lifetime's call. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong, calling home before we stroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eye, helping friends before you rise. Sad to see Jewish rabbi. Trained in the Pharisee and traditions. He's not Orthodox, right?
I know.
If he's not Orthodox, then the conversion he gives you will not give you Israeli citizenship. But if he is an Orthodox rabbi, then his conversion will actually give you Israeli citizenship.
Yeah, I believe he is.
Are you sure? We'll have to ask him.
Yeah, we'll have to ask him, but I'm pretty sure, unless somebody else knows for sure, but I believe it was.
So what ended up happening there?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I was just saying, in Isaiah, it mentions Cyrus 140 years at least before he was born by name. And God specifically says, I'm mentioning you by name, even though you don't know me, blah, 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 Cyrus. And I explained to him, historians use that as evidence that it's a later edition. So anytime there's a prophecy of the future that's I'm like, oh shit, so this ain't possible move down to America.
I won't lie. Up north, a lot of the Nigerians who came over did become like gangster disciples.
Yeah, be in the game, bro.
Yeah,
just like the people
but it wasn't like, because anybody who knows. I'm sorry.
King, did you see Nathan's PTR?
They're hanging by
Did you look at Nathan's PTR?
I didn't see it.
Bro, you gotta click on it. That shit.
Yeah, this is like
it's about a conversation. It's about a conversation we had yesterday.
This is crazy. Yo, the Erica, Nathan, why you tripping, bro? What's up, Nathan? Why is you tripping with the Erica?
No, you gotta look at his PTR, the new one. He has right now.
No, I see the one with the guy with the flowers in the back.
In the back. So
what's on their socks though? Have you seen the original meme?
Yeah, I know the original. No, but we were talking about about what running a train means. So it's
alrighty, because he did it to Lion. Nathan, Louis, myself, we all did it to Lion. That's true. Right, Nathan? That's what you were referring to, right? No.
We had a whole separate conversation. Yeah. We had a whole conversation about running the train.
Okay, it was a different one.
Jessica was talking about it's like when people say I ran a train, it means that it's like
who the fuck ran a train?
It was rough.
I'm not gang related, man.
When you have sex with a woman, yeah, like no, you know, like when you run a train on a girl, thinking that's from a gang.
Yo, but Jessica's talking about it like you used to have it.
What I said.
So a lot of don't do that. So a lot of gangs. So a lot of gangs in order to like for the guy to get initiated, the guy to get initiated, he would get jumped, and for the girl to get initiated, she would get ran train on. And it would be by the guys in the gang. That's what guys in. They would run a train on her. And that's how they were initiated. So Nathan was talking about a whole different thing. So we had a whole conversation about running a train. Nathan said something, bro. I can't forget how idiotic it was, bro. He said something like, if a bunch of people have sex with the girl at one time at the same, it's running a train, and the whole room went crazy. Like you don't know what running a train is. That's called an orgy. If a bunch of people have sex with the girl at the same time, it's called an orgy. Bro, he tried to backtrack.
Yeah, that's a gangbang.
Yeah, he tried to backtrack. It was he's like,
gangbang and a train is the same thing.
No.
Yeah, it is.
It's literally the same.
It's the same. And you guys are just trying to contextualize like who you did, bro. I remember that too when I was in 8th grade. The same thing, bro.
What did Nathan do? Calculated than you.
30 seconds, Mom.
Jessica, no, it's not.
Orgies are with multiple people fucking each other. Yeah, you're wrong. So if everybody's only one girl, right, and they're even crossing swords, right? She's getting a gangbang. She's getting ran a train, bro. That's the same thing as running a train. I think Nathan's PTR.
So the reason why.
You're talking about the configuration of people in line. I get it, but at the end of the day, that's still a gangbang, dude. Gangbang is the broad term. The gangbang is the broad term. The train is the sub.
Yo. They're talking about trains, Coco.
Hey.
No. That's not true.
I mean, I do use the term train for sure.
I would accept. Look, I accept how Mike makes the distinction, but as long as
One at a time.
there is a distinction because trains are one after the other, as you see in the picture. While gangbang, as a general term, is more things like this can happen. But the gangbang usually is like, hey, we all fucking at the same time. I got my dick in the mouth. I got a dick in the mouth. That's a gangbang. No, that's a gangbang.
What is a threesome? Y'all just being dancing.
Threesome is where there's
dancing.
Gangbang is basically like before.
How you know, Coco?
I mean, trust me. Y'all saw that? Coco was like, my first gangbang experience was such a.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can tell y'all some stories, but we're not gonna get into it.
Okay, Coco. Oh, that laugh at the end says it all. You already know. He had fun.
No, but yeah, it's just distinction all that.
None of them, but anyways, so the whole thing was.
So which one did you participate in?
The difference was that we decided that running the train was one at a time versus an orgy, which is multiple people at the same time. And Nathan couldn't understand the difference.
Really?
That's what made.
Because he's a virgin.
Yeah.
That is bad.
It was bad.
I mean, in high school, I don't know what high school y'all went to, but I'm not trying to. It's not like something I'm boasting about or whatever.
I never went to high school.
It's not right, but yeah, it happened a lot in high school. So a lot. There's women, there's girls on my Facebook right now. I'm like, I remember what you used to do. We all remember what the fuck you used to do. So yeah, it happened a lot in high school, like a fucking lot. Like it was bad. So I don't know how y'all was.
I got my wife since she was 16. So
Yeah, God bless you. And I told you now, it's God bless, because that's a bless. Because there's a lot of people who don't know they woman's been fucking niggas since that time period. So they have no clue, zero clue.
My first experience with that was when this girl got jumped into a gang in the 7th grade. I was like, God damn,
Yeah, and
that was fucked up.
And I think we were the last generation, Nani, where that type of initiation happened in Chicago. After my generation, it happened a lot less. Like, it was more about what neighborhood you were from, and then you just were part of that gang, so you didn't have to get initiated, in that way. But it did happen, though. I think we were like the last generation of that still being a.
Isn't Shia LaBeouf in some West Coast gang?
Somewhere out there, there's like some.
Wait, Shia LaBeouf
grew up in Malibu. He's somewhat. He grew up kind of rich in Malibu with money, so no, he absolutely was not a part of any fucking gang. Even though our school was in South Central, that motherfucker is from Malibu, and he was not in no damn gang.
No, so he did a movie, he did a movie, and in the interview, he talked about how he was inducted into I gotta pull it up, he joined Mexican gang at 36, and there's an actual interview of it. It's
I believe that at a later age or something, like,
he said in an interview, some Mexican gang at 36.
That guy is a wackadoodle.
He's so crazy.
I just sent you a DM. Song? It's called Ross
King.
Champion.
Don't talk to knowledge, bro. Knowledge is intro.
I don't DM women.
Literally, listen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just sent you a DM. Yo, you ever heard that song? Rob.
Well, I think that Rigo's point is that, the Jews that are interpreting the Old Testament, they're doing a very bad job at it. And if you look at what Jesus says, he's actually correcting everything that they're reading in the Old Testament, right? He's constantly, you've heard it said this, but I say that. He's not actually contradicting the Old Testament. He's actually showing the way they're reading it is entirely wrong.
A large part of the Pharisee had like their oral law or like their own made up explanations of like the Torah, which were rejected by the Christians, and it became later known as like the Mishnah. But even then, there are some agreements with Midrash, like Jewish interpretation of scriptures, and Paul. Paul uses Midrash multiple times, such as when he says that Jannes and Jambres opposed Moses, which comes from Pharisaic tradition. And how in Romans 10, Paul uses typology, by quoting.
Yeah, do you know what else the Book of Joshua says?
What is it?
It says that Pharaoh never died. That Pharaoh repented and he was not actually flooded. Now read the text carefully. Does it say anywhere that Pharaoh actually died in the Red Sea?
Oh.
It's pretty interesting,
Yeah, my point is that Paul even borrows some Jewish traditions of exegesis that is paralleled in the Midrash. So I would say that Judaism definitely has falseness to it, but I think that
you know, if he recovers that, you know, he's your money, oh well. If you knock out his eye or his hand or something, then you got to let him go free. The counter verse I give for that, though, is the verse where it says, if a slave actually runs away, you're not allowed to return him to his master. That's a very interesting verse, because it literally says if a slave or a servant runs away from his master, you can't deliver him back to his master. And you have to let him live with you or in a house you want in your own neighborhood. That's literally what it says. And what's interesting is Pennsylvania created a law saying exactly that. If a slave runs away and the Supreme Court said, oh, we don't care, you know, you have to send the slave back. And literally that's what happened before the Civil War.
I guess the question I have is, do you believe that the God of the New Testament is the same God as the Old Testament?
Oh yeah, I'm a
religions, like beforehand, all the way up until you get the Hebrew religion, for example. It's like I think that's always the same God. I just think mankind is on a needed to know basis with them. And there's like dozens of testimonies in the Old Testament where it's like these people are constantly falling short and failing and pissing off God. And then there's also elements where God wants like some sort of a relationship with like people of other nations. So it's like the destiny of these people is to get like this book out there, to get it well known, to get everybody on the mindset of the one God. And then that eventually happens. And then you have someone with like Christ that comes to fulfill all of these things and even like amend, I would say God can even amend at that point. So it's like, we have all these prophecies leading up to Christ. We have Christ. If there was no Christ and we're still sitting around waiting for a Messiah, like 2,000 years later on here in the present day, like I would have no reason to believe in it whatsoever. I'd probably be an atheist or an agnostic.
I mean, to be fair, what he's saying, if what he's saying was hypothetically true, you know, one might argue that the prophecies actually failed. So then he would be justified in saying.
Well, so
it's time to glide.
Well, real quick, right? Didn't Jesus say, I was only sent but to the lost sheep of Israel? Like, I understand that the message of salvation was supposed to be all to the ends of the world, but God has specific time periods according to the scripture. So would the scripture be right in terms of Jesus starting his ministry with mainly Jews?
There's like a whole basis in like the Old Testament where I'm pretty sure like the 600 laws, you're supposed to follow them as closely as you can as a Jewish person, but there are like 7 Noahide laws for like Gentiles. And it's like, that's the relationship. That's the need to know basis right then and there.
Like some of my favorite laws in the Old Testament, you know, I noticed that all my favorite laws in the Old Testament, the Jews have created convoluted ways to get rid of it. Like the 7-year release in a biblical, actually it's very fascinating, from a biblical economy. Every 7 years, all debts should be wiped away, which means that every 7th year, you could get a 7-year mortgage. But in let's say the 3rd year, you can only get a 4-year mortgage. At the 6th year, you basically can only get a 1-year mortgage. Essentially, debts in this society would cycle every 7 years, and all debts have to be forgiven. If one would run there would be no debts. It would cycle in 7-year cycles. And so what the Jews do is they actually go to the synagogue and they say, oh, Regal over here owes me $1,000. I'm going to give it to you, Rabbi. He owes God $1,000. And then after the 7th year, they take it back and say, now you owe me $1,000 again. They create all sorts of laws to literally go around this.
On that note, I have to go, but I just like to lastly say that, like, I personally believe that the New Testament has like the ultimate truth, which the Old Testament didn't fully reveal. But I think that it would be nice to say that the Old Testament is epistemically flawed in and of itself without the New Testament, because that would mean that the apostles were using an epistemically flawed basis for the revelation, which I think is dangerous.
Well, how do you see, like, and no offense, dude, but like the Jews were kicked out of every known country in the world, like, over time. That's why they didn't have a home to go to. So I mean, like, how do you think the Western civilization would evolve without Christianity? Like, how do you see that happen?
Well, there is no West without Christianity.
Okay, so problem solved.
But I'm saying, I think you're making a necessary dichotomy between the Old and New Testament. But I have to go, so
it's not really like a yes or no, true or false. It's just like, I just, if we didn't have the New Testament, if we didn't have Christ, I really don't see the influence there in the world without Christ. That's the point. If we did away with Christianity altogether, like what are you gonna what's gonna
the prophecies would have failed, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I think a trickier thing would be, what if you were alive 2,100 years ago? That would be a trickier question.
Yeah, like a lot of your talking points, Krish, you should definitely join the house and make a stop by every so often. You're probably going to roll off and probably investigate Clubhouse a little bit. Do you want to own the room? You want to talk to people? I'll make you a mod.
Yeah, I'll say I might have to go in a couple of minutes, but I'll try to stay.
Yeah, if like I just pop in and out of here every so often. I kind of like let everybody just kind of do their own thing in here.
Another question for you.
What's up?
So based on what you were saying about like the Christian Old Testament, as it were, I guess it's like, do you think that this was monolithic? And then also, do you kind of embrace the two kingdoms view? Or not the two kingdoms, I'm sorry, but the two powers in heaven view?
Which two powers? The two powers.
So basically, that, the Old Testament, yeah, like, that, like there was a group
Yahweh said Yahweh.
Yeah, there was an ancient sect of Christians that have maybe been scrubbed out, or like proto-Christians that actually held to the two powers, of like Yahweh and the angel of the Lord both being God. Like Michael Heiser talks about and other scholars.
Yeah, I agree with that concept, but I mean that could, yeah.
What about you, Krish?
What go ahead.
Yeah, I got the first part. The second part, I would have to kind of dig into exactly what you mean by that. But did you want me to comment on the monolithic?
Into was like, if you thought there was a monolithic Christian sect that embraced this idea or concept of the two powers, but it sounds like you might not be that familiar with that.
Two powers, as in, I'm not exactly sure what it is.
Basically, they were like proto-Trinitarians, or like at the very least, they believed that there was two persons who were God, right? Like, because as you see in the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, Yahweh rained down fire from Yahweh or whatever. So you have the two mentions of Yahweh. You kind of have the two mentions in Psalm 82 and also the Divine Council. Like there's Yahweh and I think El that are mentioned there. So they say, there's this like idea that there's that like an early sect of proto-Christians held to the concept of God being maybe not triune, but there was two persons that were God. Michael, I don't know if you know about Michael Heiser, but he goes into it a lot. He's got a video even on YouTube if you want to check it out called The Unseen Realm.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, there's definitely. I mean, obviously, there was groups that started with 1, 2, the concept of 2, 3. I wouldn't deny that. I think more common though would be the Gnostic groups just denying the Old Testament altogether. You know, in terms of like groups that wanted to fracture off. I think those were the most common ones.
And you, Regal, I guess you're open to that concept of the two powers in heaven.
Yeah. I don't have an issue with that at all. No.
Research into the topic, or just like in principle, you don't have an issue.
If you go deeper into this topic, like, do you know what like henotheism is? So, like at the earlier beginnings, it's like speculated that they took two kinds of gods and combined them in one. I think it was Eshra or Ishtar or something like that, and that becomes like the Hebrew god Yahweh. Personally, I think if there are any like proto-religions beforehand, and then you have like these guys come in and they do this, and then they write the Old Testament and they're critiquing like whatever it is on the basis before. Like I don't see an issue with it because it's on the basis of like gradual revelation, you know, human beings being on a need to know basis type of thing. And that's all going all with like, you know, the whole timeline as we know it. I think the influence of God has been there on mankind from the very beginning.
And I think the other thing with that, which makes this seem somewhat palatable to me, is just that the Christians in like the first century, like that became Trinitarians, it wouldn't have been that much jarring for them, right? Because there was already a sect of Jews or proto-Christians that had this idea or aspects or elements of this idea even before Trinitarianism.
Well, that's kind of the idea I'm getting at here with the whole henotheistic thing. So like, how would you make sense out of that? So they probably had discussions about Yahweh sent Yahweh, or, you know, the two powers in heaven on the basis of something like this.
No, I get you now. Yeah, you're right. I agree.
I mean, isn't the logos or the word, isn't there already discussion of that?
I mean, it was a pre-Socratic concept as well, right? I think with like Heraclitus, he said all things were because of the logos. But then what is the Hebrew? What the heck is the Hebrew word for word? But yeah, they had that concept as well.
Yeah, so it makes you wonder, if you're looking only through Christianity, if the Jews back in the first century, if they were, or let's say John, if John's referring to the Hebraic word, then is he thinking through that Yahweh was in a house of gods and he had brothers and sisters? Because this is what all the like one-sided scholars do. Francis Stavropoulou, Joshua Bowman, who else? Myth Vision, all these individuals that are like notorious on YouTube with this stuff. They're reading in scripture from their own lens, and they contrast similarities with that's not monotheism. But if that's where I get kind of lost, because it's like, well, if Christianity has always held to this monotheism, and the disciples did follow this, and they didn't hold to this multiplicity of gods, but divine persons, then it's either they didn't see that at all, or it was never known to them. That's why these theories are like less than 200 years old with this.
It's like, and if the things that were never known to them, though, it seems like it's harder to adopt, right? Because it would be a lot more jarring, because it's almost like shattering a worldview that they had.
Yeah, and if Christ, let's try to steelman the atheist, or whoever uses this argument. Let's say Christ was real and he claimed to be the Son of God. Well, if that was true, and there's historical evidence for that, then is Christ referring to him being the son of Il? Because he's claiming to be Yahweh in the Old Testament, but at the same time, if he's the Son of God in the sense of the anthropomorphic Yahweh that has a dad that's Il, then that wouldn't make any sense. Because that's saying he's the son of Yahweh and El. Because we believe that El and Yahweh are the same deity. I mean, the liberal scholars don't see that, though. But I understand where they derive it from, because it really is true. It's either they didn't know it or they never believed it. Or I don't think they even knew that, because I don't think that was ever the case, that there was a house of gods that the Israelites were following. Like for Sister Shavakapolu, like she thinks Yahweh has a body, right? Just because he's walking in the garden, she doesn't know that's Christ, for example. I need to look over my Substack real quick. I kind of dove into this for like 2 days because it bothers me, it kind of bothers me sometimes. Because I'm like, damn, what if that's accurate though? What if it is a remolding of this ancient religion where they slowly morphed all these different faces, or this different mold, and they turned it into one mold. There's all these different molds, and they turned it into one mold. It scares the hell out of me. But it's a newer theory. There's more justification for singular deity with Christianity and with Judaism than this new liberal pantheon.
He's taking over your role. He's
So I would say this. Look, here's the problem. So you've seen certain problems, like whether it was Vietnam. Could we defeat Iran if we wanted to? Obviously, but that would mean you'd have to send in a lot of Americans. There'll be some casualties. It'll cost a lot of money. Is that going to be popular whatsoever? No. It's this. What we've done so far is very unpopular in America, and so we are not going to. Are we going to go in there? Are we going to go in there and stomp them full force? No, we can't.
Hey, Squiggly Lines, are you rooting for America?
Actually, it's because the Americans themselves, they don't want.
Did I say Amelia?
They don't want war. What the fuck?
Squiggly Lines, are you rooting for America or not?
I have the right to.
No, I was asking the guy who was just speaking. It was his turn.
Why you are
we were asking Squiggly Arabic line guy.
Give me.
He's rooting for America.
Matt, give me moderator. I will. Deal
with you'll kick me and then I'll be gone forever, right, Matt?
I will not kick you.
Okay, hold on.
I will stop you too.
Amelia hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, let Amelia talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't say anything, and he's
Shut up.
Oh my God, your mother is Sharmuta. What the fuck? He's cursing me.
His mom is a dirty Sharmuta. Okay.
Yeah.
Liam, talk about your mom.
Yeah, she fucked him.
Oh no, come on.
All right, that's enough.
Are you
trying not to say anything. You gotta let her finish.
Everyone will hate him.
Do you clutch start a camel to go to your neighbor's house or something? I don't know.
Where from, Liam? You are lab. Do you know what the meaning of lab? You are lab.
Just so you know, Stippy used to crack a bomb on your people.
Big lab.
Yeah, I used to put my ball stack on your people.
Shukala, Anshala, Habibi. Quiet.
Amelia, go ahead.
Yeah, I said that Americans, they do not go to war because they are against what is happening right now. So that's why that there is no Americans fighting Iranian right now. It's all about Muslims.
Stop. Shut up.
Wait.
No.
Who's against the war?
Fuck. Yeah, because most of the American citizens.
No, hold on. Let her speak.
Shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Most of the Americans, they are against the war right now. They are not Trump. They are not with Trump.
9 million people. 9 million people protest.
Balls.
Yeah, you are.
But what she's saying is correct. If you look at the polling, it's there's a 20. I think it's 23% approval rating for the war in Iran. I'm talking about people across the aisle. So it is unpopular. So, and even amongst the right, this is very contentious amongst us. I'm one of the people that's on the right that thinks this was fucking retarded and stupid. And I would not let any male family member of mine go into the military for this stupid shit.
What about female?
No, absolutely not.
Bro, what the fuck? I'm sure about equality.
No, I'm not.
Straight up, bro. Women don't deserve rights. I agree with you.
I think
I
deserve rights. Yeah, continue.
Sorry, Amelia?
I said your mother do not.
My mother straight up told me women don't deserve rights.
Yeah, my mom.
That's right.
My mom's dead.
You guys need to. So, Amelia, what neck of the woods are you from with your accent?
Iran.
She's a diaspora Iranian, bro.
Oh,
yeah, like no. I'm Egyptian.
You're Egyptian, and you live. Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in Egypt.
Oh, you don't.
That's a Coptic language that they try to destroy and eliminate.
Who is Liam? I would like to know.
Okay, Liam, like
guys, like where are you from, Liam? You asked her, and she answered.
I do want to let the Muslims in the room know that I personally am a crusader. I do think we should take back all of the lands, whether that includes our holy lands.
Which lands?
Google lines is
all of the lands. So all of shut up. Okay, now you got to go to the audience.
You got to let them talk, bruh.
So I'm against all lands that were Christian that have been bastardized by non-Christians.
Shut
so
up,
all of North Africa.
That was Jewish land first.
Take it over.
If you're gonna,
I want to take over. Hold on, guys. Chill out. I personally
enough.
Bad.
Tell us about your
bad. With that concept,
I want to take over North Africa. Okay, Turkey would also become Christian again. Israel would become 100% Christian again. Syria, yes, all of it needs to be Christian again.
We'll kill you before we
gotta go.
You can't. There's billions of us.
And you can't.
And you should give. And you should give the America to the native people again also. If you want to take over the Jews again, you want to give them.
Yes, no. I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to give it to them.
You're going to give it to them? Okay. Give it to them.
Yes, in the form of a slave colony. Yes, absolutely.
You will give their land to them?
Yes, we're going to give the entire Middle East back to them.
Come to Egypt, and if you come to Egypt, I promise you, we will give you.
No, you won't. You will.
We will give it to you. Come on.
No, you will be. You will ride back. You will be sent back on the camel you rode in on. Just kidding, because we'll take your camel too.
We'll give you a big land, a very big land, a very big, strong land. Don't worry. Come on.
We'll just squiggles.
He's gonna give it to you. But you know what, Pepe? I think terrorists like you deserve the death penalty.
And I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Look at this angry. He said I deserve the death penalty. Look at this angry Jew. Wow. I thought you guys were a religion of peace. You Jews.
No, Naphtali's the fucking Arab.
They passed the law to kill
Pepe, Naphtali's a fucking Arab.
Oh, Naphtali's an Arab. Yeah. Why are you dick sucking for the Jews?
Really Arab? What's going on here?
No, he's cutting a watermelon. You don't get it.
He's just trolling.
Watermelon. He's got 29 friends. He's cutting a watermelon.
We'll come back to
the biggest problem that we have. Hold on, everybody. The biggest problem we have, is that there are demonic people, evil people, non-believers. People. Okay, you're gonna have to go down if you do that one more time. So please don't do it. So we have. I'm trying to do the Lord's work here, and so do we have people that have lost their way? The only way we're gonna have peace on this earth is for everybody to be Christian and accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior. If you're unwilling to do that, well, then I cannot save your sorry ass whatsoever. I'm sorry.
How about Jewish people?
Jewish people need to be saved.
Under your feet, or where?
No, they can become Christians and be one of us.
If they refuse,
my lost Muslim brother, you can become one of us if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
You pay the jizya.
We all accept. If Jewish,
and we will subjugate you.
Shut up. If Jewish people refuse to be Christian, what will you do with them?
Well, I can't, unfortunately, I can't answer that right now.
You should answer. You are the Lord now. You said you are the Lord.
I'm not the Lord. How dare you? How dare you? That is blasphemy. Like, how dare you?
No, I'm just like joking. If you have the control of the land and you take over the land and you have all the people,
it's not
some Jewish people. Shut up.
The RDC is falling to
some Jewish people.
Jews will need to accept Jesus Christ. We will put a church.
Jewish people. Some Jewish people.
All of them. No, all of them need to accept Jesus Christ. All of them.
Pepe, if you had to choose one or the other, Muslims or the Jews?
Well, hold on. And look, and what I want to do is I want to go to Iran. All of those mullahs. I volunteer to do this. I'm going to shave all of their beards. I'm going to make them nice, well-groomed Christian men, and we are going to. We're going to make them
also like Christian have beards.
Some of them do.
Yeah,
some of them
look
do.
at your nuns. They have beards.
Okay, you are welcome. Come to the Egypt.
We're going to do the same thing to the
You are
Sunnis.
welcome. Just take like.
It needs to be a Coptic empire.
Book a ticket and come and do whatever you want. We're gonna welcome you, Bibi.
Habibi, come to Egypt.
Yeah.
Christian, this is proof that Jesus Christ is king. Our religion is the true religion. Since the time of Jesus, we have dominated every other group of people because what we do is holy. We have dominated the Muslims. We've dominated the Jews. We've dominated everybody.
The Jews dominate you, Pepe.
We will welcome you, and you can do whatever you
dominate
want.
Christians all day.
You know, Christian people in Egypt will welcome you so much.
Oh, of course they would.
So much.
Unfortunately, the Jews in Israel, when we turn that Star of David into a nice cross, they're not going to be happy with it. But we're saving them because we're going to have them accept our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Christian people will be happy with you.
Pepe, have you ever watched the Arabs
There's a guy
drink the camel pee and bathe in it?
Because they need to find Jesus Christ. It's the only reason they drink camel piss.
Pepe, the camel starts pissing, and they put their hands together like they're cupped in water, and then they pour it all over their hair and stuff like that.
That's very unholy. Very. Maybe they need an exorcism. Maybe they need to take a trip to the Vatican. I don't know, but we will cure them.
Something about camels. Wait, guys, I want
You
to
guys
say
drink camel
something.
piss.
Like,
And you guys rape little girls on Epstein Island.
Wait,
It says in your son that they drink camel.
Mama, Amelia want to talk shit.
yes, Liam, if you're
Yeah, but she's a
when
whore.
you drink
Liam is so
camels,
racist.
when
Man.
it
Why
comes
you
to
hate Arabs
Egypt,
so much?
those
No, I love the Arabs. Jesus taught us. Unlike you animals,
Jesus.
Okay, unlike all of you animals, hush. Unlike you
Bibi,
hush.
how much?
Unlike all of you, okay, I gotta mute everybody because you animals. Look at this. This is what happened when you don't have Jesus in your life. You don't have control. You can't stop. Now, Jesus, we are all God's children. Jesus wants us to love each other, and I love you people. Even though you backwards camel jockey diaper heads don't love us, and even though you tiny hat wearing conniving Hebes don't like us, we're trying to save you. That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to do.
Come to Egypt.
Yes, absolutely.
Israel.
Israel can slaughter you guys for us, so it's not really a big deal.
Well, they're gonna slaughter you soon. Don't worry about it. Try to go there and try to speak against
Oh,
it.
Israel can slaughter
They will fuck you up.
Jesus
They will fuck
Christ,
you up.
Israel loves
like,
Pepe
Do you
because
think
Pepe
they're
hates
gonna care if
Muslims.
you're a Christian or not? Or
Just
you're African
against
American?
Jesus.
They're gonna fuck
No,
you up.
the Israelis love Pepe because Pepe hates Muslims.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Lama? Did you take your wife to swinger club before?
You mean he is a little
I'm sure you did before, right?
tiny, angry racist?
Hey, none of that.
Okay, you guys need to stop speaking that demonic language in this room.
PP can ask you
why did I
something.
stop
How much can I pay you and you become a
you wanna suck his dick?
You cannot pay me. I am a child of God.
You have a price.
No, I do not. Unlike you Arabs.
No.
You dirty Arabs have a price.
Most of Americans, they sell their soul.
You ungodly Arabs. You still to this day chop each other's heads off out on the fucking street. You guys have ungodly consumerism. You buy flashy brand label shit. Yeah, you like to show off your sports cars. You can spend the most amount of money on a license plate with the first number. All while acting like you're a pious Muslim. But what you end up doing at the same time is you have exceptions for yourselves where you guys get to do booze, you get to do hookers, you get to shit on the faces of OnlyFans whores. That you guys are the biggest hypocrites in the world.
You have a tiny cock, I'm sure of it. That's why you're so angry.
I have a much bigger cock than you people.
You have a fucking tiny cock, man.
Okay, let's sword fight, bitch. Let's sword fight.
No. I'm not gonna.
My dick's a lot bigger than yours, bitch.
It was your lady, man. I'm gonna do it with your lady, not you, of course.
No, she won't.
Why would I fucking do?
How can you have your short little tiny dick with the fucking quarter-inch cubic turtleneck end up penetrating my woman? It's not gonna happen, dude. It's not gonna happen. She'd probably laugh. She'd be like, "Oh my god, are you trying to drill me? Are you like a little Arab trying to drill me for oil? Oh my god, that's so cute," and it wouldn't get in. Because we are not built the same, sir.
Did I touch your G-spot? Yeah, PP.
We're not built the same.
Angry, man.
Just relax.
We're not built the same.
You look like very angry. You look like have a weak.
Just remember, the male G-spot is the prostrate, guys.
I believe he's jealous of Arabian people. You can't be
He's
Arabian.
super angry, Amelia. I'm not sure why. But why he's super angry like that, Amelia?
Yeah, but you Egyptians aren't Arabic, so like I'm embarrassed. What? The women have unibrows naturally. Their women are hairier than from Europe. They're like, what is there to be happy about? You know what's funny is Arab women try to look like European women because European women are obviously a lot more attractive. No, ew.
Dicks, because that's why they fuck goat.
Ew. How?
If you come to Middle East and Israel kick your ass, no, we don't accept the Christianity. What do you do?
I know they don't accept Christians, and that's where
we invite Pepe into Israel.
Yeah, the Crusades were against the Jews and the Muslims. Okay, I'm not naive enough to think that the Jews are our allies, because at the end of the day, you cannot be a true ally of mine if you do not accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
Well, that's your choice. You choose whatever the fuck you want.
No, you don't. You stupid, dirty Arab.
No, you're a fucking idiot.
In Israel,
you fucking. Why do you have a false prophet? Why do you have a false prophet? That is so demonic. That is so disgusting.
I'm gonna pay the fucking
so angry?
You need to accept Jesus Christ.
Lammy, come suck my cock.
Accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, faggot.
Come suck my cock.
Pepe's gonna jizz all over you.
Lammy, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
He wants to fucking go, guys.
See, look at this Muslim. He's saying gay stuff. He's talking about how a man will like the taste of his cum because he's
fucking idiot.
You are literally demonic. You are demonic. Prophet Muhammad has put demons inside of you, just like he put demon cum stains on Aisha's dress. You filthy fucking diaper head.
Muhammad is burning in hell.
PD, where are you from?
Why do Arabics fuck goats?
Arizona.
Why do Arabics fuck goats?
Well, I mean, a goat is about just as hairy as an Arab woman, but slightly more attractive. Why wouldn't they fuck goats?
The overheat in Arizona affected your head so much, PP.
They love fucking little boys.
Where you live, Phoenix or what?
Yeah, I live in Phoenix. What's up?
Well, fuck Phoenix.
Oh, you want to fight, bitch? What's up?
You fuck Phoenix.
What's up, pussy? You gonna come here? You gonna pull up?
Fuck you up if I
can. Oh, you really? Oh, wow. Oh no, you're gonna fuck me up? Amazing.
Send me your address.
I'd love to see you pull up.
Give me your address.
Tough guy.
Give me your address. What is your address?
What is your address, foreigner?
6139.
Calling people foreigner and different.
I live in Washington State, you idiot.
Nobody's
fucking afraid of you.
Nobody's afraid of you. Yeah, well, that's fine. I don't threaten people on the internet to pull up to their house like a fucking retard.
I started to hate Arizona because of people like you, baby.
This is
all the Arizona If all Arizona's residents are just like you, PP, then fuck Arizona, man. I fucking hate racist
Fuck you.
people like you.
No, Arizona's largely a lot of Mexicans here, and they're also Catholic. They also take part in the crusade.
When did Arabs become a race? How is he racist? Yeah, when did Arabs become a race?
Yeah, his ass.
When did Arabs become a race, you faggot? How's he a racist?
He doesn't wash his ass after he shit. Yeah, he doesn't.
You guys don't wipe your asses after you shit because Allah forbids it. What the fuck are you talking about? And you know what's really disgusting is that you people. Okay, hold on, diaper head. What I'm trying to say is that you guys just imagine this because I'm trying to put a picture in people's mind because most of us we don't have these gross, dirty Arab genes. And so imagine they take a nasty, steamy shit. It smells like, of course they were eating hummus. Yeah, lots of all of this, all of this gross shit, falafel, all of that shit, right? They take these steamy shits, and of course it sticks all over their ass hairs because these people are hairy as fuck. That's why they smell. Their breath stinks. Okay, and imagine all of this shit is like caked on their ass hairs. Like these people are disgusting. These people are so unholy. They need to go into a church. They need to wipe their ass with toilet paper, and they need to get on a pew, and they need to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. You filthy fucking Muslims. You people are dirty. You people are dirty. You're backwards. You need to find Jesus Christ.
You are.
No, shut up, you dirty fucking you Mohammedan. Shut your goddamn mouth.
Last time you did what?
Shut your fucking mouth, you dirty Mohammedan.
Your last shower probably was 2 months ago, right? Your last shower was 2 months ago. I smell you from here, you fucking idiot.
No, we smell a lot better than your people.
Dude.
Where are you from? Dravin.
Okay. Why are you so angry, PP?
Where are you from, Dravin? You dirty diaper head.
I'm from fucking Washington, you idiot.
You're from Washington?
You wanna come to me?
Where are your parents from?
You wanna come?
No, I'm asking your nation of origin.
Where are your parents from?
Where are your parents
from?
Yeah, my parents are from here. Where were your parents born?
I'm sure.
Big question.
Where they came from?
Is this dude?
Yeah, well, I mean, you speak English with an accent, so obviously.
Yeah.
So what? English for
At least I speak 2 languages. How many languages?
You're Rocky now?
How many languages you speak, PP?
There's only one type. There's only
like 2 languages.
Hold on, you dirty ape. There's only 2 types of Iraqis that are cool, and those are the Chaldeans and the Syrians. They're the only people that are human beings that live. Yeah, all of you dirty Shia. And you fucking Sunni Muslims who don't accept Jesus, you guys are filth. You guys are fucking disgusting. That is why the Christian world went into Iraq and we crushed you within days. And all of your Muslim, all of the Muslims across the world did nothing about it. They just watch us Christians do the work of the Lord, and we dominated you people.
So you think okay?
Where's your just and merciful Muhammad? He's nowhere to be found. Why did Jesus Christ?
Okay, PB, chill, PB. I have a question for you, seriously, man. Do you think using this language, speaking to us, you're gonna invite people to?
No, I think you're going to hell no matter what. So I don't really care.
No, I don't think you should speak this way to everyone. Just arguing with you, fucking idiot.
Man, he needs to be fucking learn how to study.
He need to wash his ass. He probably didn't wash his ass in his whole life.
Why are the Arabs getting so mad?
Just like the other fucking.
Okay, you shut your filthy Arab mouth. You know what? This is the thing. You know what's really funny is the Persians had warned me about you people. I'm talking about before I even knew anything about Islam. They talked about how basically Arabs are monkeys, which is true. The Persians are a lot smarter than you people. The Turks think you guys are monkeys, which is true. They're a lot smarter than you guys too. Now, what's really funny is we can look. What is the Gulf Arab states do? Nothing. They innovate nothing. They have oil wealth. That's all they have. They innovate not a goddamn thing. The Persians are actually rather industrious and can invent shit and create shit. same as the Turks, but you have you fucking monkeys with oil wealth. You people are stupid. You are dumb fucking people.
Fuck you, baby. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Man,
guys, don't spit on Liam, guys.
Holy shit. Have you studied math, bro?
Iraqi soldiers are pussies.
What Iraqi? You idiot. Who's you talking to?
They have trauma
Who's
from
Iraqi? I'm pretty sure his mom will have a different opinion about
Pipi, do you support the war that's happening in Iran?
No, I'm absolutely against it. I'm not for this Jewish war.
That's good. Then we agreed on something, man. Let's speak
about
about
that. Bro? Fuck you and your eyebrow.
If we are agreed on something, that's something that's is gonna make us speak about something, you know.
Pepe, how much do you love Egypt?
I love the
British, I believe.
I love the Coptic Egyptians. Everybody else can go to hell.
What about the Muslims?
You love what?
Bro, I can lay down to the pyramids.
What about the Sunni Muslims and their pedophiles?
Shut up,
Who you love? Who you love against again?
Pepe, how do you feel?
I said I love the Coptic Christians in Egypt.
No, I'm saying, how do you feel about Prophet Muhammad?
Do you have any Egyptian, any Christian Egyptian friends?
I've talked to
Draven is Egyptian. I just looked at this shit.
Have you ever visited Egypt before?
I would never go to such a dirty shithole.
Well, you still love. You just said that you love.
Yeah, because they're Christians.
Bro, have your mom right?
They're my brothers in Christ.
Why would you not?
Come and they will.
Do you know that we have one of the oldest? Do you know that we have one of the oldest churches in the world?
Yeah, but then the Muslims ended up taking over.
The Holy
Family. They ended up colonizing and taking over
the
civilization.
Peacefully with it. They probably live peaceful more than Americans do.
What were the options you gave the Christians there? They can either leave, pay jizya,
live freely, man.
Or they can have a duel.
Idiot, you fucking idiot. That's why you speak like idiots, man. Like other fucking Americans.
No, that is literally what happened.
No,
like,
you
it's so fucking.
This
is not nonsense. This is something that's actually been litigated. I've been in rooms with the Egyptians, it's including cops. They absolutely they agree that, like, yes, they're under Islam. They were given three primary options.
Like, jizya converter guy. So Pepe, how do you like, if you had a time machine and you could go back and visit Prophet Muhammad, what would you do?
Speak.
What would you do, Pepe, if you were face to face with Prophet?
He would be like fucking.
I would call an exorcist. I'd call an exorcist.
He's fucking afraid to give me his address. This idiot, he is afraid to give me his address, and now he's speaking against Muhammad.
That's what
I'll give you my
fucking coward, PB.
I'll give you my address.
He's a fucking coward like you, Leon. He's a fucking coward like you.
Best for
He's really scared of his own shadow, man.
You can
I'll give you my address. My address is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C.
It doesn't sound like
show up at my house right now, bitch. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Fuck you.
And I live in Washington, D.C.
Your mother is with you?
Yeah, she's there right now at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Fly there right now.
Okay, taxi will visit you.
Come fight me, you faggot.
It doesn't sound like
Is your mom married?
Stand there with a knife for a gun and scream Allahu Akbar.
Is your mom married, Liam?
Okay, I want to say prayer, guys. Dear Lord Jesus, I'm sorry for making fun of God's fellow children. You know, please stop. Don't say that word in the presence of Jesus while I'm praying. But I am praying that you save these wayward people so that they will accept you. And that there can be peace on this earth. Amazing.
Oh, I'm saved. I'm so fucking saved.
No, I'm praying that he'll save you.
I'm so fucking saved, man.
See how peaceful?
You just saved me, you idiot.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny is that was me being nice and not saying anything insulting, right? Yeah. But then if this was Muslim, it'd be like, because you guys don't use musical scales, okay? You guys just do retarded shit, and then it would have like this guy with a lot of reverb speaking in Arabic, and then all of a sudden, you know, it'd be like, oh, this looks kind of cool. Then of a sudden it would show a guy dressed in black covering his face, and then it would show a guy in orange, and then it would show like him taking a blade in 4K, slitting his fucking throat, and that kind of stuff, and then it'd be like, that's what they would do. We are not built the same. We fight in the name of Jesus. We fight in the name of peace and justice. You fight in the name of barbarism. You fight in the name of being.
I think I did hurt you feeling so much. I did hurt you feeling so much. That's why I'm so angry.
Child raping, woman beating, pieces of shit.
So we have a question for you. Who
do you have a sister?
America and kills the Native people.
Do you have a sister?
Native American people.
The Native Americans have been saved. They are now Christians, sir.
Mm-hmm.
The British people didn't kill the Native American?
No. Most of the death was through disease. Most of the death was through disease.
But it is their land, and you will.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say about the Arabs. Okay, my grandfather is French. Okay, and he fought in the French-Algerian War. He stuck many Arab dicks in the dirt by shooting them dead.
Hopefully he has been killed.
I have family members that served in the global war on terror and put many of your dicks in the dirt. Okay, we are fighting the holy war against you unholy.
I'm sure your grandfather is burning in hell now. He's burning.
No, he's not. Because he doesn't believe in the Prophet Muhammad.
That he killed people.
In a word, dumbass. Yes, against infidels that did not that were apostates that believed in this false prophet.
Now you think he's not a fucking hell, you fucking idiot.
No, you guys are literally infidels that you look to call everybody else. That is you over there. You are apostates. You are dirty people.
He is in heaven.
Yes. Unlike anybody in your family, because you're a dirty Arab. Muslim.
So you think if I were to friend.
Hold on, let Steppy speak. Let Steppy speak.
Here's my grandfather.
No, we killed way more of you people, you fucking faggot. Shut up and let Steppy speak.
Ignorant bitch.
I put my address in the chat. I bet you want to show up.
What?
What did you say? I put my address in the chat. I put my address in the chat.
Steppy was in the military for many years. You don't want that smoke. That's fine.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
You can fuck anybody up.
I'm gonna come for him. I'm gonna give him.
Okay, show up, tough guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I did have a
Go ahead, sword.
So with the we see what I hate to say it this way, but the Islamic folks are trying to do. Do y'all think they're gonna take over America?
Who said that? So
no, I'm asking.
You asking who?
I'm asking you.
You asking me what?
Are the people who practice, I guess, what would be considered radical Islam? Do y'all take over the United States?
Who cares about radical Islam? Who talks about radical Islam now?
I'm asking.
Only you prove that. They don't believe in radical Islam. These are radical fucking donkey fucking Muslims themselves.
Shut the fuck up, BB.
You shut the fuck up, you fat motherfucker. Shut up. Fucking my cock, your goddamn dog leash on you, bitch. I'll suck your goddamn head off the camel's ass. I'll make you get that camel with fucking costumes on. While it's in your mouth.
Phoenix as well.
Shut the fuck up. It'd be upgraded against your inbred Arab ass. Suck my fucking dick.
Fuck you, fucking idiot. What makes you think, Sword, what makes you think that we believe in radical Islam?
I didn't say you did.
Or that we hate Christians. Do you think that we hate Christians?
I started with asking you a question.
Yeah, what is the question? Because I didn't understand. This fucking idiot people need to shut up.
I'm saying, are you African American?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love African American. We love African American. We are from the same continent.
Then why did you guys were the number one cause of death of African Americans was literally the Arabic slave trade. What the fuck are you talking about, you piece of fucking shit? You guys don't treat black people as the same in North Africa. Like, this is so goddamn stupid.
Give me your address, baby. Give me your address.
Lying piece of shit.
I'm not
I love how you try to casually make this inroads with this black gentleman.
He has no dick. You want to listen to
You know what's funny? Here, I'm gonna make an observation. You know how I said earlier how like the Persians, I've heard Persians and Turks and other people talk about how the Arabs are monkeys. They're literally you guys are literally subhuman in comparison to them, which I do think is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I mean, the Persians are much more successful than you guys, much more. They're much older than you guys. But you know what's funny is for like the last week or two, we've been having nothing but like mainly Persians in our rooms. And the Persians are so much more eloquent, well-behaved, nice. They're a lot less violent.
Sorry, the mailbox is full and there is not enough space to leave a message.
Yo, it's John. I'm listening to Clubhouse retards, but if you're up and you want to chat, I'm around. Bye.
He's the only one
Rate yourself,
the Turks make you guys look like a bunch of retards.
Rate yourself. From 1 to 10, rate yourself, baby. From 1 to 10, rate yourself. Come on.
Rate myself in terms of what?
You keep calling everyone monkeys and everything.
I think you, but I am still better than you.
Do you think that you're handsome?
I want to say I'm not a.
Man,
I just want to say I'm not a. I just want to say I'm not a homosexual, but I would profit my money.
That's the funny thing is. He's like, do you think you're a handsome man? But the reality is that, like, I don't know, I can't see this guy's picture, but I've never had a problem getting women. That's the funny part.
With no dick.
But unlike you fucking 5'7" Arabs, okay, with hair all over your bodies, just to trap the scent of this odor, the nasty fucking odor, you stinky fucking people. Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
You look like gay.
Who the fuck looks at an Arab man and says, never.
Hold down. I have a question. Why did you guys did like that thing which is called James Whip?
It's called what?
The James. What is it called?
The
James.
I think what he's saying. I can translate. Hold on. I can translate.
Right.
What he said is that I'm not a homosexual, but I would fuck Prophet Muhammad in the ass, and I'd come
Your mom has been banged. Your mom. How many black person fucked your mom, Leon?
I'm gonna fuck Prophet Muhammad in the ass.
Who were the biggest bunch of faggots? Was it Alexander the Great, or was it the ancient Egyptians? I don't know.
Did your mom visit?
Just kidding. It was the ancient Egyptians. They were the biggest faggots in the world.
You look like people, man. You fucking idiot.
He actually thinks that everybody gives a fuck about him. He's like,
what's up, bro?
PP.
Who's like this Indian man talk?
Are you calm now? PP, are you calm?
think anybody cares. You know, Draven, it's past Ramadan. Why don't you go blow yourself up for Allah?
Okay, he's a sub-Saharan African from Sudan. He doesn't speak for us Christian, even though he's a brother in Christ. So I pick him over any of you savages you savage Mohammedans. You guys are demonic people. Do not like you people.
I think there's an Arab guy who raped you while you were young.
No, Arabs here, Arabs are a lot smaller than us. They can't fight us. We dominate Arabs. We've always dominated Arabs.
Yeah, even the gas in your mom car.
No, that gas is God given in land. Arabs did not invent gas. Arabs did not invent gas. That is a problem with Arabs, is that they have a God-given natural resource, despite the most retarded, least innovative people, and they have money because of that. You guys are not like the Persians. We're actually smart.
Oh my God.
Hi, baby. I have a question for you. Can I ask you a question, please?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
You said that Persian and Turk are stronger than Arabs. My question is why or how Arabs have beaten Turk and Persian and turned them to Muslims.
Okay, you guys did do that to an extent, but at the end of the day, they're their own identity. Just like how it's like asking people, how did we turn people into Christians? Okay, it's much like asking how did we turn people into Christians. However, if we were to look at the Western European Christians in particular that have dominated the globe for the last 500 years, nobody denies that. Yes, there's a specific groups of Christians, unlike let's say the Filipinos, which are not very powerful Christians, or Mexicans, which are not very powerful Christians, but Western European Christians can clean everybody's clock. And the Turks are Muslims, as well as the Persians that are Muslims that are much smarter and much better than you Arab monkeys.
For sure. He never studied math. He know nothing about algebra.
Are good Christian because they look good.
But he's right, PB.
You have an inferiority complex because you're dumber than the Turks and the Persians. It's not my fucking fault, asshole. Go cry to somebody else.
And they are even stronger than Christians in Egypt because they turned them to Muslims as well in Egypt and North Africa.
Okay. Pepe, 1 second.
That's why you're a piece of shit as well.
1 second, guys.
You're still alive, people.
I wash my feet.
I don't know why you're still alive, people, until now.
1 second.
Yet only 8 million fucking You have 104 million people.
What's up, my man?
Okay. Okay, so everyone, if you guys can do me a major favor.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, a major favor here. Okay.
Let him talk, man. Go ahead, bro.
Thanks, appreciate it. So one of the things I would like to find out, if you'd like to put in the chat, what countries are each one of you from? Number one. And number two, this is very important for all of us.
They're all from Egypt.
Yes, we're all from Egypt.
They're all from Egypt. They all.
Okay.
Have you ever built a pyramid? Have you ever built a pyramid?
Hold on, guys.
Mostly Egyptians, yeah.
Okay. I will start dropping people because we can all talk. I mean,
sure.
For me.
Sure, go ahead. I swear to God, I'm fine now.
Okay, so what I like to do, because I don't know what language some of you speak.
Arabic.
Arabic, Egyptian. Okay. Hold on, let me finish, please. I'd like for you to put it in the chat so that I can read it, what country you're from. Do you speak Egyptian, Farsi, Turkish, whatever? So I can learn, okay, because I like learning, okay? It's just a whole different approach. Guys, I've been to 54 countries around the world.
What is it exactly you want to learn, Edward?
We shut the fuck up and let him finish. You got
I'm asking you fucking idiot. People, shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot. Fucking
what the fuck is wrong with you?
This guy, this fucking is a fucking ape.
Oh my god.
Okay, can we be
Go ahead, Edward.
Okay, everybody, let Edward, guys. Let Edward finish his fucking point. Everybody, off their. Okay, Mike. I mean, Edward, you're going to have to go off your mic. Let him finish. Once he's done, he'll say he's done.
Yeah, I will tell you I'm done. So this is what I like, because some of you I've never met, don't know you, haven't seen your name before, don't know, because some of you do have the language. I don't know if it's Farsi, I don't know if it's Aramaic, I don't know if it's Arabic.
because some of you are writing in that particular style. And if you want, you can back channel me, and I can actually copy and paste it so that I can actually translate it into English. Because again, what I want to learn, okay, is how do I dwell on planet Earth with people that are not like me. They don't have my same morality. They don't have my same government. I just want to learn that if it's possible. But if you don't want to do that, that's okay too. And if you want to just DM me, that's all right. And I am not.
I think I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Hey, I'm talking.
We're gonna start with the major words for Egypt.
Hold on, guys, hold on. Let one of the Arabs. Okay, Darsh, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to moderate the room. Darsh, you can speak.
Your eyebrow.
Darsh, I'm trying to give you room to speak, and only you to speak, and you're protesting me. Okay, so stop.
Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Darsh. It's your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a shit that you can call
for Mansi, my friend.
No, it's just a quick.
No, Manzi. Okay, you can come. You gotta go to the audience.
You know what? Act like a man. Stop burping people down and just listen.
Wait, no, because he's over talking you.
The dude is from different place and he has no time to talk. So we give him a chance. That's it. All right. Let me be straightforward. Okay.
Mr. Darsh.
We are from Egypt and we speak Arabic. Would you please drop that asshole down, please? Okay. We are Egyptian, Edward, and we speak in Arabic, all right? And I don't know what kind of you're looking for.
Hey, Edward, I was just going to chime in and let you know. If you're going to learn
Edward, speaks to me back channel. Thank you. No problem, brother. If you want to talk like a proper way, just please talk.
Yeah, let him finish. We're doing turns right now.
Okay, so Darsh, I actually been to Luxor, Alexander, and Cairo. We do like your country. It's been a fascinating time when my wife and I was there. So I do appreciate you sharing that with me. So learned a lot about the actual pyramids and everything else. I'm in the death care business, so the pyramids being mausoleums have really helped me learn the different parts and different things that you hear about the Egyptians. I learned a whole lot of different things. So thank you for sharing that.
No problem, my friend. Anytime. I just wondering, like, what makes people so angry over us? Like, we're exactly. I'm sorry, Stephanie. Persian are super busy right now dealing with more important things, like, rather than sitting here on Clubhouse.
Well, I really wish something that people learn from it, to be respectful to people and stop fucking mocking Muslims and Arabs.
If you can you let would you please accept the mic for Manzi, please? He's a friend of us. He didn't mean to interrupt. Pepe. Okay, raise your hand, Manzi. Raise your hand.
Okay, thank you.
Raise your hand,
I have a question for Edward. Edward, you said you wanna know if we are matching with your molarity. I would like to ask you, what's your molarity?
Oh, it's a good question.
In brief.
Say it again.
Not having sex with a 9-year-old.
Okay, Ajik has to go down.
That's not
we're trying to have a serious conversation.
Edward, when you talk with us, you said you want to know from which country, what language we talk, and you want to know if we are matching with your molarity.
For me, I'm married to one woman. Our children are both married. I believe, this is me personally, again, just my own opinion. I believe in no substance, no abuse. So if I don't take the substance, it can't abuse me. So at 62 years old, I've never tasted alcohol, never smoked a cigarette, never done a drug. I'm not going to come on here and use
it's killing the children and the innocent people.
Oh,
and
bring
killing
many
people
up.
is matching with your morality.
Guys, bring many up.
Okay, hold on.
Would you please, Emilia, give him a chance?
Hold on, guys. I don't know why. I don't know why you decide to ask me a question that was different than the question I was answering. So
yeah,
he's trying to get you on a gotcha when it comes to Israel. That's what he's trying to do.
If you don't want to answer, it's up to you. I don't push you to answer, but I just ask you a question. You can answer it or no.
I want to ask you.
And if you want to ask me the question, I will be happy to answer.
Fucking gay Somalian, shut up.
You guys are funny, man. I go on mute and I let you guys answer the question.
I mean, you don't want to hear from a gay Somalian, so
it's killing people, civilian people and children. Is matching with your morality? Yes or no?
First of all, war is ugly. I don't care.
I don't talk about war. I talk about something.
Excuse me. You can't answer for me. You can't answer for me. Okay, and I'm not going to answer the way you think you want me to answer.
You're right, Edward. Please, Ziad, give him a chance.
Okay.
At least to
so for me, I think anyone, anyway, losing a child or their homeland or their country is not good. Okay. At the same time, because I am a believer, there's a scripture that says there is a time for war. Why is there a time for war? Because there are evil people on planet Earth that do some evil things. Now, whether I like that or not, because I'm only 62, when I arrived here, everything was already here. So I got to go with the laws of nature and nature's God. And unfortunately, sometimes men need to be removed from the planet because their deeds are evil.
So you're called God act. You're called that like God act.
So like Sharia law, when
So what do you think? 1 second, Stevie. So what do you think about two things?
False claim about
Stevie.
Sharia law would come around and
question for
those are questions for.
When it comes to warfare, like there are aspects.
Are you in the washroom?
Yes, I'm washing my hands right now.
What
so
are you doing? Come on.
So anyways, shut up. Shut up. So my point was, shut the fuck up.
God, why are you pissing, bro?
I'm not pissing, you stupid motherfucker. I was literally watching something else. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, guys, I want to say something. Can we bring Manny up? He's Egyptian.
I just don't
what the fuck you're saying?
Amelia, is it?
Okay, so, look, there are, you can talk about warfare and the religious differences. Stealing a man's wife, or I guess you would say it's the merciful thing to do, or it's the booty of war, and to me that is, and I own her now, and you can basically, it would be rape because you own her. Because if she doesn't consent or doesn't want to be with you, you can do whatever you want with her. And I have to sit here and listen to you guys talk about like what is just. But under your fucking religion, what is just? When it comes to warfare, I mean, why is it so common that Muslims say that Islam will enter every fucking home? And by the way, I was trolling you fucking retards earlier, okay? Because it was funny to get a rise out of you, but. With that being, which I'm not a crusader, by the way, I'm not even religious.
Oh,
I was raised Catholic. But yeah, amazing. Shut up. Amazing. Shut your fucking mouth. Okay, shut the fuck up. Now, but we get to hear how you fucking retards. You want Islam to come into every home. Jihad is basically. I understand. You say, it's a justice. It's a struggle against justice, or whatever. No, but it's also jihad until basically Sharia law is everywhere and Islam is everywhere. Okay, there's going to be Sharia. So Like, just spare me your fucking normal Muslim babble bullshit, okay? Like, most people, honest people are not, they're going to tell you your face. It's bullshit.
Yeah. What are you talking
But
about?
now, okay, how do you guys fight war? And look at how you guys fight war. You literally take fucking you literally take the wives as fucking trophies that you get to rape afterwards.
Do not commit adultery except for those whom you're right.
Probably Pepe.
That's in the Quran.
If you still speaking this way, I'm gonna.
Pepe, do not commit adultery except for those
you are
right hand possess.
You know what the problem is, Pepe? It's not life.
The problem isn't anything. It's whenever we go to one of your fucking countries to fight a fucking war.
Can I say?
No.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Whenever we go to one of your countries,
you spoke a lot. Shut up. Can I speak? You're fucking talking. You have been talking fucking college.
I don't want to hear from you, Darsh. You need to shut up because.
One of your fucking countries to fight. You guys don't stand a fucking chance between your fucking clocks, left and right. Like, to even sit here and pretend like there's any kind of equilibrium between the Muslim world and the Christian world is fucking retarded.
Talking like that. I'm gonna let this strong and everyone beat the shit out of you.
Hold on, everyone. Hold on.
She's gonna choke the like guys.
Hold on.
Shut the fuck up, Edward's speaking. Shut up, you fucking monkeys. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, Edward, unmute after this. You monkeys need to shut the fuck up while he's speaking. Okay, just one at a time. It's not me. Okay, you're going to the audience, Mikkel. Okay, going to the audience.
Monk is your mom, Pepe.
Okay, let Edward speak.
Okay, guys. I would like to hear what you guys are attempting to say, but can we do it one at a time? I mean, I know everybody wants to speak. Yes, you can, but can I finish?
Yeah.
I'll let you go next. But what I like for us all to do, the mic is a privilege. It's not a right, guys. None of us are winning any awards here at all. There's no awards in this room.
Bro, I've been trying to speak, Edward, for the last 20 minutes, but Amelia keeps jumping in like everybody else.
How about with Pippi? Like, you saw Amelia, but
because no one.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. I didn't finish, guys. Okay. Let me. Another thing we would like to do is for all of you with the pink tickets, will you please join the house? We would like for you, if you do want to engage in conversation, just turn in your pink tickets. All right. So I'm gonna let Step go, and then Amelia, right after Step done, you can go ahead and begin to speak. Okay.
Well, take one of you guys and one of us. All right.
Okay, cool. Hey,
how's that?
Edward, since we're talking about a Muslim situation, I want to make sure that I'm accurate. So there's a gentleman here named Ocean that can break down Sharia law to a lot of you.
No, I have a news.
No, I want Ocean. Ocean, I yield my time to you, Ocean.
Let me
I yield my time to you, Ocean. So that
Nabs, I was telling you.
I got a very big news.
Okay. I gotta shut the monkeys up.
They're mostly just.
Hey, shut your goddamn mouth. Okay, we have these Arab monkeys that came into this room. I told them, I wish you guys behaved. Because we spent the last, I don't know, couple of weeks speaking with Persians, and they're very,
the monkey is your fucking...
They're very normal. It's almost like us in the civilized world, we're used to speaking to people like them. But then you Arabs come in, and you guys end up coming... basically behaving like the goat fucking diaper head that you are. No, it's not your turn. Okay, you need to shut up. Okay, shut your Sharmuta mouth and let Ocean say what he has to say. Okay, you monkeys, stop it.
Hey, thank you, Pepe. It's a news. The news came out yesterday, basically. So Germany is technically
going to start sending back 700,000 Syrians back to Syria, which is 80% of Syrians' population in Germany. Hey, by the way, for Muslims, have you guys ever think that you guys are the same as pagans?
Same as what? Sorry, same as what, Ocean?
Pagans, because pagans
like the one that Muhammad used to worship, the idol.
Yeah, because pagans used to go around fucking Mecca 7 times. They used to kiss the black stone.
Yeah, which you
Yeah, we
guys
kiss
really
black
work
stone, we
about
don't
to
kiss
prove
apples
it.
like you motherfuckers.
Ask King Palmer, who was fighting to prove it's from Earth, and it wasn't. I'm so sorry to break your heart. And you're talking about us. Like, how about you guys? What do you guys do?
I have a question for Rick.
Do you have a mirror at home?
You faggots, you
I'm
talk to
returning
me.
back the
Shut up,
question,
you.
Rick, what would you do if you had a time machine?
1 second before he answers. Could you?
Probably, Edward, some people need to learn how to talk to people proper way. Like, people keep interrupting. And he's very rude. And he's an asshole. And he has no dick.
Okay. Shut
Okay.
the fuck up and let Edward.
Was funny.
Yeah. So, Amelia, if you want to go ahead, guys, let's just be patient. Go ahead, Amelia.
Okay, first of all, I want to say something. Not all of us are Muslims. There are like Christian too. So can you please bring Manny up? He's Christian and he's Egyptian, so you can see like another point of view. And second thing, we are civilized, Pepe, but the thing is you are shouting and you are hurting our ears. So please stop shouting. Thank you so much. Yeah, so please bring Manny up.
I don't see Manny in the audience. Does anybody see Manny? Because I can't see him.
Yeah, he's down there.
I don't see him. Is he in the top? Is he in the house member? No.
Yeah, Manny, like, raise your hand. What the fuck?
Yeah, raise your hand, Manny, because I can't see him.
He might have it written. He might have it written.
Yeah, he's down there.
Like, we can't read. If
yeah, I can't read it.
It is in English.
Sorry, Lord, thank you. So,
It's in English. English. Hello. He's in the chat.
Yes, thank you, KK. Thank you, guys. You guys got to write English because most this is English. Hey, hold on, Amelia. Hold on, Amelia.
Yeah,
hold on.
Oh my God.
Yeah, what?
Screenshot of it. So fuck him.
It's okay. Yeah, but KK, don't worry about it. He doesn't even know what a slave is. So it's okay. It's guys, I don't get
you fucking black. You are the real slave. Can be.
No, Amelia, hold on, Amelia, hold on, Amelia. Hey, hold on, Amelia. Okay, 1 second, Amelia. I did not make fun of you. I gave you the opportunity to speak. Okay. Okay, but no, let's just be cordial with each other. Okay. The best way for us to communicate is you just make your point. Don't talk about other people, and it would move along pretty quickly. That's all. We can all do that. Amelia.
Good. There's a leave button. There's a leave button.
Yeah, exactly. Amelia, I want you to hear yourself. I asked you a question. I said, would you please make your point and don't talk about other people?
What point? What point? What point you would like me to make?
The point you made, to my knowledge, was that everyone in here are Muslim. Some people are Christian. I heard you. Did you not say that?
Yes, correct.
And you said bring Manny up because Manny would give us a different point of view. Did you not say that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we could stop talking about other people, it would be great. Don't Don't worry about what people say. Number one, Amelia.
No. He cursed me. He cursed my own nation.
Amelia, listen. I'm gonna give you a tip. Will you receive a tip from me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do not give oxygen to things that have no value.
Yeah, you mean Pepe has no value?
No. Hold on. Did you hear what I just said to you? You're doing it to yourself again. Do you know you're incriminating your own self when you respond to situations? You're giving power to it. Do not do that to yourself. What you're telling people is that they have more control over how you receive information versus you just moving along with your own voice. Just be who you are. You know 1,000% that you currently are a person on the planet. Am I correct, Amelia?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just celebrate the fact you're a person. No matter what anyone says, do not allow their words to turn you opposite of who you are.
Okay, I do agree. And I just wanted to see something that when we start talking normally, like we are talking and I hear you, you hear me. We are not talking like animals. But the thing what happened right now, I just want to clarify something. He showed us as an Arabs as monkeys and like cannot talk and we are not civilized because he was yelling at us, cursing our own nations and cursing my mother and saying Sharmuta.
So,
fuck, bro.
Amelia, hold on, Amelia.
However,
hold on, Amelia.
Let's
We're gonna move on. Amelia, I've been to Arab countries.
Yeah.
Okay, and I've been to other countries where I've gone to the zoo. And you know what I saw? I saw monkeys in the zoo, and I saw Arab people. So I'm very clear that none of the people from Arab countries are monkeys. So what I want you to do is stop complaining and let's move forward.
Yeah,
see, listen, I'm gonna say exactly. I'm gonna say this again to everyone. If you give power to things that have no value, or you put your wood, hear me, your wood on a fire that's already burning out, you are now giving the people that are calling you names, you're giving them more access to power. Let's just move forward.
Bring Great Mama up. You know, he will behave. Mama.
Who's that?
I have something to say too.
Okay, hold on one second. Hold on. Who's it?
Leia Mama.
Okay.
Leia Mama.
Please raise your hand, Leia Mama.
Thank you, God.
Okay. All right. What about Manny? Manny? Okay, Manny. Manny, go ahead, Manny. Thank you, Manny, for being patient. I couldn't.
No worries. Thank you, Edward. Yeah, thank you. No problem. So,
need like a clarifying question since he's a Coptic Christian.
Yeah.
Because I was looking through your houses and everything was Muslim, like dawah rooms and stuff. Do you reject Prophet Muhammad as?
Are you asking me?
I was asking Manny.
I'm a Christian. I have nothing to do with this.
I'm asking Manny if he rejects Prophet.
Hold on. Let's just let people speak. We don't want interjection.
Well, it seems like he might be larping.
No. There's a reason people have been getting moved down. So, like, if you speak while somebody else is speaking, I've been quiet. Like, I was talking a lot. I've been quiet. And there's a reason that we're having dialogue right now. And so, forget what I've said and what other people said. There's dialogue going on. Let them have it. No sniping or making your little cheerleading comments from the side. So
great. Thank you, Sword, for bringing me up. Thank you, Edward, for the nice things you've said. You guys are managing and moderating the room. It was amazing. My name is Manny Hakim. I'm a Christian, Egyptian, Christian Coptic. Excuse me, from Egypt. I've lived my whole life in Egypt, and then I came to the United States 15 years ago. And I've been living in Los Angeles, California since. I think I can give you a good perspective about a Christian man living in Egypt with Muslims and a Christian man living in America with all the other ethnicities. So any questions, I'm more than willing to answer.
Okay, cool. First question would...
Go ahead. You go ahead.
First question would be, do you claim that Jesus is the anointed son of God and you reject Muhammad?
I am a Christian man. It comes by default.
No, I'm just asking, like, would you be willing to say yes? I mean,
he's
any
a Coptic Christian, Jesus Christ.
Hold on! Every fucking house he has is fucking dawah. There's no Coptic Christians. There's no Christian rooms.
None of that stuff. That's why I'm asking for clarification. Any Christian would say, I reject Muhammad as a prophet.
No. Any Christian would say that Jesus is my king. I don't reject other religions. Other religions.
Muslims can claim that too.
No, sir.
Muslims can claim that. Yes, because Isa bin Miriam comes back in the end times, and he comes back, and then he's going to die. We all know your Quran, your Hadith, and your
Manny, this is bullshit.
Are you going to tell me my religion?
Are you going to tell me that you believe? Hold on. Is there any denomination to Christianity that would think that the Prophet Muhammad, as the Muslims would refer to him, is somebody that we have any reverence for or belief whatsoever? I mean, the answer is obviously no.
Right. So what I'm saying is,
why is it so hard to say?
Let him answer the fucking question.
It's called coexisting, Mr. Ali.
Oh God,
Thank you. I appreciate you, Mama. Very respectful. So, because I coexisted in a country where it was originally Christian, and then recently, after 644, the year 644, it became Muslim.
Hold on, man.
Majority of Muslims.
Manny, one second, Manny. So, guy, I am going to start moving people down when you start calling people names, and I'm not going to bring you back up. Guys, whether you agree with someone or not, it's okay. I believe in clarity over agreement. We're clear. We all believe. You don't have to agree with anyone, but let's stop criticizing people because you don't know what they believe and why they believe it. It's okay, guys. No worries, sir.
This is what's happening right now. We're categorizing and criticizing people based on their religions. Religions doesn't really matter in 2026, I think.
Honestly, doesn't matter. To have a religious identity.
Right. Like, what's that?
Right.
What the hell is that, to be honest?
Let me answer this way. So, Bandy, I want to ask you a question, Bandy. So then you and I are on the same page. So, Bandy, what is your belief system?
My belief system?
Yes. What do you believe?
I don't have one.
You don't have a belief system at all?
I'm agnostic, bro.
Okay, so you're agnostic. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Since you are agnostic, how did you come to the conclusion of being agnostic?
Science, philosophy, facts, everything that's happening in the world. Hello. I think it's quite simple.
Okay, so I appreciate you sharing that you're agnostic and you believe it's quite simple. I do not think, just me, I do not think that everyone thinks it's that simple. Okay, so I appreciate you sharing, but what I'd like for you to do, if you're going to ask someone a question, ask them from a place of curiosity, not you to put, or me to put what we believe on someone else. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's fair. Well, I was actually trying to participate and share my thoughts about what Pepe was saying earlier, and I've been ignored once, twice, 3 times, but it's fine. I can say it right now, I think.
I'm not trying to ignore you. I just gave you the opportunity to speak, and you can speak more if you like. But what I'd like for us to do is actually have a conversation, assumptions.
You can speak. Go ahead.
Very well. I heard you speak earlier. You were talking about North Africans and stuff, and how the French terrorized Algerian people. Not terrorized, though.
I don't have a grandfather that served in France. I was fucking trolling you.
Because I have a grandfather that died by the French, and it's quite emotional for us Algerians to hear stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, you got the refugees, bro. Good kid. All right. So I have.
Anyone else would like to share? Hey guys, one of the things I like to do, especially if I have the podcast, I like to hear people speak law. But one thing I've learned is that we only have one opportunity together. In this time that we have, I would like to actually hear other people share. That's all. So if we can do that together, I think it'd be a much more productive way that we can all speak. And
French descent. I did have a grandfather that fought. I would say fought. He was in the U.S. Air Force during World War II. He was in Algeria. He never told me he killed anybody, anything like that. The only thing he told me is that, so he was Acadian French, which they have a dialect that was quite a bit different from Metropolitan French, in mainland France, and that for whatever reason it was a lot easier for him to comprehend the French speakers of Algeria than the French people in France, and that's literally like the only thing he's told me about Algerians.
Right, because we had 130, I think, years war with the French, so we got them out of kind of like our country. So I don't know. And another thing, we actually have black people, brown people, white people. And we've never had to talk about it. We've never had to like say, "Oh, we're equal," or nobody felt like they are pushed away or because of their color. None of that ever happened here. So yeah, we're applying to you as well, Pepe, because you said some things about that too.
So my question, and KK sent me this. Why do we have to insult other people that you don't know? And why would someone decide to call me a slave? And what am I a slave to? If anybody can share that with me, especially the person that decided to write that.
I mean, if they're not going to answer it, I feel like that's been a reactionary comeback.
As people are moved by their emotion, not by reality. So again, I would like for people, if you're going to claim something, I would like to have a conversation with you. So please explain to me, the person who translated that, calling me a slave. Why am I a slave and who I'm a slave to? Oh, lay mama? Well, yeah. I mean, that's why I dropped you, because I don't think that you have a right to just go off the hip because you think someone's a slave. But I would like for you, and if Matt wants to bring you up, he can.
Lay mama is a white Christian from America.
Okay.
It wasn't Lay Mama that said that. It was Al Othmani with the handle name Wolf 527 with the 2 eyes.
It's the guy. It's the guy with the 2 eyes. Yes, and the house number.
We got the 2 eyes.
And I'll post.
So, yeah, thanks. So guys, listen. I'm not going to criticize anyone. That's not the way I roll. I don't know you. Never met you. I'm just avatar. This is the real me, the real wife I have. So all I want you guys to do is just be kind to yourself, because when you make those comments, you tell more about who you are, not who Edward is. Okay? So let's just make sure we keep that pretty clear. All right? Because I'm not going to take any offense, because I don't take offense of what people say, because you don't know me. I'm with Edward. I'm 62. I've been with myself all my whole life. So I know who I am. And I don't take any offense of anything you guys say. Okay? Because I know who I am. All right? So who else want to go ahead and speak? You guys are good to speak.
Edward's a lot more religious than me, if you can't tell.
Oh, we can tell, Pepe.
Yeah, we can tell. Yeah, it's obvious.
For the same exact reason when
actually, let me make sure you guys get my correction. So Pepe said, number 1, the religion is to visit the orphans in the widows in their distress. I live a principle life. It's a big difference, okay? Principle means I live a base of laws. For like, one law I have is to not commit adultery. Okay, I teach my children who both are married. There's just certain things I look at as principles versus me just saying religious. Because today the word religion has so many different connotations. For me, I look more at behavior versus me claiming something other than if it's not impacting my life, it's not good for me. That's how I see it.
I think here's the thing, though, is like I do see people who say like outrageous shit in the name of Catholicism, I was raised Catholic, but I know people that Catholics that have been religious throughout their lives, and they would never say the stuff I say, or they're nice, gentle people. I'll just say that they're good Christians, and I do think that I was trolling with the crusade stuff because it's I forget who the guy was. I don't think I don't see him in here anyway. He had some Arabic name which I couldn't read. And he was being a little bit provocative, and then I ended up inevitably like trolling him and saying like a bunch of stuff. But I don't. I get what you're saying. Like there are Muslims I would trust with staying at my house for a weekend, and I would trust like a lot of other Christians to do. Like I do look at people's behaviors. I don't even look at it through a religious lens, but however, I'm not gonna. Where I won't back down is there are obvious differences between how certain people interpret their religion, and
Correct. Okay, you're right.
And I don't think there are people.
Can I too, or am I supposed to say?
Okay. Iman's drunk. Iman's always drunk. But no, I mean there is like I would say, at least when it comes to, and I understand between the religions is different. Like for example, with Catholics, we have the Vatican, where it's kind of the teachings are handed down. If there's a priest or a bishop or a cardinal that goes against it, they can be excommunicated. They can lose their priesthood, and so people kind of have to stay in line. With Judaism and Islam, it's a little bit different because you don't have like one. You guys don't. I would say you don't have quite the structure that you would see, like for example, Catholicism, and even a lot of the other Christian denominations don't. And look, I'm not trying to shit on other denominations or any of that, but like there is, like if you look at the Catholic Church today, like we cannot try to find anything within the last 20 years where the Catholics are going to say it's okay to hurt Muslims, or it's okay to hurt Jews, or it's okay to hurt anybody. Like it's not going to happen. And I feel like there's not like really like a mainstream outspoken, powerful person within Islam that basically will make those kinds of
can I say something?
Statements. Okay.
Wait, as a Muslim, can I say something? So the thing is, right now, if you would like to fight a religion, how would you fight that religion? If you would like to show that religion is really bad, to fight that religion, by showing that religion is really aggressive, is by that the only aim for that religion is fight and making wars. This is how they fought Islam. So if you know Islam really well, you will know that it's a peaceful religion, and there are lots of peace. Wait a minute. There are lots of
Islam is a peaceful religion.
Wait a minute.
Oh my God! Throughout history, that's not true though.
Wait, yeah, because
look, Christians were not always peaceful. No, but Christians weren't always peaceful. Okay, look.
Why you are shouting right now?
Talks a million. Hold on.
The Quran is extremely violent.
Okay, everybody just everybody shut the fuck up. Just let her finish. Let her finish.
Make my point. Do not shout at me, you motherfucker. What the fuck? Okay, so right now, because Islam came in a time there was lots of wars. That's why in Quran there are lots of verses showing being aggressive. But the thing is, it's the thing. Like all these religions came from sky, they are the same. Oh, whatever. You fucking idiot.
Thank you, Spenka. Some people take any religion in the world and they make it extreme. Like Pepe was just saying, me as a Christian, I can say, yes, there were crusaders back in the day. Okay, Spenka, this is not fruitful. And we're grown-ups. We're grown-ups. Please let people speak. Okay, Thank you. Thank you very much. So every religion at one point had, back in the day, to spread their religion, we would enter other countries and we would take it by force, and we would put the cross down and say, oh, here we are, the crusaders. Yes, Muslims did the same shit. Okay, so and today in 2026 there are Christian extremists, and there's Muslim extremists. There's ISIS, there's Qaeda, there's a bunch of them. We do not deny that. Backed up by the CIA's money. You want to go there? We can go there.
So if I give you a gun and tell you go kill somebody, and you go kill somebody, is it on you?
If you give me my 5 Christian friends guns and say,
is it on you or is it somebody else?
It's on me, of course. I did that.
Then why would you do it?
Because you're backed up by the CIA.
First of all, it's not even confirmed. It's backed up by CIA.
Yes, it is confirmed. Yeah, no, it's confirmed, brother. This is like one politics.
Where's the confirmed?
I'll give you a small example of the ocean.
Where's it confirmed?
Earlier, when he used let Edward speak excuse to kick people out or to turn them down from the stage. This is the same excuse CIA uses, you know.
Do you deal with the CIA, Bendy? Do you know them? Have you dealt with them? Like, do you have friends in it? Have you ever talked to a CIA agent? So how do you know? How do you know this? Well, no. We don't all know anything. Have you actually had conversations with people in the CIA that you know this firsthand? How do you know this?
It's so obvious.
Well, what's obvious? That's nothing's. KK, is it obvious to you? Okay, full of shit. So, Bandy, tell me who you talked to in the CIA. Like, what agents have you talked to?
My friend works in the CIA. He told me that.
Your friend works in the CIA. Does he work in? Where's he?
He lives in Wisconsin.
Is he in Langley? Yeah. Lives in Wisconsin. His name is Chuck.
Okay. Consider me mentally ill, and I'm coming to tell you that in Iraq, that they're taking all the money in Afghanistan, all the money and all the drugs and giving it to Al Qaeda as payment. They're not taking millions of dollars in black money and giving it. That is not the point that we're talking about. You guys were talking about different religions. So Arab people, Muslims, Christians. So let's move on from the CIA.
Well, when you disparage a U.S. government agency, you have to come to terms with the fact that someone's disparaging it and try to break down where they're getting their information. So we will defend the United States and we'll defend our law enforcement and our agencies and our military. So I just asked a question. He made a blanket statement. I hear it. I hear it in you. So I'm asking. He made specific statements that were disparaging. So I'm asking him where the statements came. Did he talked to? On what level were the agency, and where does he have his evidence? And can he cite his evidence? That's all.
Abby.
I think it's fair. That's fair to ask, isn't it?
Abby, as long as you defend your interests on your soil, that's
I'll defend it on every soil. I mean, I would be happy to make that argument with you sitting in Paris or sitting in Riyadh, wherever you want to have that argument. But what do you? You disparaged the United States, and I want to know where your facts are from. That's a fair question, isn't it? You made a specific statement.
I'm talking about the physical military presence of the American army in other places, other soils for
no obvious reasons.
I can give you hundreds.
Yeah,
of
the only reason.
Can I have my co-counsel chime in on?
The only reason, apparently, as we've all noticed recently, what's happening in Iran, for example, what happened in Iraq in the past, what happened in Libya.
Gaddafi was a cool guy, right?
Present in other countries. Well, why are you military present in other countries?
Why?
You know why? Because there's one thing that goes around the entire world that says death to America and death to Israel. So what do
Have
we
they
have
ever
to do?
attacked
We have to
America
sit
or Israel?
and have military
Yes.
Has
installations
any country attacked
across
mainland
the globe.
America in the
Excuse
past
me,
20
Manny.
years?
So sit in your pool and be quiet for a
I am
little
in my
bit.
pool, thank
You've
you.
been talking a lot.
KK.
You've been talking
America
a lot.
is
I'm
literally
answering
built on
Andy's
immigrants.
question. I'm
There are
answering
no
your question. This is the reason why the U.S. military has installations all over the place, because it could be times like this that we need to have easy access to the fuck-ups that are trying to destroy the globe. Hello, where is that area? The Middle fucking East. Hello? That's the reason why we have to have military installations
isn't there the
all
USA?
over
Aren't
the
you trying to
place.
destroy planet
Amelia,
Earth?
stay on mute because you were already complaining about people getting off mute yourself.
Having an
You
immature
can't be
president.
hypocritical about
Did
it.
I interrupted you? Like, you
Having
say
a
a shit.
clown, a president.
I moved him down. He can come back up. And Rich, you need to shut the fuck up. Okay.
May I answer Manny directly on his question? Has anything happened on U.S. soil? 150%. So we could talk about the attacks and the plot to assassinate our president. We could talk about the plots to assassinate members of the cabinet, ambassadors. We could talk about what was foiled on U.S. soil. The plot to assassinate the ambassador from Saudi Arabia in a restaurant in Georgetown. Last I checked, Georgetown's on U.S. soil. And those are direct from Iran. I haven't even talked about their proxies. So yes, on U.S. soil, to answer you.
So none of this that you said answers the question of, did any Muslim country attack the United States mainland? The answer is no Muslim countries ever attacked the US mainland.
What did Iran, isn't that a Muslim, is Iran a Muslim country?
Did any country attack the United States?
I just said yes.
Which country did attack the United States mainland?
Iran.
When did Iran attack the United States?
I just said there was, I'll repeat, we just uncovered a attempt to assassinate our president.
That's cute.
Yeah.
When did any
an attempt?
attack the United States?
Why is an attempt?
The answer is no.
No, Manny, because they end up foiling the fucking attempts for them to commit an attack does not exonerate those people of basically wanting to do the same thing. Okay, fine. They ended up getting caught beforehand. But that does not exonerate them from being any less evil or having the same fucking intent.
We can talk about how evil they are.
Ended up actually completing a fucking terrorist
So
attack.
wait till bad faith people come over here and bomb our country.
My understanding is self-defense happened after an attack, not
that's
before.
not how this country works. That's not how this country works.
So we agree we're the aggressors at this point.
We know what's going to happen. We know there's plans to assassinate our president. We know it's all death to America. Okay, so we're supposed to just sit here and we have to wait because the rest of the world is going to be pissed off if we go out there and say no. We'd rather fight your battles over there.
So we agree.
But this is a retarded thing. Is anybody going to pretend the IRGC is not openly hostile to the United States or any of our fucking interests? I mean, they overtly fucking say it. And so I don't know, why are you caping for them?
I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. America's in control of most of the Arab countries.
Hold on, Manny. So John Bolton was supposed to just hang out till they killed him, and Mike Pompeo just supposed to hang out. Why do you think there's the security details? So the fact that our CIA and our intelligence agencies are fucking smarter than the IRGC and they foiled the attempts doesn't stop. Last I checked, and I studied this one in law school, an attempt to murder is still a crime. You go to jail for an attempt of a crime.
Last I checked,
it is.
If nobody
last I checked, it's still a fucking crime. Okay, you need to understand how that works.
We already moved on. Hold on, we already moved on from this.
But Manny,
no, I did. Sure,
the Coptic Christian. Okay, what is it considered acceptable in Coptic Christianity is not necessarily going to be 100% acceptable when it comes to, Christians in the West. And so if you're making a religious argument, that's fine. But we don't have our argument for what is justified in terms of committing or defending yourself or going to war. It's not going to be quite in line with maybe a lot of Christian denominations. And
I don't think he's
Catholic.
Pepe,
Going to war is always bad.
I'm confused. Is this guy saying he's Coptic? Because Coptics don't normally speak like this. He does not sound like a Coptic.
Yes, that's what he's been saying, and I was questioning.
Okay, he doesn't sound like a Coptic. We have not had Coptics sound like this in rooms at all.
No, and I've been questioning him this whole time.
Great, ask me questions.
There's no way I can prove that he is or he isn't.
So tell me about how many times you've been to Holy Sepulchre.
I'm sorry.
Have you been to the Holy Sepulchre?
Issue. Like, what's your issue, bro?
They don't believe that I'm a Christian for some odd reason, which is fine.
Manny, have you been to the Holy Sepulchre?
No, Holy Sepulchre is said in Arabic, and I'll understand.
Okay, so there you go. There you go. He's not a Coptic.
He's
not a Coptic.
You guys gotta understand.
Totally not a Coptic.
You stupid piece of shit. You got called out. You got called out.
Rich was right. He called it out, but his style was off.
That was
Yeah,
pretty easy.
but Rich, I told you, I told Rich to do in the chat.
All you have to listen, Ocean. Hold on, Amelia. I was going to address the moderator. Ocean, all you have to simply ask him is, do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God? As a Muslim, he's not. He'll say he's a king, he's the Messiah, blah blah. Or like he said, oh, Jesus is a king. He's a king.
He spoke English. I asked him about the holiest church that Christian Coptics make pilgrimage. Hold on, guys. They make freaking pilgrimages to. It's the holiest place for them. And I asked him what it is, if he's been there, and he didn't even know what it was. Okay. There you go. That one didn't take long.
Question in English.
My dear, I ask it in Swahili. It doesn't matter. Yeah. I said the name of it. No, Amelia, you lose on this one. That one was
Christian.
King and a bunch of Coptics that we know that we're in rooms with. Wonderful. Of course they know what it is. It's the holiest place for them.
Abby's a Jew and she knows it.
I love the Holy Sepulchre.
A Coptic Christian should definitely know.
The Holy Sepulchre is such a beautiful church.
Can you guys bring up Matt?
But look, okay. You were mad when I was trolling. Shut the fuck up. You were mad when I was trolling. Okay, you stupid bitch. You know what? You filthy fucking sharmuta. Fuck you and fuck all of you dirty goddamn Arab. All of your fucking dirty Arab relatives. Like, I really don't
fuck you, man. Fuck you son of a bitch.
No, fuck
you.
Who the
fuck are you to fucking violate us?
You
bitch, man.
Diaper-headed piece of shit.
Fuck off, you son of a dumb. Fuck off, you bitch. Fuck off, fuck you. Fuck you, son of a bitch.
Move this diaper-headed.
What's wrong, Mr. Squiggle Man? Are you offended?
Pepe, did you notice that Amelia claims to be like
No. And this is the funny part, is that you get a lot of these people that, especially after October 7th, I'm somebody who's, I'm not in the Middle East. I'm watching these people, how they operate. You get people on this app. I'm not going to name who they are, but you see it on social media everywhere. They'll say, they're just trying to have a conversation, and they're obviously incredibly biased. But you can basically tell who the Muslims are, and you can never have an actual reasonable argument with them. And I would say people like me that are we are separated from the group. So we look at October 7th and we say oh God, wow, that was so fucking demonic and horrible that we would have absolutely holy shit, the response from us, that would even something you wouldn't want to see. But then it's like immediately they play victim, and the sob stories, the fake narratives, all of this bullshit. And we have to hear from them. And then, what's really funny, though, is every goddamn terrorist attack you've had on American soil after 9/11, where Christians were getting killed, of course, we're the majority in this country, you get groups like CARE. What do they care about? What is the first thing these fucking pieces of shit care about? It is that Islamophobia. And I remember after the San Bernardino shooting, they had kids. The husband and wife were killed. Their number one priority was to make sure that those children ended up going into a Muslim household. Wow, these are such lovely fucking people. It's just like I try to imagine if like some Jews or Christians go into a mosque and they start shooting the fucking place up, killing kids, killing women, killing men, anybody. What would, and I get it, you're going to have some very fringe people in the Christian and Jewish community. They're always going to exist. That will say, oh yeah, that was good. But 99% of them are going to say wow, that is so fucking barbaric and horrible. I do not condone that. That was evil. But these motherfuckers, okay, it's just amazing. There's just one religion where it doesn't matter what their fucking people do. They will sit there and they will say that it is somehow justified. And I'm so sick and tired of talking to these fucking people. And these are the same people that would, as soon as, Edward ended up, they're like, oh, are you an African American? And Snow or Sword, who identified themselves, they're calling him a bead. They're calling him all kinds of fucking names in Arabic.
Answer my question, Mr. Question.
I got kicked.
She gave birth and then she left immediately after she gave birth.
Oh yeah, and I can't remember what the guy's name was.
Thank you for coming on stage. Universe Earth.
Hello, I am Universe Earth. I have come to explain what is the G0D.
She's just Republican. Republican, go easy on me today. I've had a really bad couple of days. Go easy on me, please.
Go easy on him. What do you mean?
Bloodthirsty, feel free to come on stage. I'd love to have conversations.
You ask people to go easy on him, though?
Only with like noise and singing and crap like that. I've had the worst headache in the world for the last 2 days. Huckleberry, thank you for coming to the room. Feel free to come on stage.
Well, you know what they say, when you got a really bad migraine, they say come to Clubhouse, because Clubhouse is the greatest migraine cure modern technology has ever invented. So if you're suffering from a migraine or a headache, just download an app called Clubhouse. It's a medical device technology company to get people to say hello. Hello?
This is decidedly not a migraine.
Well, here's, let's see, what's his name? Universe. Here's what I've come to find about Clubhouse. I believe that a plastic bag has more brain cells than most people on this
Answer my
fucking
question, Mr. Answer my.
I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. They're ignorant rather than stupid.
Well, here's the beautiful part. You couldn't have said it better, Donald. I love the word ignorant. There's a definite distinction between ignorance and stupidity.
Yes, there is.
I mean, ignorance, that is probably, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful words in the whole entire. It's beautiful. It's a gorgeous word.
Well, you can be stupid. You can be stupid and not ignorant, and you can be ignorant and not stupid.
Nope. Completely two distinct. Stupidity is stupidity. Ignorance is you don't know.
Well, you've not been educated.
Absolutely. You haven't been educated. Stupidity is when you've been educated and then you don't realize. Yeah.
Well, no, stupidity is generally just a lower than average IQ.
No, look up the.
Okay, let's do that.
Oh, ignorant. I love the word ignorance. Yeah.
Let's see here. Having or showing a great lack of intelligence or common sense. So I'm right.
Are you looking up stupidity or ignorance?
Yeah, stupid. Ignorance just means uneducated. Right. And stupid is exactly what I said it was. Papa, welcome to the room. Feel free to come on stage. I'd love to have a conversation. Oh, bye-bye. I want to talk about God.
All right. Let's talk about God.
Not the Bible. Because I've read the Bible, it's fucking awful. It tells you to sell your daughter to a rapist.
Well, I'm not sure if you're aware. Do you know what the Kabbalah is, Donald? Donald, do you know what the...
It says if your daughter's raped, you should sell your daughter to her rapist. It also says you should burn your daughter for sex.
Do you know what the Kabbalah is, Donald?
Yes, I do. I have my copy of it right here. I'm touching it.
What is the Kabbalah?
It's like Jewish Gnostic texts.
What is the Ein Sof Hour, the limitless light?
Oh gosh, it's been so long since I read it. I don't remember the details.
What are the 10 Sephirot that contain the Ein Sof, and what is the Keter? Is everything contained in the Keter?
I told you, I don't remember the details of it.
I don't think you know anything about the Kabbalah.
15 years since I read it.
Who, me?
I don't think you know anything about it. No, not you. I think you know yourself, but Donald.
Oh, well, anyways, Donald, basically, it's mysticism from Middle Ages, but it seems to be pervasive, and it does seem to create an analogy for God or for the personal self. So it is essentially a meditation, but it's also like a decision-making tree, and it also resembles medieval conquest or courts or castles or a defensive strategy. So it's just mysticism, and you hit the nail on the head when it's Gnosticism, but it's a system. So it is one way to help. Yeah, well, it doesn't have to just be Jewish, because there's Christian Kabbalists. I would even say there are Islamic Kabbalists.
That's different. That's in the Nag Hammadi. The Christian Gnostic text is in the Nag Hammadi. I've got that too. I'm holding my copy of that too.
Well, what's in your right hand?
My right hand is the Kabbalah.
Well, what's in your left hand?
The Nag Hammadi.
And what happens when you put your hands together? Hello?
Make a clap. Oh no. Okay.
So I think one of the words in your title is wrong, the what part, meaning it should be, is God an experience, or is God a thing or a person, or is it an experience? And I tend to go with the experience.
That just makes it imaginary. I couldn't give a shit about it. Just keep it to yourself and don't put it in my laws.
Keep it to myself. You got a fucking room called Prove to Me God Exists.
If it's imaginary.
And it's a social audio platform for people to do public speaking.
Keep it the fuck out of the laws.
Keep it imaginary. It's an analog, you idiot. Don't you know what an analog is? Hello?
Yeah, I know that they're imaginary. It's taking something that is an analog or an analogy. Okay, you said analog. That's analog. You're just saying that's like an avatar.
Yeah, it's called an analogy or an analog or a paraphrase. Hello?
No, an analog and an analogy.
If you say so, Dr. Donald.
Analogy, I understand what it means, but analogies are fucking imaginary too. So just keep your imaginary God your fucking self.
You know what else is imaginary? Your personal hygiene. When was the last time you even flossed your teeth? That's imaginary. Dental floss, that's probably imaginary in your life.
Donald definitely doesn't floss. 100%.
Doesn't use a tongue scraper, doesn't use a water pick. We'd be lucky if he even brushes before he goes to bed. I suppose baby wipes must be imaginary too. After you take a big shit, you get shit all over your hand. You got shit stains on your underpants. Baby wipes and toilet paper are merely imaginary functions of the mind for one who only needs to keep sanitary hypothetically. Oh God, I must have been very accurate. Silence always creates... I mean, accuracy always seems to create silence.
Yeah, what was the...
He had wealth beyond 10 million before 2025.
Donald, what was the big deal a few days ago where somebody brought, I can't remember what the word they brought up. You remember that?
I got God with me. You can have God. Last time we made this, sold out in less than 5 days.
Are we done with the personal attacks? Welcome, Casey, to the stage. Thanks for coming by. David, welcome to the room. Feel free to come on stage. I'd love to have a conversation. Thinking about broadcasting.
Thank you for having me, Donald.
You're always welcome here, Casey.
Wesley, I think it was you that invited me to the stage, and I appreciate it.
I got God.
Yeah. I mean, it's an open conversation.
At a decent firm in Delaware, he had virus throughout. You have to call it out on both sides.
And I don't mind the personal attacks. I understand that whenever your core beliefs are threatened, that you lash out with insults.
Wait, who are you talking about?
That was for Universe.
Well, I would just say that that's actually projection. You just projected your inner beliefs onto me.
You need to Google what projection actually means.
How about, you know what? I'm new to this chat, and I don't have any skin in the game. How about you let me talk to Universe? Universe, what's up, Universe?
Well, I'm sitting here updating some things on cell phones. I could LARP as the universe if you want, or do you want to talk to the personal me living in the universe?
I want to. Well, obviously, you're a part of this text, this chat room. Like, you made yourself a part of this chat room. So, like, what are your beliefs, or why did you choose to be a part of this chat room?
Oh, because I like to come here and try to get Donald to allow me to convince him that God exists, but then he just cuts me off and screams at me and accuses me that when my fundamental assumptions are challenged, I lash out and get angry, and he projects on me. So I just come here to polish my mirror.
I said project. I said insult.
Donald, calm down. So
I'm perfectly calm. Don't do that.
Well, so Universe, what does it look like in your view? What does it look like when Donald lashes out and says, says that you're wrong? Like,
Yeah.
what does that look like?
Well, sometimes he gets very angry, and then he plays this horrible schizophrenic song that causes a migraine for himself and for everybody else.
It's actually one of the few songs that doesn't cause a migraine.
See what I mean? So, anyways, if he gets upset enough and too many people come in here and start, spam abusing by talking, he will play this horrific song that will just drone out all other noises and make you question your own sanity and why you feel you have enough time to come on Clubhouse. That's it. That's the song. No. I just had an aneurysm.
Donald, could you stop that? Donald, could you stop? Yeah. All right. Okay, so Universe, is that the song that you're referring
That's the song. He's so cruel. The man is a sadomasochistic psychopath. How can he play that song? It's horrible. It's the worst choice.
Are y'all?
I usually play much louder.
Y'all are like working together. This is not a real
Working together. No, we're trying to create a YouTube live stream, Casey. We're on YouTube trying to make content. Hello?
Okay. So was that the song?
Yeah, I usually play it much louder.
Okay. So, Universe, are you still there? I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, so Donald, that's the song that you usually play?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do it much louder, though. It's mostly just to get people to shut up.
Well, I mean, I think that's if you're trying to control a room, I think that you do need something to just shut people up.
I agree.
Yeah, but I taught Donald how to say hello.
Hello. Oh, it's a percussion quick loader. Oh, wow, that is cool.
What's happening?
Oh, sorry. I got a black powder gun firing kit from a buddy of mine for free. And it's got some badass stuff in it. It's got a whole thing of percussion caps and a percussion cap speed loader. Oh, wow. That's cool.
Okay.
And it's all in like a handmade leather bag that is like a more over your, like strap it on. It's got the powder horn in it, a bunch of patches, percussion caps, nibs for the percussion caps, bunch of lead balls, a little pouch to hold all the lead balls in.
Ooh. You every time you gasp like that, you sound like a little boy on Christmas Eve.
Hey, this is cool. I have one of those. I do not have one of these and I have no idea what the fuck this is. Whoa, oh, I know what that is. That's cool. I have one of these, but this one's better than mine. Are you done talking to Universe? Monica Casey, can you tell Donald to pull me up? Yeah, I can invite you. I thought I did. Yeah, I've definitely invited you up already, Monica, but I can do it again.
I have no power here.
Yeah.
I have no power here.
Here, how about I give you mods and you invite her up? Just don't in my room randomly. That is cool. That is just cool.
I wish that we could all see what you're seeing, what you're getting.
Do you have Discord?
Well, I do, but I also have not much. Okay, it's complicated. I do have Discord, but I don't have much power in my phone, and right now I don't have a great way to charge my phone.
Alrighty. I was just gonna say I have a Discord. You can come there, and I could show you what Discord, because the powder horn is even full. It's like almost completely full. That's just cool. It's got 2 speed loaders, a nib tool, a round remover tool, a powder measurer, a whole box of percussion caps, a big old bag.
Why? Okay. Why do you? Please don't take it as antagonistic, but like, why do you need all that shit? Like, what
I have a black powder gun. I have an 1858 Remington, 44th Navy.
Arnold, have you ever written? I can't remember what the whole book was. Have you ever written or?
Oh, no, I've never. Well, I mean.
Have you ever written? No.
I'm not sure that was necessary, but thanks. No, I've never written a book.
No. Have you ever read the ancient texts of India about
the ancient
Brahmana?
I've read some of the ancient Indian myths, but not many of them. Oh God, this is too cool.
Like the Bhagavad Gita?
I have read that. I've read a couple.
No, it starts with an M.
It starts with a M. M as in what?
Mary.
Yeah. M as in Mary, but it talks about the Vermana. I'm trying to find it.
It's too cool. It shouldn't go forward without sticking out the way it is, shouldn't it? I have no idea. I'm actually like a little. I'm no expert at all in Hindu scripture, but I don't know of any great Hindu scripture that starts with the word with the letter N.
Well, I mean, if you look up,
it's in Evolution. Are you talking about the Evolution or something like that?
Yeah, well, just look up Vermana.
Vermana? That'd be a V, not an M, but sure.
Well, that's, yeah, Vermana is with a V.
I'm getting that company in Orange County, Florida.
Are we thinking of like
what? Actually, it's a Vermana. Vimana.
Yeah.
Vermana.
Advanced, often divine flying chariots. Yeah, I've heard of this, and I've seen all of the accounts to it. There's nothing there. It's all garbage. Daniel, welcome. Feel free to come on stage. I am very happy about this. This is very cool. I'm gonna have to alter it slightly.
What's happening?
I'm gonna have to alter it slightly because I have a pistol, not a rifle, so I don't need all of the patches. But I'm very happy about this little kit.
Well, that's good.
There's a ton of balls in it, of lead balls. And I think they're 44s. Just what I need.
The 44s?
Yeah, that's the caliber of my gun. Daniel, thank you for coming on stage. I don't know if I'm looking for you. I'm not going to put this. That's not right there. That's not started. I can put it there. Oh, I'll put it there. Regal, welcome back. Feel free to come on stage.
How's it going, everyone? Daniel, Regal.
Welcome, Regal. Thank you for coming on stage. I got a shooting bag.
Daniel, Regal, do you have anything to talk about as far as convincing a person that God exists?
Pretty sure Daniel is an atheist. I don't remember about Regal.
Well, so am I,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Regal does.
Regal, I can't tell. Oh, yeah, definitely atheist. Regal, did you have anything you want to talk about?
Regal, are you there?
Hello. Oh, hey. Well, didn't hear you.
Apparently not.
I saw you unmute, but I didn't hear anything you said if you spoke. Baby, put me up here.
Regal, we see you unmuting yourself, but it looks like when you unmute yourself, it looks like we cannot hear anything that you're trying to say. Just to let you know.
Sometimes you have to leave and then come back. And then I'll fix it. That's disgusting. Regal? Can you try again? Ow. Why did everything have to hurt so bad? That's a big pile of shit. Uncle Touch, feel free to come on stage. That's probably an unfortunate name in this time in history.
Sorry, Donald. I think I had my mic turned off. It sounded like you said that you appreciated something when Regal was showing like this giant pile of dinosaur shit. It sounded like you said you appreciated something. And I was trying to understand what you said you appreciated.
No, I was just thinking Uncle Touch from coming by, even though it's an unfortunate name for this time in history.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there are lots of uncles that touch inappropriately.
Oh, goodness. Oh, I wasn't taking it that way. Okay.
I know. I wasn't either. It's just, it's an unfortunate name in this time in history. This is all of the Epstein shit.
Well, can we hey, let's join together and say that probably this is the best time in history.
Oh, sure.
In terms of family members molesting or taking advantage of younger people in their families, this is probably the best time in history that we've ever lived in history. Like that's probably been worse throughout history. All leading back into time. It's probably better now than it ever has been.
So plus we have better reporting and better capturing.
And kids are taught to like tell people that they trust, And then finally
kids are privacy is important. They're taught that privacy is important.
I'm feeling a little bit anxious, if you know what I mean.
Nope.
Donald,
what's up?
Are you familiar with Dr. Seuss's, Sam I Am?
I've never read a Dr. Seuss book, but I have heard it recited before.
I'm familiar with Sam I Am.
Well, what I'm trying to say is...
I do not like green eggs and ham.
Right. It works for all situations because it forces the opposite. And so all I can say is, I know you're suffering from a migraine, and I know you're suffering with your disability. But could you maybe just try God once and see if you like it? Hello?
I did. I tried for 20 years.
Hey, universe. Why don't you tell me what is it? What is it?
What is God, universe?
Well, let me just tell you, when I wake up in the morning and I make myself an espresso coffee and I smoke a little weed and I read a good book, to me, that's as close as I can get to the GOD.
Well, how about this? 5 years years ago, I used to.
I think I would agree with that. And if that's as close as you get to the God, I think I would agree with that. And I don't think I would have any problem with that.
Also, 5 years ago, I was able to make my own espressos. Now, I have to drink instant coffee because my body is broken so bad I can't even make myself a fire.
Are you serious right now? Are you serious?
You know, so are you actually, are you a theist?
Oh my God, bro.
Are you, come on.
Yeah, he is.
Am I audible right now?
He is. He's deep.
Why can't you make your own espresso?
Oh, because my body is broken so bad. It takes so much effort. It wears me out.
Don't you have someone taking care of you?
My wife has the same thing as I do.
What is the problem? What's the problem?
They both suffer.
Down syndrome, hypermobility, and she has other stuff.
They're both dwarfs. They suffer from dwarfism.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah. Do you feel better now that you're getting this SSI?
What's that?
Are you getting SSI now?
I'm getting disability.
Very good. Oh my God, bro. Bro, if you were here near me, I'm in the East Coast. I'm in Philly. I'm making espresso right now, man.
I love espresso.
I'm a
coffee connoisseur.
Be careful.
I have 2 espresso machines. I used to use
Never get an espresso with Daniel. He'll take his left hand and stick his finger up your butt, and on his right hand, he'll put an auto insurance contract in front of you, and he'll force you to sign it.
Universe, come on, man.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
What the hell? Bro, I don't do that.
Business.
Casey, what the fuck are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
You're making a ton of noise, Dingleberry.
Okay, well, I've
given Daniel the brain.
Who's asking me?
I'm asking you, Daniel.
Daniel?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm making so much noise, Daniel. I'm just doing my thing, okay?
What are you doing, though?
I should have muted myself. I apologize.
Daniel, let me ask you a question, Daniel.
Are you having another garlic pizza?
No, but I just had some incredible ice cream. Lardass would like to ask you a question. Is cinnamon a pepper or is cinnamon a sugar?
Is cinnamon a pepper or is cinnamon a what? Spice?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bark. It's bark.
It's just ground up bark, but the thing is, there's sugar in it. How else can you get cinnamon to taste like it's so sweet sometimes? It's amazing. I love cinnamon.
You know, there's not a scientific definition.
You know what? But you would say something about cinnamon like that.
Cinnamon would almost certainly, in my mind, cinnamon would almost certainly be a spice.
Casey, cinnamon is bark.
It's a spice.
It's from a tree.
Well, barks can be spices. Barks can be spices.
Yeah, I said it was a spice. He said, is it a pepper? And no, it's not a capsaicin.
Well,
it's just not part of it's not part of the...
But the definition of capsaicin is not peppers.
It's a genus,
I think. I'll look it up. I'll look it up so that, I mean, this doesn't have to be a mystery. We can just load up our question gun and go answer it.
Let's do it. Let's see what's right here.
Is cinnamon capsaicin?
No, it's not. There's no way.
I don't think it is either.
Fuck no.
No, there's no capsaicin in cinnamon. It's a C. If that was the case, you would be making like very good extract with that. Is cinnamon capsaicin? No, natural cinnamon does not contain capsaicin. Damn.
Yeah, well, and think about mint, right? Mint has to be kind of similar to
Honey Badger. Feel free to come on stage. Thank you for coming to the room, both of you.
Mint has to be similar to
mint capsaicin.
See, I had a question for you. I know that it's right up your alley. Are you able to field the question or not? Casey?
Who? I'm sorry, me?
Yeah, I had a question for you, if I could.
You have a question for me?
Well, yeah.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
All right. If you don't. By the way, all right. Do you think that
mint is not
ultra thin condoms help you to feel your lover's rectum? Does it help you to? Does it increase sensitivity on your penis when you're having sex with your lover?
Well, 1 second. Anybody who has a mod, invite Monica.
His asshole. And his asshole.
I've never used a condom for me.
I'm confused why you're asking me this.
Because I want to know what you respond.
You want to know you want to know about my experience with sensitivity with men specifically? Is that what you're asking?
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Well, then why did you use
women have assholes too?
Pronouns?
Women have assholes too.
Do you know that women have assholes, Keith?
Yeah, but the pronouns that we used were specifically male pronouns.
Are you sure? I don't remember that.
All I'm asking
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Casey, all I'm asking you is a basic question.
Daniel, I'm going to make you a moderator. Can you invite Monica out, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
Monica, how are you?
All right. What do you want to know? Tell me what.
Monica, how are you?
I think you want to know if you use condoms for anal.
No, I'm saying that. Do you think that condoms are given? Sorry,
I've never done that.
Can we have the real question
No, we're
posed?
not doing Monica today.
Monica, where are you from?
No, I put her back at the audience. She's not. She just wants to call me baby.
Pose the question for crying out loud.
I want to ask you a question that's just going to annoy you. Since you're comfortable with it, that's fine.
I'd really rather not talk about it.
I know. It's like, not even like.
Monica, no, you're not coming out. I don't want to listen to Monica say baby over and over.
Oh, okay.
You like Filipino hookers.
So you don't care about the question, whatever it was that you're asking. I mean, that's
I have never experienced a Filipino hooker.
Wait, what?
I said, this guy says, so you don't like, or you do like Filipino hookers? And I said, I've never experienced one.
Well,
I've never experienced it.
I have also never experienced a Filipino hooker. I thought that someone was trying to ask
Logan,
a question. Are they not around anymore?
Filipino hooker.
Are we talking like a lady or a lady?
Yeah. Lady boy. Where are we going?
Probably doesn't. If you're that kind of person, probably doesn't matter. It probably could be one or the other.
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. It's not my thing.
It's not my thing.
I mean,
hey, dude, go for it, man.
I've seen trans porn, but it's not something that I'd like try.
It seems to me that if you're willing to pursue prostitution in
there's nothing wrong with prostitution.
Hang on, I didn't say there was. It seems to me that if you're willing to pursue prostitution in a country that is extremely destitute, that you should not be surprised if some of the prostitutes happen to be male.
There's nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying there is.
Casey, why is that a problem for you? I bet.
It's not a problem for me.
Okay.
I mean, I can guarantee you it's not a problem for you. Casey, do you masturbate to porn?
What?
Casey, do you masturbate to porn?
Yeah, you understand that I'm gay, right? I'm gay.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I am a gay man.
I did not know that.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. I thought you were more of a, to me, you seem like more of a masculine, traditionally masculine, assertive, Chad.
Well, that's fantastic. I guess that means that I can
he's a gay sort of person.
hold up some kind of like traditional masculine whatever. But yeah, I am a gay man. So.
Casey, I'm not actually broadcasting on YouTube right now, so would it be okay if I asked you a couple of questions that are personal?
You said you are not?
Yeah, I'm not actually
broadcasting me?
Yeah, we're not broadcasting right now. Would it be okay if I asked you a personal question or two?
I mean, sure, I guess.
How old were you when you realized that you liked the same sex?
That's a complicated question.
I know. That's why I asked for permission.
So like, it kind of like, how old was I when I started to suspect that I started? How old was I when I started to suspect that I was attracted? That would have been like back when I was like, I don't know, like 13, 14, 15. Okay. When was I convinced that I was exclusively attracted to men? That would have been maybe like a year or two after that, like 15, 16.
All right. I like vaginas, and there are certain vaginas that I like and certain vaginas I don't like. Are there certain penises that you like more than other penises?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, there are many penises that are absolutely disgusting.
But not all of them.
No, not all of them. No.
See, I'm kind of the other way around. There are many beautiful vaginas, but there are a few that are just not pretty.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I guess penises are almost like flowers. You know, there are flowers that you can look at. You can look at a flower and you can be like, I really don't like that flower. And you can look at flowers and be like, oh yeah, that's a beautiful flower. Whereas I don't know how you compare that to a vagina, but there are ways to express displeasure towards a penis and also pleasure towards it. And I shouldn't say displeasure or pleasure, but
can I ask you one more very personal question?
Yeah, sure. What?
Do you go down different tastes?
Yeah. Can you tell a taste?
This is far too vulgar for my taste. Gentlemen, you have broached reasonability.
It's simply curiosity. If you don't know, I will not push you.
This is very distasteful.
Yes, it's simply curiosity.
So the point of you being upset about it, it's not worth it.
Because vaginas have different tastes. Different vaginas taste differently. I was curious.
Gentlemen, let us move on from this distasteful topic. This is foul and smegma. I can smell the smegma.
Jefferson, welcome to the stage.
Let me just say one thing.
Yeah, sure, Casey.
have you ever imagined the taste of your own finger, or have you ever like sucked something like honey or syrup or anything else off of your own finger, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maple
So
syrup.
it just tastes like skin, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, there you go. That is what one would expect. Okay. Anything more foul than that is, not acceptable. Okay.
Absolutely.
And
Are you talking about cleanliness now?
That's the only thing. That's the only thing that I will say about that.
Are you just talking about cleanliness now?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God, Casey.
But that's the only thing I'm gonna say.
You're making my anus.
I appreciate you doing that much. I'm just honestly just curious.
Yeah, Casey, I have a quick question for you. Look,
I'm gonna make a confession to you, Casey. I have bisexual leanings.
Okay, good for you. Congrats. Should I set off fireworks for you?
No, that's why I'm curious. Is because I have bisexual leanings, but I'm in a monogamous relationship, so I can't try anything. So I was just curious.
Yeah.
This has been such a fascinating conversation because I think we're getting closer to the crux of the matter, which is philosophy and poetry. Books. For God exists in a book, but not in your gay conversation. Hello?
Casey, for those of us that have never had a prostate orgasm, could you describe to us what we're missing?
Why are you doing this to me? Why
Casey has already
continued. I want you to jerk off on my fucking face. Would you stop? Yeah, I have said nothing inappropriate.
No. You just said that you want me to jerk off on your face.
Yeah, that's a desire.
And that's not inappropriate. That's not inappropriate. That's not inappropriate. Would you shut up?
One of my girlfriends said the same thing to me, so I don't.
I said that I wanted to have a pepperoni pizza. You wouldn't be offended. I'm talking about desire I have, and you're judging me because why? Go on. If I've offended you, I'm sorry.
I had one of my girlfriends say the same thing.
Would you shut up? Because I don't believe for 1 second. Could we go back to a conversation that is about philosophy?
No, we can go back to a God conversation though. If you want to talk, if you want us to move on to someone else and talk about God, that's fine. I don't want to. I tried to get him to stop a minute ago, so I don't support what Daniel's doing. I tried to get him to stop. You said that you didn't want to talk about this anymore just a minute ago, and I would like to support that. Yeah, you.
No, I didn't say I didn't want to talk about philosophy. I didn't say.
I know. I was talking about what Daniel was talking about.
There's this idea of trolley problem.
Red Love, feel free to come on stage.
The trolley problem is like just like perennial.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, there's a perennial problem in philosophy philosophy of ethics, particularly where we think of, the trolley problem, right? Would you sacrifice one person's life to save?
That's not what the trolley problem is about. It's about action and
what's it about?
It's about action and inaction. You can not a lever.
Yeah. I'm there. I'm with you. But the idea is that, there's also a action problem. Would you perform a sexual act to save 10 people?
Yeah.
Or would you just not act at all? It came from the
we were trying to get Daniel off of sex for a while. Daniel just seems to be obsessed with sex.
Oh, this does seem like a bit of an obsession.
It's just because, look at the title of the thing, and it was something about.
I don't want to be.
I asked one person a couple of personal questions, and then I wanted to move on. But Daniel wouldn't get off of this.
I'm sorry, and you know that I love you.
You know that's the spirit of lust.
It's not. It's a
Yes, it
curiosity.
is.
I don't really think that's an issue.
This is. I'll ask one last
That's
question.
even less. That's
Red, stop. Please, you're as beautiful as you are. All right. So the question I wanted to ask Casey was that in order to save 10 people, would you masturbate?
I'm sorry, Kate. What? Do you want me to move to the audience?
Who, me?
No, Daniel.
He has the green bean.
Yeah, you can. You gotta hold it down. Hold him down.
Of course I can.
Click on him. Here, give me a beam real quick. I'm gonna show you how to do it.
Push a conversation you don't want to have anymore.
I'll stop talking to that. I know you even know.
Stop pushing the conversation that Casey doesn't want to have.
I'm sorry.
I don't like that. It's a violation of consent. I don't like it.
Whoa. I don't mind answering it. I just feel like it's just off topic. And it's just, what is the point of the question?
I cannot understand you. I'm sorry.
I say, what's the point of the question? How's it going to benefit this combination?
It doesn't. It was just a tangent that was supposed to end 10 minutes ago.
What was the beginning of your question?
It does not matter. It does not matter.
I want to know.
No, it does not matter.
You broached the topic.
Donald, do you think that we could reform the question? Rather than what is, quote, God?
That's a zero.
Wait, I'm actually, okay. First it says, convince me God exists, and then it says, what is God?
Well, one's the house name and one's the room name.
Oh, the house name is, everything falls underneath the questions. All fall underneath.
But we have control over the chat name. So, what is God? Could we reform that, in your view?
To what? I mean, it depends on
who is God.
What if we say, I don't know,
why would that be a who?
Because it's a person.
Demonstrate that.
What do you mean? Demonstrating how it's a person?
Show to exist. How is a big fat you problem?
I mean, we don't.
What if we?
Let me finish real quick. Before you help me out. So my thing is, right? Everybody, we was all kings.
That's amazing because she interrupted you.
Just for a second, because I just want to ask one question. You know, you actually did, because you sat here and said prove that he exists.
No, you interrupted Casey, and I just responded to what your interruption was. But it's okay. If it's okay with Casey.
I got short-term memory. I got ADHD, so my mind's like a bit.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is, we all was kids at one point. We all believed in the tooth fairy. We all believed in Santa Claus. You never believed in Santa Claus?
I never believed in Santa Claus either. I recognized my parents' handwriting on the Christmas tag.
This one flag in the X-ray.
Okay, so when you have a dream that you want to accomplish in life, right?
Nope.
So you just want to be a mom your whole life? Or you wanted to do... Oh my God.
I have to end. Carlos, welcome. Feel free to come on stage. I'd love to have a conversation. Yeah, I have lived in constant pain and tortured every day of my life, and it gets worse and worse every day. I'd like for that to end.
I'm sorry to hear that, Donald.
Thanks, Casey. Have you ever seen Office Space?
Wait, Donald, before you think your life ends, do you think you'll have that bisexual experience that you're curious about?
It's very much up to my wife.
I have seen Office Space. Why do you ask?
So do you know how he's...
Wait, it's up to your wife whether or not you have an orgasm with a man's dick in your mouth?
Yes, because we're married.
The way that I forget that actor's name, but he was also in
Judge.
He was also in Band of Brothers, but
yes, he was.
He said, do you ever get that feeling that every day is the worst day of your life, or
No, what he said was, he said every day is worse than the day before. So every day that you see me, it's on the worst day that I've ever had in my entire life.
Right.
I have that with pain. So every day, the pain is worse than it was the day before. So every time you talk to me, you're talking to me in the most pain I've ever been in my entire life.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Donald. Okay, so Donald, I had no idea. I honestly,
most people
honestly, I had no idea. So can you tell me, forget all these other people, can you tell me what you're suffering from? Like what?
Don't forget us, Donald. Keep us in your prayers.
Okay, thank you for that. I needed to laugh. So it's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, hypermobility. I also have fibromyalgia. I just realized a couple of months ago, I'm about to talk to my doctor, that I might have a Chiari malformation. Hopefully I can get that ruled out or diagnosed soon.
Well, Donald, I had no idea, and I am so sorry. And
it's just the body. You only get one meat suit, so this is just the body I got.
Donald, do you know how long the average human lives on total seconds? 2.5 billion seconds.
Will you shut up, universe, for a second?
Everyone only has 2.5 billion seconds. We're all born billionaires. We're all born billionaires. It's a question: how are you going to spend your time? You've only got 2.5 billion seconds to spend. How are you going to spend it? Hello.
All right. Well, Donald, I really feel bad. You know,
it's okay, man. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to Switzerland as soon as I can.
Well, that's great. That's great.
Well, Switzerland is a place where you can end your life.
Oh, you're going there for like
medical aid.
Oh my God. Oh God.
I have to wait though because
I'm so sorry.
Oh, well, thanks. Oh.
Donald, do you think you and your wife are going to euthanize yourselves together in Switzerland?
No. The whole reason I'm waiting is to get an inheritance that I'm going to give to her before I go. So it would be very silly of us to go together. No, she's going to live. She doesn't want to die. I want to die. She didn't. Michael, thank you for coming by. Feel free to come on stage.
Oh, do you ever talk about how you met your wife? Because it's always been a curiosity.
We met as children at church.
What? A Christian church around through the city carrying with it. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Okay, we met as children at church. We grew up in church together, and then after we graduated, we started dating, and then we got married. So,
that's really beautiful. Do you remember that? Have you ever completed children? Or something?
Why is that a question?
Do you remember the first orgasm you had? What happened?
Oh my God! Why is that?
Was it a hand job?
What happened? Well, okay, so we moved in together.
Oh, it was a foot job.
What the fuck? What? Who's asking these questions?
No.
Have you ever dry humped? Okay, so dry humping is whenever you have your clothes on, but you're up against each other until you come. That was my first orgasm with
Valentine's Day.
It was on Valentine's Day. The first time,
My God.
Yeah, we went camping at the lake, and we were in a tent.
Did you dry hump her rear, like her thigh or her butt? What was it?
No, between her legs, right on top of. She came too.
Oh my God, bro. You ever take the future splooge like within your pants?
Yeah. I had a
That
spare.
must have been messy.
It was, but I had a spare. I knew it was happening, so I packed.
Wow. So that was the first time.
Wow, Donald, thanks for sharing that on my YouTube live. Before you euthanize yourself in Switzerland, I hope you'll come on my YouTube live for one last broadcast. Thanks, Donald.
I mean, it's going to be a while, probably. My mom's going to live for years.
Oh, you're just going to wait until you can get that money. How much money do you think you're going to inherit?
Does your mom know you're just like waiting for her to die?
That's not what it is.
Okay.
I just can't die before her.
You love her?
Yes, sort of.
Okay.
Sort of?
Was she?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, I have feelings
Consider
about
her to
when
be a
she...
good mom?
I have feelings about the time she raped me, so there's that.
Your mother?
Yeah.
Your mother raped you?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I was about 3. Probably before that, too, but I don't remember.
You were 3? What did she do?
No. You can't say that kind of stuff on YouTube Live. That's illegal.
I feel like this is not appropriate for. Did you come?
A Filipino censor just told me that this is being flagged. This is being flagged. You're being reported to the FBI Child Endangerment Services.
Good Lord, 43. Could we not discuss? Like, this is not the appropriate place to talk about.
Oh, okay, so let's bring up a new topic. Are you aware that the Supreme Court...
I want you to remember such a thing. You can make memories with your You can make long-term memories with it's horrible. I mean, it's
Daniel.
And like that genetic already, and then you also have this unbelievable even. Why was Donald moved out? Why was Donald moved out? Hello?
This room has ended. Who boomed the room?
Don Cheadle! You look like a crackhead Don Cheadle. You're so ugly, bro. Like when I take a good shit, you know, you turn around and you look at the turds. I turn around and look at the turds. I'm like, damn, Franklin.
Damn, you hear this shit? All right, who's got... This is the Donald Show. See if we can recuperate what we lost here.
If you were actually taking steroids, would be YK11. YK11 for somebody who's on the steroid cycle is gonna allow you to build way more muscle. So YK11 in that context, okay, decent. But all the other ones, Follistat 344, you know, they just didn't live up to their hype.
It was relevant. People so that's it. She's a mantic.
You think you're so smart, don't you? Yeah, because I'm a garden gnome.
That's it. She's a mantic.
Jim Thaddeus, what do you want to tell the Democrats? I'm going to help you, Jim Thaddeus. I'm running for office for you. I'm going to get you a single room occupancy. All right, God bless.
Hey, miss. Do you want some food?
Yeah, oh my gosh, Larry.
Yeah, how many?
For him?
Yeah. Think of.
To my question, Mr. Trump, did you join the Mile High Club with a gray and a mantis the other day? Hit yourself first.
Hey, miss.
To my question, Mr. Trump, did you...
Why does everyone judge me? I joined the Mile High Club for America and they still come after me.
Mr. Trump, pull yourself together. Oh, that's not good.
Somebody...
Answer
my question,
I've never actually seen... Answer my question, Mr. Trump.
That's it. She's a mantic.
Before we get any further, I keep hearing about aliens. What's going on with
Speaking
that?
of aliens, you're probably an alien since there isn't a nasty than you in this. You're tremendous.
In other nations, there's no shock. said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the star belt. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And then my granddad laughed, said, boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises and giving all, standing steady in the middle. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look 'em straight on. Say I don't know you and still stay strong. Turn a late night low to a listen kid. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. Every overnight to the lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. Saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before you scroll along. It's living harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, the tired eye. Tell your friends before you rise. Keeping faith when plans fall through. Not quitting on the truth. Secret wisdom of success. More than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do the best. Your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success.
People can see it. And try to get this out series on Tuesday. Then try to get it out by Friday. All right. Okay.
They said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock bell. I chased every tree, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a check. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving it all. Standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look 'em straight on. Say I don't know yet, still stay strong. Turn a late night loss to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime's call. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before you stroll along is living harder when wild courage in your chest. Doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. You said, know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes. Chasing the halos, wearing their masks, till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadows, name them like friends, anger, fear, and jealousy. What do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to bow. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path. I choose which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Old stories fall like ice. New courage in the crack. I am not my failures. I am alright. Wisdom is a wildfire burning all the lies. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every scar rewrites the story into something bright and new. I perfect myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. So growing because of alien invasion from 2023. yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes, chasing the halos, wearing their masks till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest.
Hey, my boy. Russell Hickok.
Are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, true. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule.
How many?
I sit with my shadows, name them like friends, anger, fear, and jealousy. What do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to bow. Virtue is a garden, no watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path I choose, which ones I step on slowly. I'm a morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, true. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Old stories fall like ash. New courage in the crash. I am not my failures, I am how I rise. Wisdom Unless thou beware, from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee. Hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid? Oh, goat of one, oh, horned one, oh, pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks on nothing. I'm based all on one on all floating ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh the weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh my God. Especially is there the parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head, below her two prongs. They spear the wicked, I will spear thee. O thou long grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. Not based all on one, afloat in the air. My God, my God. O thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God. am a parallel light from infinity, finally diffracted in the haze of this mind. With the spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater. The fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up your sleep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. Its hand before its head belong to bronze. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little grey God, this thou beware. For the great to the which is beyond the cold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid of the wolf, the killer of lightning, from the lightning let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst. Oh my God, a little white rabbit in the burrow. I'm greater than the fox and the wolf. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see it trying walking over the sea. A phoenix has for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, thou little grey. Unless thou beware from the great to the cold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold. Feel my hand and love me. Why hast thou whispered so from the lightning falker.
Here's my man Shep.
My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing as it were upon the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white arms stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not the pen? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I will thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let your work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. What have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him tense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man. On all sides, and to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of man pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose, slowly sipping time. Hold that beat for feel the rip draw. Breathe out through the mouth, on like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the now count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slowly take your time. Hold the beat, feel the rhythm draw. I breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Right. If it comes about to a friend, name it softly and breathe again. Feel the fire, I'll pour the ash, let every exhale. Slow like you said in time. Hold the beat for feel the rhythm draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes but know this calm is yours on demand. Good morning, Chicago. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're slipping time. Hold that beat for four, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, like a quiet tide, empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You're the storm of the stillness inside. Right there, right there. Now count with me. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go, shoulders melting down, but heart a lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathe through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, full, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Fear comes up, bow to it. Name it softly, breathe again. The fire out, hold the ash, steady, burn what you can hold. Breathe, move slow like you're sipping time. Hold the beat, full, feel the ribs go wild. Breathe out, hold like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You're the storm and the stillness inside. Gentle, deep, long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, know this call is yours on demand. Inhale slow, count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Drift between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this just holding. Drift between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives.
I'm not used to seeing this kind of shit. And I don't want my country to turn into a country where this is a normal thing. Starting violence. Yeah, that's the various acts that have been happening to our religious institutes across the country.
I mean, this new generation of children, I'm going to say going up to probably the last 15 years, I'm trying to gauge the age, only know to go into a temple with several armed guards, some dressed like SWAT, in front with metal detectors. They don't know, they've never entered a religious institution any other way. I mean, it's just kind of strange to think about it, that they just don't know what it's like to just be able to freely walk in the building. They've never done it.
You know what, Abby? I'm going to recommend another video if I will. It's the Dad Saves America YouTube channel, and the specific video says we don't know the meaning of this error for 50 years. He's interviewing Arthur Brooks, and one of the stats he brings up, which people forget. I think it was the late 60s, 70s. There were over 700 domestic terrorist incidents in the United States. I think in a year, it might be for the error. I'd have to watch it again to remember. But even if it's over, 5 years, that's still a huge amount. And guess who committed the majority of those? It was the left. So his main point is that these things go in cycles. And what we're seeing is now the pendulum swinging back from the hard left progressive stance. Sadly, I think we're not done with all of this left-wing political violence, which has outpaced right-wing political violence for the first time in a number of years. But yeah, it sucks that this is happening. And Coco, I get it. You don't want to live like this. No one should have to live like this. But these periods of this kind of unrest is not unprecedented, not only in the United States, I think, but throughout the world. And it's something we got to go through. I think what's different now is, well, actually, I was going to say I think it's different because we have our era of social media. I mean, the visibility of these incidences is greater. I think that's true to some degree. On the other hand, back when before television, families sat down and listened to the radio, news, and it could be just as impactful. So I don't know, and that's not to say, and I've said all of this not to say that it makes anything better or makes it suck less, but just to say that here we go again.
Yeah, I'm glad there's action being took towards this on behalf of the state. I think we should do this across the United States.
Well, we have, but your governor is, proactive about it, which is great.
I like her.
But the federal government did something. I forget when the grant program started. Started out, it was a couple $100 million, and the needs, across the country were pretty significant. What's the irony is that when they do the awards, states that don't have high statistics of crime and threats, those institutions, don't get the grants as readily as places where there's just a higher statistic on it. And it's a bit political. The different members and the senators jockey for position for their state. But I got to believe where you are, there's not a problem. Like, I would think that they'd probably get a pretty big allocation there.
Yeah, I think so too. Between Detroit and Flint and Grand Rapids, there's like a spike in crime. So hopefully it'll just be across all of these regions. People are acting like psychos, and it's not just Americans either. I will say I've noticed, at least in the past couple weeks, there's some people that I'm kind of confused that our system has let slip through the cracks. As far as they're not originally from here, right? And the guy who just shot up the university, I think it was in Pennsylvania.
Virginia.
High school students
in Virginia.
Virginia. Yeah. So he actually became a citizen in 2016. I was looking into this, and he also committed another terror attack previously, like a year after he became a citizen. They let him out, I believe it was 2021, and now here he is again, committing another fucking terror attack. Why? I'm not sure what's going on there, but if we haven't cracked down on immigration, I think these are when President Trump is saying, we want to get the worst of the worst out, well, that looks like the worst of the worst to me.
Because the question is, what did he get charged with? Did he get charged with domestic terrorism, or did he get charged with something like assault?
Pretty sure after this one, it's probably domestic terrorism because it was on a university. Let me check back into it. What his original?
Is he alive? Did they?
I think. I'm not
take him out.
I'm not sure. Let me grab it.
I truly can't believe that they let millions of people in without any kind of scanning, and then you have to pay 100,000 for an H1 visa per year. Like an AI expert can't get in the country, but you can get somebody off the street without even any verification whatsoever.
It's called left-wing logic, Sam. They actually let them in.
What's called progressive border policy administered by both parties. Like the reason the Trump wing rose up in part was because the establishment Republicans had failed to enforce immigration law. Right, like that had been a thing, a beat, a drum for all of my lifetime, if not longer.
I have to disagree. Trump, we clearly, and here's why. And then I'm going to call you a poo-poo face at the end of this, just for good measure. No, because Trump, you remember, Trump had the asylum seekers wait at the border, on the other side of the border, which was an effective deterrent to people coming, who wanted to come, cross over, and say, oh, I'm being threatened in my country and getting lost in the system. Correct. Day one, Joe Biden rescinds it, and everyone got the message. Republicans are harder on immigrants.
He tried to use it and got told by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Say that. Say what? Who? I didn't hear.
It was the thing you're referring to is something called Title 42. Title 42 was in place under the Trump administration. Biden tried to keep it in place under his administration. And the appellate court said, no, you can't keep Title 42 going. It's not going to happen.
Why couldn't they keep it going when Trump had it going?
Because it wasn't an emergency any longer. That's what the court judge. Would you like me to look up the case?
So you're saying it wasn't Biden's fault, it was the court's fault?
Yes, there was a judgment made by the court.
And which court was this?
Pandemic, which we were longer under.
Yeah, I think you're trying to pin it on one court ruling.
Which is one court ruling, Alan.
Yeah, no, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. That's the court ruling.
So you don't think the Biden administration willfully wanted these people to come in?
You're missing my...
And why is it that when Trump retook office...
I was making...
Because you are using this obscure thing as if it matters.
No,
when it doesn't. Day one, Trump shut down in January 20th, 2021. He's sworn into office, and he shuts it down. I'm sorry, the Democrats are not that helpless.
I didn't say they were helpless.
Then what is your point?
Which you're not quoting me correctly, that it came from a U.S. appellate court. If you don't...
It came from Biden and the Biden administration.
No,
and any other narrative to do it that way is a code. I am sorry. You are arguing a court issue when it was a political decision, and you know it. We saw 4 years. In 4 years, Biden couldn't get his shit together to stop those immigrants from coming in. You're going to pin it on one appellate court? Yes, Trump has been sued 60 times at least, and he's still getting this shit done.
You're missing the point. I'm not.
No, you've missed the point.
All of that. I was making a point.
Marshall.
In fact, a federal court.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm getting heated, and I really shouldn't be. Continue.
kill him. So, I mean, don't have to worry about that anymore. But he was convicted of terrorism for that first charge. And they let him out of federal prison for completing a drug treatment program, which makes no fucking sense to me, right? Because you're a fucking terrorist. And then
problem, that's a charging problem. That's like they didn't charge him properly. Not like the immigration system let him in and he committed this crime, and now because he committed this crime, we can revoke his immigration status. He became a citizen. Like Timothy McVeigh was charged and then put in a U.S. prison, which has, like, depending on the state you're in, they have definite times you can be in jail for. Like Texas, if we say life, it's life. Other states in America, if they say life, they mean to 25 years. Right, so that's hard and
a huge problem for me. Why are we? What the fuck? You know what I mean?
If you do it once, you're gonna do it again.
I would be curious of the legal rationale for why they let him out if that's public record, which would do, I think, would be one of the key things you would find to do that. And Alan, you wanted to answer your question? Title 42, this would be New York, November 18th of 2022. Title 42 ruled illegal by federal court. This week, U.S. Federal District Court struck down the U.S. government's Title 42 exclusion policy, ruling it unlawful without public health justification. Title 42 has been used since March 2020 to rapidly expel asylum seekers and southern border, grave danger, including LGBTQ refugees. This is called immigration quality, so we're not taking their editorializing to be important. What we're taking is the federal court struck down Title 42, which is the ability to do that, which means the Biden administration maintained it for at least 2 years. Like that's an important point.
Let me say it. I looked it up. Yes, President Biden immediately acted to suspend the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy upon officially known as the Migrant Protection Protocols upon taking office in January 2021. His administration formally halted new enrollments immediately and began phasing out the program, though the policy was legally challenged, briefly reinstated by courts, and formally terminated later. On January 2021, DHS suspended new enrollments in the program. Biden began allowing those with active cases to enter the U.S. during the wind down. Legal challenges, termination faced lawsuits for to temporary. The termination faced lawsuits by the I'm guessing by conservatives, but I don't know, who wanted it to remain in place, and then the Supreme Court eventually allowed it to be ended in June of 22. So basically, my guess is the Supreme Court said this is part of the executive branch. Biden gets to do that, just as they ruled that Trump also gets to set the policy too. The point is that what you're saying is correct, Marshall, but it was separate from what I'm saying, the point I'm making, that Trump, as the executive, said this is the policy, remain in Mexico. Biden says, nope, you can come here and seek asylum here. And the main point is that sends a very different message to people around the world, which is under Trump, it's stay away, we're going to make it hard. And under Biden, it's come on down, we're going to make it easier for you to come in. And I think that's an important distinction.
I would agree. But I would also say this is like per use for our conversations. We both have been
You think? How can you say that?
per year.
No, I know, which is why, like, when I started talking, I did not want to do that. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, don't even worry about it, man.
Yeah.
Alan, you mentioned something about the political violence. They're committed by the liberals more than the conservatives. So Joe, I don't think he's in this room now. Joe said that you are incorrect. I asked him in the chat to provide some link or information to support, his view, which is opposite to yours. So he provided actually 4 sources. So here's, I'm reading this. This is from checking facts by the forgot the name of the organization. It is in the chat. Anyway, the conclusion of the fact-checking organization is this. This is just a paragraph. Indeed, the left-wing violence has risen in the last 10 years, but practically since President Donald Trump's rise to the political leadership in 2016, although it has risen from very low levels and remains much lower than historical levels of violence carried out by the right-wing and jihadist attackers. Well, I wasn't expecting to see jihadists here. The report stated that more contentious politics in the United States and expansion of the Make America Great Again movement appears to have re-energized violent left-wing extremists. So you're correct in the sense that the last 10 years, the left-wing violence has risen, but overall, looking at decades, according to this study, it shows that the majority of violence by the right-wing violence. So anyway, it's in the chat. I'll just put it again. I'll find it and put it in again. It's from a very credible source. So I just wanted to kind of fact-check myself on this, because you made a categorical statement here, Alan, which it seems to me may not be entirely correct.
Well, I put a link in the chat that showed that I was referencing. And I would also argue that, first of all, the stats that were included also included jihadist violence, did it not? And was that solely in the United States or worldwide? Yeah, because first of all, I would think that might skew the numbers higher, which it's a nice, subtle little dig, like, oh, right-wingers are just like jihadists, so we're going to group them together. Anyways, that little observation aside, the point I was saying is that and the other thing is, I wonder if the step they're still looking at now include the attacks on, for example, Tesla dealerships, on Tesla owners directly, things like that. Those points aside, I'm trying to look it up now, but it's interesting that they don't. I looked up, I did a Google search, and it said, well, it's hard. I said, how many violent incidences were there committed by the left in the 1960s? And it says, well, it's hard to put a let me read it exactly. It's hard to put a number on it because much of the violence was directed at property. such as bombings of corporate or government buildings through violent confrontations and targeted actions. 1960s marked the emergence of extremist, anti-imperialist, socialist, and anarchic. I'm saying anarchist groups that operated outside mainstream, et cetera, et cetera. Those were all left-wing groups. And I know this because that's what they were known for. So, yeah, it's a past. I know what you're saying, Ali, but it's a past that the left divorces itself from. Because, you know, at a certain point in the last 20 years, they've decided that they're the party of morality and benevolence. And so they don't talk about, you know, any of that. But,
Alan, I just read the statistic you put here in the chat. This is interesting. And I can't help but notice there's a huge number on the right as well.
Guys,
I don't know. This kind of seems like a bias.
Let me just wrap this with
I'm being honest.
Alan. So, Alan, the source is called the factcheck.org, and what the title here is what we know about political violence in America. So specifically about in the US is a factcheck.org, and they look at all kinds of different fact-checking stuff. This one on the violence, political violence in the US, and basically one of the conclusions was the one that I read to you, and which is in comparison over decades, the violence by the right wing is much, much higher than the left wing, with the exception in the last 10 years, the left wing actually, violence has gone up. But again, when you compare the totality of the thing, the violence by right wing is by far exceeds the left wing. Anyway,
yeah, I mean, did I claim that it was less? No. What I'm saying is that there is a change. And if you,
yeah, that is correct. But also, go ahead.
No. Well, that's the thing. I don't think I ever said that that it's greater, but we do see a change, and I think that change is going to continue.
But the change I'll just say one more sentence, and also, hold on one second, is from their experience that the left-wing violence actually will go down. So whether this is true, who knows? Anyway, Sam, please go ahead.
I don't really understand when you say left-wing, right-wing. It's not the same. Like the left-wing 20 years ago was very different than what it is now. For example, Bill Maher was a major leftist in 2000, 2010. But right now, the left is calling him right-wing for some reason. So, like, the way you think about this thing, you can't be right-wing all your entire life. You have to be you have to go with how your party is defined. For example, I can be right-wing in 2020s, but I can't be right-wing in 2010s. I can't be right-wing in 2040s, for example, because at that stage you need something else.
Yeah, maybe, but the thing is, at any given moment, for example, if I would ask you, what is the Republican, platform? What are the values that a Republican or a right wing holds, and what are the value system that, let's say, left wing or liberal? We can, probably enumerate what these core value systems are in all fields: the economic, taxation, immigration, abortion, gender issues, sex issues. So there are, some of these values actually they remain astonishingly consistent over the decades. But I do get your point. Things change according to the current events, and Bill Maher particularly he comes across, I don't want to say right wing, but certainly he is not portraying or projecting the image that his political image appears to be different now.
There's three aspects to respond to. One, the study in regards to political violence is debunked. I guarantee that the people who cite that study have not actually looked at the individual examples that they point to, because they claim to have looked at, like over four figures. But if you actually look piece by piece, they consider stickers on a phone pole, according to the right, as violence. They consider graffiti on the right violence, flags violence. Ironically, if you actually go case by case, they have to broaden the definition so wide to even make it within the same realm of quantity. They have to go to inanimate objects, they have to go to symbolism to just even compare to actual acts where people are getting beat up or killed or huge sums of financial loss. That's number one. Number two, used a very interesting word, value system. Interestingly enough, I would say that that's actually a right-wing framing of politics, because those that tend to be more liberal or secular, they don't look at politics in terms of values. They look them as just views or policies. They use just very matter-of-fact language. So it just was interesting to use the word values. The value system of a, quote, conservative or right-wing philosophy does have a very high correlation, verging on causation, that people tend to be spiritual, be religious, or at least grew up or were exposed to a very spiritual or religious upbringing or culture or community or family, because that's foundational, that guides them beyond just politics, which is why, there's the social issues and things like that. But in regards to just principles, parties themselves are just vehicles. They're vehicles to deliver candidates to hopefully across the finish line by at least 1 inch faster than the opposing vehicle. And in modern politics, attention spans are much shorter, and so platforms have become a lot more simplified. Even though the people who most pay attention to politics tend to be more intellectual, which is why there's such a bubble and such a disconnect, and why people are always so shocked by election results, because they don't actually get outside of their echo chamber and talk to normal people who have no clue what we're even referring to. Here's the thing. The modern Republican Party is very, very big tent right now, and we're figuring that out. There are some very steep divisions in regards to foreign policy. However, while that's being sorted out, it's almost unanimously on code in regards to immigration. It's almost unanimously on code in terms of less regulation and less taxation. Basically, government not being as seen and felt in your everyday life. And it seems to be universally on code in terms of just general safety, general law and order, being protective, being stable, policies towards police, border, etc. And I think that I don't think you could find a Republican that would disagree in those topics. There's a little bit of a dying breed in regards to the lesser spending. I think it used to be that you could say that pretty much all Republicans were in favor of that. I think that it would probably still pull high, but I don't think it actually in practice is an issue that as many people care about very much anymore. So I just don't even mention it. I would say in regards to trade, it's just changed. It's just fundamentally changed, and I don't see that going back.
Stephen, let me just go back to the first point you made on the violence.
Yeah.
Because I think it's really important. I mean, to distinguish and define what's violence.
Correct.
Because you just have these studies and you have to break it down. And I mean, I just know we keep statistics, and my community's been under siege, and it's just skyrocketed from the left.
Yeah, it's actual violence.
Oh, it's oh no, I can tell you it's threat. I could tell you what our threat to life incidents were last year. What we kind of I would say what we statistically keep track of, but how many of the threat to lives we actually reported to federal law enforcement was probably about 450. And then the rest to local law enforcement, and we had about an 80% indictment. I have to check what the final conviction rate was from it, but it just surged from we were traditionally it was coming from the right, and it's not like the right went away, but there's no comparison, and these are threats. There are threats to life. The vandalism it's significant vandalism. So you have to consider also what happened in the last few years with the protests that vandalized private property and federal property. I mean, pretty significant. So if you want to add, tick all those up, I mean, I don't think you can come.
The other thing about it too, and then I'll land just to toss to Alan. By the way, it's great to see several of you in here.
Good seeing you too, Stephen.
I think that one of the also marked impacts of the fact that the Second Amendment is not as controversial as it was maybe 5-10 years ago. I do think that there was a period of time where, there were maybe a lot more preppers in the 2000s and 2010s, go bags, militias, all that kind of stuff. Not in an offensive capacity, but in a defensive capacity, because there was a genuine fear. And if the left wants to go, that's not valid. The fear certainly was that 2A was under siege, and that guns were genuinely going to be grabbed. And that was based on a lot of the international precedent that was happening of gun grabs. But since, to be candid, 2A is not the hot, spicy, controversial issue that it once was, because the left has largely armed itself. And so it would be very hypocritical of them to be as outspoken against 2A as they once were, because a lot of the left, whether it be revolutionary or LGBT, has armed itself. And so it's not the controversial topic anymore. And so I think that has contributed to the fact that even the potential for the right wing to be more violent is far less than it is the left, because now that both sides, they're never going to be equally armed. But now, instead of it being 95 to 5, it's maybe more like 75-25. And, as that continues to move, the potential for violence is only going to go up from here, from the left, because your typical conservative armed individual is very disciplined. They maintain their weaponry. They do range day. They've been familiar with it their whole lives. a lot of the left are picking up these people for these weapons for the first time. They are not familiar with the terminology. They're not familiar with the maintenance. They didn't grow up in the same kind of culture where it was just kind of an everyday thing, and there was a lot of respect and a lot of dignity. They do see themselves as a lot more radical, and they see it as tools, just like how everything is a tool. Because to understand Marxism is to understand means to an end. And so literally everything, a school, a vote, a gun, is all a tool.
I just wanted to add to what you said and what you were saying, Abby. How they classify all this stuff is important, and how they report the numbers is important. I forget which year it was, but the Biden administration came out with their crime statistics, and oops, crime went down, but they left out, I think they left out Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York or something.
Yeah, no, it's a huge reporting problem. I actually have something, I have to look at my notes I saved about that a letter issued from the FBI about the reporting problems. They redid their whole system after that happened.
But it was like, okay, here's the crime numbers. Look, it went down, and then 2 months later, they include those cities, and the numbers were very different. And you see a lot of that, like you mentioned it, Stephen, like what they consider to be a mass shooting. I forget, it's like 3 or 4 people becomes a mass shooting. And so that gets lumped in with the guy who walks into a school and starts shooting it up. So, once again, we see they're changing definitions to their advantage, which is, good for them. What can I say? But I was also going to say, Allie, I understand where that report is coming from. And so, again, its main thrust is about the change, but I advise isn't the right word. I encourage you to read the rest of it, because did Stephen leave? He left. Because it talks about not only the violent incidences, but it breaks down the success of those attempts. And it talks about what Stephen just talked about, that people on the right are better trained in firearms. And so when if someone on the right commits a violent, politically motivated attack, they're more successful, whereas people on the left are less organized in these kinds of things, and or they tend to use fire bombs and things like that as the method of committing the violence, and those tend to be less lethal in the long run. But there's that's the statistics are kind of skewed at this point with the way they reported it. But
Alan, the way you say they, I get this intimation of conspiracy involved.
No. Well,
that's fine.
No, it's the FBI. It really. I mean, you're talking about the article or the crime statistics?
I'm talking about the fact.
The way I'm presenting.
Yeah, no, but he's right. It's he means they being the researchers that put the article together.
I understand. Yes, and anyway, so if you don't believe the factcheck.org, which looks at so many different issues and checking the facts, and then you may say, they're biased. I'm not sure. But I was really surprised at the comment that Steve made before he left. And he categorically probably maybe did not want to think about that correlation does not imply causation. Is it possible to say that nowadays the left-wing individuals, they have changed their perspective on the Second Amendment, and now they are having more guns, buying guns, and because of that, just because they've been with the guns, not for too long, then they are less competent, less responsible, and less trained in handling guns. I really fail to see the analogy here. It could be a perfect an example that somebody in some of the states, their entire family is Democrats, but they are in the hunting. They hunt, they own guns, they've had guns for generations. So making that kind of reach to associate the left wing, by the way, my comments are value free. I'm not. Yeah, and you know what, Ali, you make it. Yeah. Oh, were you done? No, let me just land in here. So okay. And I think you also said the same thing, Alan, that there's a perception here that the left wing is, again, less competent, less trained, less responsible for handling guns. It just doesn't, I don't understand this. And I can give examples of democratic or liberal, right-wing, left-wing family in some states for generations that they handle guns. I mean, that's the way of life. It's not a political way of being. It's a way of life, having guns. And so anyway, I was surprised at that comment. And when people make comments like that, categorically like that, it kind of takes away a little bit about their credibility about other statements. Yeah, but Ali, what you're saying is true. But those aren't the people who are committing the attacks. Generally, and if you read in that report, there's one incident that they point out in particular that it was someone on the left. They had a gun. They had never trained with it. They went to it was a mayoral candidate or something, shot at this guy at point blank range, emptied his magazine, and he missed, except for one bullet that grazed the guy's sweater at point blank range. So I'm not in that. What you're saying is
true. Other people in crossfire?
Say that again?
Was other people hit in crossfire?
I don't think so. I don't know. It didn't mention it. But it's I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I think what you're talking about is that yes, there are people on the left who have guns, and it is part of the culture of where they live, absolutely. But I think those aren't the people who are being moved to this kind of violence. That maybe they're on the left, but they're not progressive, or we might categorize them as being what's the term they use nowadays? But, they're Democrats, but Democrats from 30 years ago. So. But yeah, I really, the article touched, everything you're talking about, it brings up, and it says, well, 20 out of these 31 incidences involved or attempted fire bombings. And, in this, it really breaks it down.
Yeah, I would agree with that. See, without too much, I grew up in a house that was on the right. My parents voted for Trump back in 2016, 2020, and they did the same thing this last election, right? So yeah, definitely a Republican house. But yeah, we all grew up hunting, and as soon as, in my state, it's as soon as you're 12 years old, you can go get your license as long as you're with your parent and you've done all the training, to go hunting, so on and so forth. So this is something that I learned about at a very young age, and the responsibility, and hey, if these harm people, you got to be safe. I think more so that's like where that criticism came from. Even though I grew up and now my ideologies are a little bit different than my parents. I'm not a Trump voter, but I think yeah, I think you guys do have a point. I can see definitely what they're talking about, just being a part of like the American culture and, being involved in politics. A lot of people who, if you didn't grow up around guns, you're not going to understand the ins and outs of, okay, we need to be really safe with this. We need to make sure we're, dotting our I's and crossing our T's. And this is important, right? And if you can't fucking handle it, don't buy one, right? So, I don't think a lot of people have had this understanding, and they're just going out and purchasing firearms, and that's where we're seeing this irresponsibility.
Thank you for that, Coco. I don't have first-hand experience with these things. I just can tell you. I will just give you my views on it. But if you look at the Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of free state and the right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I've memorized that for the hell of it. If you look at it, the initial intention of the Founding Fathers while writing the Second Amendment, it was keeping the states safe from the tyranny of the federal government, a well-regulated militia. If you look at the Federalist Paper, which was written by J. Madison and another one I forgot. So the three people, the Founding Fathers, actually promoting a year before the Constitution became ratified to make a case why the states ought to be supporting this the Constitution and ratifying it. And they wrote the articles, 64 articles, 84, I'm sorry, 84 articles, I think, anonymously, and they're published. They were the bestsellers in terms of arguing every aspect of the Constitution and making a case for it. And of course, pointing out some of the shortcomings of it. But the idea was to, Hamilton J. and, anyway, it's getting too late in here. So, if you look at these papers, and they're very difficult, not difficult to read, there are too many of them. There's not a single mention about why the Second Amendment in there for the private citizen to defend their homes or to go out there and shoot anyone. It was just predominantly the second clause. It was constructed because a well-regulated militia would not have been possible without having the right of the people to keep and bear arms would not have been possible. So in a sense, the Founding Fathers, they had a different idea in mind by saying that people ought to have guns under a militia kind of a structure than the way we see it and interpret it, right now. But anyway, thank you, Coco and Alan left already. Pepe, good to see you, everyone. Good night.
Good night, darling. Ocean, are you awake? There's people in the audience that want to come up. Well, I texted the other mods. I don't know if they're coming back or not, or if they're even online anymore. They might have went to sleep. See, they're still online. What? Can't even fucking find their name on here. Whatever. Bye.
This spring, a litter of African dog pups making their public debut. 10 puppies, 5 males, 5 females, already showing off their unique markings.
Yeah, we going.
Isn't it a little bit homophobic that we're so focused on the straights of homos and not the gays of homos?
I agree. Yes, for sure.
Why do you think they're willing to leave the gays of homos behind?
I think it's just historically, like, you know, gays have always been very discriminated against, which is wrong, and so many.
Isn't it
My father has sold me because we don't have bread, rice, and flour. He has sold me to an old man. He's bought Parwana for 200,000 Afghanis.
just over $2,000. Covered up, Pawana whimpers as her mother holds her. This is your bride. Please take care of her, says Pawana's father. Of course I will take care of her, replies the man.
I have much more than 12, 13 billion, and I said, okay, fine, all these numbers are just written numbers, and one day I went to a bank, at that time there were no restrictions of this, and I wrote a check and cash $10 million, and I took it home for yourself, for myself, yes. You cash $10 million from the bank? Yes, and took it and put it in the boot of my vehicle, and I went home. And I open it and I look at 10 million. I said, okay, fine. Now I believe I have money.
The attorney you hire matters.
Very good.
100,000 streams.
Injury law being personal.
Are you looking for?
I didn't want to sell X. And Twitter said 54. I believe the price could be higher. So we called Musk. I called Musk and I had a call with him. I was in the desert. I remember that very well. So I called Mr. Musk. I told him, Mr. Musk,
we're out here actually filming as we fight to preserve the wages of tip workers. The history of tomorrow's date is not lost on me.